One day, before the story began, on a dark, rainy evening, a young girl was in a terrible accident that took her life. This was the heroine's past life, in which she was just a graduating student and only endlessly groveled before her professors, and therefore such a death seemed an even more unfair turn of fate. However, later, the girl returned to life, but not to the usual one, because she found herself in the world of a stupid novel that she had read the day before. She was reborn in the body of a villainess who, according to the original plot, would have suffered a horrible death at the end of the story. In the book, the girl's actions led to the fact that almost everyone around her wanted, and were even ready to take her life without much regret. If she had left everything as it was and had not tried to change her fate, the two main characters of the novel would have simply killed her. The blue-eyed girl was torn away from these thoughts much later, during a deeply intimate moment when she was called out. She was taking a hot bath in the arms of one of the fair-haired heroes, and she couldn't understand what burned more, the water or his touch. He brushed the hair from her face, noting the change in mood, and asking the girl not to say that she was thinking about that bastard, Callus Hannett, again. Feeling his touch, she blushed brightly and closed her eyes, quietly calling the man's name. Rush gently stroked her back with his broad palms and pressed her closer to his body, while she assured him that this was completely impossible. Pressing her forehead against his and feeling familiar hands on her hips, the girl gently reminded him that she was only his wife. Listening to his voice as he softly whispered words of comfort into her ear, Syria thought about how strange it was that the person she possessed had to be the worst villain. Rush smiled, advising her to stay close to him and reminding her that only one man could make her an archduchess. Looking into his bright red eyes, and no longer struggling with the embarrassment that was overwhelming her, the girl touched his nose with hers when the man said that this person was him. The other main character was also not indifferent to the girl and stood on his knees, bowing his head and pleadingly addressing her by name. Callus asked desperately what he could do, but Syria only muttered his name in confusion, looking at the man. He looked up at the girl, his wheat-colored hair glinting in the moonlight as he asked again what he could do to bring her back. Suddenly, grabbing the blue-eyed girl by the hand, he pressed his cheek to the back of her hand, saying that he would do anything as soon as the girl said so. Next came a vision of a yellow-eyed girl with warm chestnut hair and a short haircut, saying that she wanted to see Syria change into a wedding dress. The blue-eyed girl smiled nervously and asked again what she meant, but she herself thought that the girl's desire was strange. Later, the yellow-eyed one asked about Syria's mother, who was a commoner but became an artist. At such moments, Syria realized that even the main character of the novel, around whom the main events were supposed to revolve, had changed and behaved completely differently than in the book. Blue-eyed could only think fearfully and feverishly about whether she would be able to survive in this strange and changing story. In Syria's mind, a silhouette of a woman appeared, covered in a long white scarf, the train of which reached the floor, although it seemed that she was standing in water. She asked the confused girl if she wanted to fight and survive, and she just opened her eyes wide. Stepping closer, the stranger said that if the answer was positive, Syria would have to think carefully about everything. She should have thought carefully about her desires and plans, and what they might lead to in the future. In the vision, she saw herself in a beautiful wedding dress, but not at the altar, but on the floor, slowly covered in her own blood. Rush ran towards her as fast as he could, calling her name when he saw what had happened to the girl. Blue-eyed saw him, but being exhausted, she closed her eyes, covered with a veil of tears, and lost consciousness, unable to hold on any longer. And now, finally, at the beginning of the story, a girl with cold green hair sat on the terrace and drank tea with an interlocutor who said that a bright future awaited the empire. The blonde watched a couple of young people walking in the yard and then said that if a saint had descended from heaven, they were blessed from above. When one of the main characters pulled off his coat and covered the girl with brown hair with it, the interlocutor asked if Syria's fiancé was being too close to her. She noted with a slight smile that they seemed to have become very close, and now would be the time to be jealous. Clenching her hand, which already had an engagement ring, into a fist, the girl gritted her teeth, mentally calling Callus a scoundrel, because there was only a week left until their wedding. The blue-eyed girl thought that now she would gladly go out into the street and pull out all of her fiancé's hair, but around prying eyes she would have to restrain this impulse, and so she quietly laughed, saying that he was simply very sociable. Syria started coughing, and the girl who was a doctor stepped towards her and asked if the miss had not yet recovered from her cold, adding that she would prepare some medicine for her in the evening. Their chaotic conversation was interrupted by the Archduke of the Empire, Girux Rush Burke, who always looked impeccable and a little menacing, confirming his reputation as a strict master. He told Syria that if she remained on the terrace, her condition would worsen, and the importunate suitor would consider it his duty to make a scene and send for the high priest. And the girl bowed her head, asking forgiveness from his lordship. Having already turned around and was walking towards the exit, Rush added that the saint would soon be escorted to the Supreme Church, since he was not going to tolerate any more scandals in his home. Looking after him, the blue-eyed girl thought that now he seemed cold and unfriendly. But in the original story, everything would go wrong later. He will fall in love with the main character, a saint, at the end of the story, according to his plotline. They were all characters in a romance novel about a dimension-hopping heroine named Lena. She ended up in another world, where, as time passed, two main characters began to show love for her. Blue Eyes became Syria Stern, a villain who didn't have the best fate at the end of the story. Syria inherited the power of the gods and was able to obtain the title of Sterna, and perhaps would have become the holiest being in the universe, but something got in the way. The heroine's bad temper pushed her to meanness in the original, and almost everyone considered her a walking problem for the entire high society. She was only interested in extravagance, in which she was very successful, but her relations with her family became extremely disgusting. After the migration of an ordinary student into the body and life of this girl, the only thought that was pounding in her head was how to somehow miraculously stay alive. Remembering the accident, she thought that she had already lost her life before her time, so she definitely did not plan to die in this universe. Before the main character, Lena, appeared, she had to come up with a way to get rid of all the enemies that the real Syria had managed to make. She began to bow her head and ask for forgiveness from everyone she might have harmed or simply been rude to, without being ashamed of how it would look. In an attempt to change her reputation, the girl stopped spending huge sums on herself and began giving gifts to everyone she could. Soon, Syria came to Callus, who had injured his arm, and said that she would heal him, and when asked about rare herbs, she simply replied that she had collected them on the rocks behind the church. The young man asked in surprise if she had really dared to go to these rocks alone, and she, without hesitation, simply answered with consent. In the original story, Callus was one of those who killed Syria, and so the girl wanted to please him and earn his trust, deciding to help with the hand. Then, by pure chance, they felt an unsettling mutual attraction to each other. The young man sat up in bed, burying his healthy hand in her wheat-colored hair, and asked the girl to tell him honestly what had made her change so much. Callus gradually began to spend more and more time with the blue-eyed girl, inviting her on walks and various events. Their time spent together became more and more romantic and could no longer pass for ordinary friendly sympathy because he fell in love. After a short time, he got down on one knee in front of the girl, opened the box with the engagement ring, and asked why they didn't get married. In the original story, the protagonist and heroine fall in love with each other, and Callus commits suicide, and Syria thought that this development would be beneficial for both of them, agreeing to this marriage. Watching Rush walk away and returning to the present, the blue-eyed girl thought that this was the perfect change in the plot. Looking back and sitting down at the table on the terrace again, she looked at Lena and Callus, wondering if their love would have worked out if there weren't some obstacles. A few days later, the saint came to Syria's chambers, loudly and enthusiastically calling the young man's bride. Lena told the surprised and silent blue-eyed girl that she was very glad to meet her and introduced herself by her name. Giving in to impulse, the brunette grabbed her interlocutor's hand with both hands, shouting that she had dreamed of seeing her and chatting. Syria tried to pass off a nervous smile as normal and closed her eyes, not understanding what was happening, because she did not want to have anything to do with the girl. Putting her palms together, Lena introduced herself again and said that she felt a little uncomfortable with the title of saint for coming from another world, and the blue-eyed girl replied that she knew about it. The brunette looked back and said that she had heard that the girl would be trying on a wedding dress today, and, having received consent, asked how it was. Lena cried out excitedly that a wedding dress from a world unknown to her must be stunning, because everyone here was wearing magnificent dresses, and she was burning with curiosity. Barely listening to her, Syria wondered why the saint was calling Callus by name when it had taken her 11 months to allow herself to do so. When the brunette called her by name, the blue-eyed girl, hiding her irritation, responded and smiled, asking what was the matter. Without further ado, Lena said that she wanted to see the girl change into a wedding dress. To save the day, Syria's dressmaker, Begonia, a blonde with green eyes, clutched a book of sketches to her and said that trying on a wedding dress was not a performance at all. As she passed the saint, she added that the privilege of attending fittings was limited to the bride's guests, close relatives, and best friends. Without really caring about Lena's feelings, Begonia casually said that the girl did not belong to any of the above types. The brunette nervously asked for forgiveness, saying that she still had not gotten used to the customs of the new world. Syria recalled that in the original story, Begonia was also a villain, who was later fired by Callus for her cruel treatment of Saint Lena. Bowing to the blue-eyed girl, the girl muttered with tears in her eyes that, in that case, they would see each other later. As she left, the girl thought excitedly about what the hell was going on and why the moment that was in the book had happened. Later that evening, Syria sat in Callus's office and asked why she suddenly had to change her dressmaker. The young man replied that she herself should understand the whole situation if she was present there. He said that Saint Lena was sent to them by heaven, and therefore she was, of course, completely different from the vicious aristocrats. The fair-haired man added that if the dressmaker was unable to understand this, then it would be better to fire her. And Syria silently and fearfully thought about the fact that history simply had to change. But for some reason, events repeated themselves. She steadfastly explained that Begonia had only told the saint not to look at the bride while she was changing clothes, since by aristocratic standards she was behaving impolitely. Callus was about to object, and the blue-eyed girl froze, meeting his gaze when he called the brunette simply by her first name. Syria looked at him with distrust and anger, which she could hardly hide at the moment when emotions overwhelmed her. The young man himself covered his mouth with his hand when the girl asked again whether he had really called the saint by her name in the presence of his fiancée. Scratching his chin, the fair-haired man said that he admitted his mistake and asked for forgiveness, but his attitude towards the dressmaker was due to the fact that he was appointed the saint's protector. Exhaling loudly through her nose, Serta thought without any enthusiasm that even this event in the book was reflected in her current reality. In the original, Lena's divine power became extremely unstable after she was brought to their world, and the powers that be decided to choose a protector. They found him among the heads of the 17 houses that possessed the power of God, and the choice fell on the head of the house of Hanat Callus. In such circumstances, their rapprochement was quite natural, but Syria hoped that this would not happen, because she and the young man were engaged and preparing for the wedding. Noticing the girl's thoughtfulness, the fair-haired man stood up and stepped towards her, asking if she was worried that he had forgotten to tell her about his appointment as protector. Looking at his face, the blue-eyed girl thought that she couldn't get angry at him now and push him even further away from herself. Deciding that her life was much more important to her than her pride at the moment, Syria raised her head, smiled, and simply told her fiancé that she understood him. A smile spread across the young man's face, and he exhaled loudly, noting that it was a great relief. Hanging over the girl and leaning against the back of the sofa on either side of her head, Callus said that he was afraid of the bride's possible offense. Leaning towards the girl's face, the fair-haired man smiled brightly and thanked his love for the understanding shown to him in the current situation. The next day, walking through the snowy forest, Syria, her cheeks burning from the cold, remembered what her fiancé had called her yesterday. As she strode forward, she felt the icy air burning her lungs and thought angrily that such a love should be sent to hell. Today, he apologized to his fiancé again, saying that Lena's divine power seemed to have gotten out of control again, and so he had to visit her immediately, and Syria could only think about it angrily. Stopping by the lake, the blue-eyed girl hugged herself by the shoulders, thinking about how difficult it was to be a good person, and, it seemed, beginning to understand the path of a real heroine, whose place had now fallen to her. Suddenly, the commander of the Knights of House Burke, Elliot, called out to her and said that he had heard about her cold, and now, while checking the glacier, she must be even more tired than before. On the property of the House of Burke was an unusual accumulation of ice, which was known to all locals as the Tomb of Monsters. The dukes were tasked with periodically checking the barrier around it to prevent the likely appearance of monsters, and this required the power of the gods, which they had given to Stern. In the original story, the heroine always postponed going to the lake, responding to the servants' reminders that she had no interest in this ritual. Now that the blue-eyed one had decided to strengthen her position and survive here, she had to firmly fulfill all her duties, including this one. Exhaling a cloud of steam, Sir Elliot asked if they had spent enough time on the inspection and suggested that the girl return to the castle. Blue-eyed asked if he was sure that was the case, but they were suddenly distracted from their conversation by Rush's voice, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. Syria turned around in surprise and a little confusion when the man asked what he was doing here now. The Archduke stepped straight towards them, and Elliot lowered his head in greeting to His Majesty. The girl looked at the fair-haired man in surprise when he muttered something irritably. Blue-Eyed realized that she had been silent for too long when Rush stepped a little closer and addressed her again in a cool voice. He looked her over from head to toe with an attentive gaze of bright red eyes, and then asked if she heard his question. Elliot stood next to them and didn't know whether he should take part in the conversation, because the Archduke was one of the most famous aristocrats, known for his strictness. When Syria asked in confusion what she had done wrong, Rush asked why she had come to the lake in such weather, although she had not yet recovered from her cold. The girl thanked him for his concern and said that she was already feeling better and that coming here was her duty as stern. The man lowered his head, not taking his eyes off the blue-eyed woman's face, and asked since when had she started taking her duties seriously. Rush put his hands on his hips and casually asked if she was trying to get even sicker to attract her fiancé's attention. Thinking it was worth trying to break the awkward conversation, Elliot raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture, calling his lordship, but he didn't even bat an eyelash. Placing her palm on her chest, Syria said that she had no other personal reason for coming here other than the desire to fulfill her duty. Rush pursed his lips, a little surprised but not showing it, when the girl said that no matter how sick she was, her fiancé would not cause a panic in the palace. The Archduke asked if it was a holy matter, and when the blue-eyed girl asked him again what he meant, he directly suggested that there was a love affair between Callus and Lena, and Syria felt her heart sink. She lowered her head and turned away from the man, not understanding how he could even ask her such questions. Mentally cursing at himself, Rush exhaled and asked if they were finished with their check yet. Elliot readily answered the question in the affirmative, admiringly noting that, thanks to Miss Syria's work, they had finished very quickly. The girl blushed slightly when the head of the knights praised her, but she couldn't contain her anger at the words she had recently heard. Looking at Rush from under her brows, she mentally asked who he thought he was, and why he was even talking to her with such arrogance and willfulness. Syria thought it was because the Archduke was a protagonist who was not at all unattractive, but she didn't understand why he had to be made so nasty. He turned around so quickly that the blue-eyed girl barely had time to avert her attentive gaze and quickly turned away. Exhaling heavily and blushing, the girl thought about how close they had been to locking eyes, and then suddenly felt a weight on her shoulders. Rush covered her with his warm woolen cape, wrapped on the outside with elegant patterns on red fabric and covered with thick sable fur on top, saying that he could not allow the health of their precious Serna to deteriorate. Looking after him in surprise, Syria pulled her cape tighter around her and blushed, not understanding why he had suddenly become kinder after all his caustic remarks. The next day, walking through the snowy garden and thinking about what had happened, the blue-eyed girl suggested that maybe he liked her more than she thought. Pressing her palm to her lips, she decided that it was still better to avoid Rush, because there was something scary about him, and his manner of speaking did not need any introduction at all. Imagining the formidable Archduke, the girl thought that she just wanted to get married and leave this place as soon as possible. She had to stay at the Burke house because the Sterns were considered saints in the Empire and were allowed to take part in important rites and even wedding vows, but one of them was to control the glacier that protected the frozen lake. Sitting down, Syria hugged herself with her arms, mentally calling the book stupid and thinking about how she wanted to avoid holding the wedding here at all costs. She mainly wanted this because at the end of the novel, the two main characters, Lena and Rush, were supposed to get married. Moreover, as the plot progressed, it would gradually turn out that the saint who came from another world was also Sterna. Looking at her hands, the blue-eyed girl thought that this fate was too tricky even for the main character and understood why the real Syria envied her. The girl stood up and sighed, mentally reminding herself that the nature of the saint would only become known at the end of the novel, and therefore it would be nice if she quietly got married and moved out of here now. Suddenly her name was called, and the blue-eyed girl turned around to see in front of her the short-haired Abigail Orion, her accompanying knight. Taking her friend by the hands, Syria began to bombard her with questions about how the expedition to the monsters went, whether everyone returned safe, and the dark-haired girl, with a smile, asked her not to forget to breathe. Lowering her voice to a whisper, the blue-eyed girl asked Ebby if she had killed anyone, since she was a former mercenary, and the knight laughed, reminding her that she specialized exclusively in bandits. The girl said that everything went well, but she lacked her friend's help, and her armor became cold as ice. Thoughtfully looking down, Syria bit the inside of her cheek, thinking about how she knew she should have gone. One of the main reasons the world needed the Sterns was because the gear used constellation steel, but without the aid of the star armor, the heat would begin to drain from the body when in prolonged contact. Adjusting her cloak and wrapping it tighter around her mistress's neck, Ebby said that they needed to hurry up and get inside, because the cold could make them catch a cold. At these words, Syria remembered Rush when he said that he could not allow the health of precious Sterna to deteriorate. She blushed, remembering his cape over his shoulders, and thought that this was the first time that the rude man had behaved so caringly, and now she was at least a precious Sterna. Having decided to mentally strengthen her belief in her usefulness, the girl smiled and called Ebby to follow her, asking him to tell her about everything that happened on the expedition. The girls were talking to each other and couldn't even imagine that they were being watched from the castle window. Saint Lena watched this conversation with interest, her shining yellow eyes wide open. The man in the room with her suddenly said that Miss Syria had changed a lot in the last year when she became close to Marcus Hannett. Turning away from the window, the brunette asked with interest why Callus's fiancé went to the glacier every day. Her interlocutor replied that she was doing this because of her stern nature, since only they could clear the magical barrier of the frozen lake. Lena turned back to the window, looking at the smiling Sharia, as the man said that she had recently received a reward from the palace for diligently fulfilling her duties. The saint, without taking her eyes off the girl with cold green hair, whispered that she envied her, and her interlocutor asked again what she meant. Lena suddenly asked if she could receive the title of Sterna, and the man, a little lost, replied that everyone around her already considered her a saint. Folding her arms across her chest, the brunette said that it was cooler to be Sterna, because only her magic could clear the barrier, so everyone in the palace was interested in it, and her divine power was not capable of it. The man simply replied that a lavish reception in honor of the saint would soon be held at the palace, but that she, of course, needed to learn all the proper rules of etiquette. He added that not everyone can become stern, and what were the reasons for that? But the girl no longer listened. She turned back to the window, looking at the blue-eyed girl and her strange companion, and then quietly repeated that she envied Syria. In the evening, Sterna spent time in her chambers with her personal physician, who reminded her that her birthday was coming up soon. Handing Syria a teaspoon with some liquid, she said that it was medicine for a cold. The girl smiled softly, saying that she had completely forgotten about the birthday because she had been too busy with her duties and affairs. To obtain the status of Sterna, a person had to meet a couple of conditions. A child born on Monday had a beautiful appearance, and one born on Tuesday was full of divine mercy. The Wednesday child was filled with sadness, the Thursday child was filled with love, and the Friday child treated others with kindness and courtesy. It seemed like this whole list was unfair to Wednesday-born children like Syria. At least in the original story, the girl found these lines from the church song unfair, but soon came to love her birthday. She was granted the title at the age of 15, when the awakening of her spiritual powers was marked by the appearance of a small star on her neck, and she immediately renounced her family name of Keladin, proudly using the name of her title instead. She closed her eyes, thinking about all this, and the doctor, noticing this, quietly called out to her. The woman suddenly said that Saint Lena was still interested in the constellation stele, and Syria looked at her in surprise. Blue Eyes asked if it was dangerous for her to approach the statue when her strength had not yet stabilized, and the woman complained that she had a very inquisitive nature. Syria thought that curiosity was exactly what the main character was supposed to be, but in the original, she became stern when she touched the constellation. Clutching the fabric of her dress skirt in her hands, she closed her eyes and exhaled, thinking that she would try not to worry about it too much. Blue-Eyed reassured herself that after the wedding, she would leave and live peacefully in the Hannett's house until this whole story came to an end. The next day, Syria ran into Rush again and was surprised to see that they continued to bump into each other without stopping. A few minutes ago, in the Green Garden storage, a girl was looking at the silver laurel branches, thinking that she would never cease to be amazed by them. While folding the twigs, the blue-eyed girl thought with pleasure that if Sterna could become a plant, she would certainly become one. Without this silver laurel, in whose branches was the power to purify, it was impossible to check the glacier. Clutching the collected laurel branches to herself, the girl prepared to leave, smiling as she thought that she could have invited Ebby to come with her today. Syria suddenly crashed into someone due to her carelessness, hitting her head on something quite strong. Standing in front of her, Rush noticed that the girl was in a good mood today, and she smiled in surprise, looking up and greeting his lordship. Immediately realizing her mistake, the blue-eyed one immediately bowed and asked for forgiveness and bowed, dropping some of the branches she had collected. Laughing nervously and blushing, she went down and said that everything had fallen apart. Syria froze in surprise as Rush crouched down behind her and reached out to gather the twigs. Holding one to his chest and lifting the next one, the man asked if she was heading to the lake again today. The girl, who was extremely surprised and even blushed a little from the Archduke's actions, did not answer at first. But when he called out to her, she immediately raised her head and agreed. Looking at her face, the blonde man suddenly said that he couldn't understand something, and Syria bit her lip, asking what exactly. Rush said that, as far as he knew, she was constantly being cared for in her quarters, and then asked if that wasn't enough for her. The blue-eyed girl looked at him in surprise, because such a question took her by surprise, and she didn't really understand what he was getting at. He stood up and said that she didn't need to check the glacier so often, and then asked if she had tried last time because she needed something. Striking the girl with embarrassment and shame for her past behavior, the man casually mentioned that she always screamed if she didn't like something. Finishing her off, Rush reminded her that after serving her, about 100 servants were bedridden. Mentally cursing the real series, the blue-eyed girl desperately declared that it was because of this that she had to try harder and compensate all the people for the damage caused. Suddenly smiling warmly, Rush called the girl mysterious and said that he would even be a little sorry when she left for the Hannett house. When he carefully handed her all the laurel leaves, the blue-eyed girl froze, as if struck by lightning, not believing that she had heard such words from him. Looking up and pressing the branches to herself, she remained silent, but seemed absolutely certain that the Archduke could hear the noisy beating of her heart. She continued to think about it again and again, even when she was already in her chambers and calmly drinking hot tea. The maids, who had interrupted her thoughts, filled the table with various boxes and informed the miss that wedding presents addressed to her had arrived. One of the girls said that the Marquis of Hannett personally sent the sapphire to the bride, and then admired its purity and richness of color. Ignoring all these words, Syria looked at her reflection in the cup of tea, once again playing Rush's words over in her head. Such a statement from the main character gave her some guarantees that she would be able to cope, and it seemed that now the distance had become kilometers. The girl turned around as the maid handed her a box and said that she had prepared for her the bracelet that the miss had spoken of. Taking out the bracelet, the blue-eyed girl thought with a smile that Callus had given her so much that she could repay him by giving him a nice gift before the ceremony. One of the maids asked if Syria was going to give it to the Marquis, and another, unable to contain her emotions, said that it was very romantic. Closing the box again and hiding the glowing blue crystal, the girl thought about how in the original, Lena found a mine with them. She thought with a smile that until that happened, they would be considered just precious stones, and therefore she was sure that Callus would appreciate the gift. Her peace was interrupted by her personal physician, who burst into the chambers, calling the girl and shouting that a disaster had occurred. Both Syria and her maids turned to the door in surprise, awaiting further explanations and actions from the woman. She shouted that Saint Lena had fainted after touching the Constellation Steel monument. Syria swallowed quietly as the woman added that the very monument, among other things, had become transparent and glowed. Imagining what had happened to Lena, the blue-eyed girl began to breathe heavily and realized that this was a sign of the appearance of a new stern. She walked towards the saint's chambers, feeling that her legs had become like cotton wool, and her head was heavy. Blood pounded in her temples from excitement and fear, from worry. Callus was already sitting by Lena's unconscious bed, tightly squeezing her hand with both hands and looking overly agitated. Walking towards them, Syria mentally panicked, thinking that they were still at the very beginning of history, and the brown-haired girl's formation as Serna should have happened much later. Rush entered the chambers and asked how the saint was feeling, and the servants, priests and doctors bowed, greeting the Archduke. One young man replied that the worst was fortunately over, and they were all very lucky that the Marquis of Hannett was there. Syria felt a twinge of jealousy and anger when she realized that her fiancé hadn't even noticed her arrival, but was still directing all his attention to Lena. Rush looked at the blue-eyed girl, who stood with her back to him, while the servant told him that a new sterna had appeared today. The Archduke remained silent, even when the youth said that Saint Lena would repay him for the kindness he had shown her. As they walked into the corridor, he folded his arms across his chest and asked Syria if she had suffered the same when she woke up, and the girl denied it, as she was not that strong, and the power of the constellation steel that affects a person is proportional to his own. Rush immediately turned darker than a cloud and asked if this meant that the saint, who couldn't help but know that her body was filled with divine power, had deliberately touched the steel, causing a ruckus in his palace. One of the doctors suggested that Lena probably had no idea about her power, so she touched the monument without thinking, and since her divine power was unstable, the accident happened. Turning to the long-haired man, the Archduke asked if he had given her lessons, and when he agreed, He asked why the saint could do such a thing. He hesitated a little, but replied that it could have happened because Lena admired Miss Syria, and the blue-eyed girl looked at him in surprise. The servant bowed and asked Rush for forgiveness, saying that it was entirely his fault, but he calmly replied that at least he knew something. Silent Syria wondered if Lena had touched the steel because she admired it, or simply wanted to test whether she could become stern. In the book, all this happened completely by accident, and the brunette's divine power flared up so powerfully that it almost killed her. The girl was torn from her thoughts by the loud voice of Rush's assistant, who was running forward and calling His Majesty. A blond man with glasses and purple eyes, Lenin, pressed his hand to his chest and said that Saint Lena had regained consciousness. The Archduke replied indifferently that it was fine and that they could go now, but the assistant stopped him and said that it would be nice to have a look. Rush turned to him and, glaring at him with an angry look from his bright red eyes, asked if he looked like a nurse. Clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture, Lenin said they needed to do this if only to maintain good relations with the high priest. Turning around, the fair-haired man suggested that Miss Syria visit the saint together, since she had become a stern, like the girl, and she exhaled loudly. Seeing the brunette's wide eyes, Marquis Hannay rushed towards her and shouted the girl's name, and the trembling was evident even in his voice. Lena, who had looked at him weakly, was coming to her senses, sweating from the heat that had taken over her body. Stepping back towards her bed and taking her hand, he asked excitedly how she was feeling, and she quietly called his name. When Rush and Syria were already next to them, Lena said that she was in pain, and Callus replied that everything would be fine with her because he was nearby, and the young people called each other simply by their first names. Ibi stepped towards her mistress and leaned towards her ear, asking if she should cut off the Marquis's hand. Rush let out an irritated breath as he looked around at the scene and turned away from the couple who were feeling quite comfortable. He waved his hand towards the bed and said that he no longer intended to keep this burden in his palace. Syria turned to him in surprise when she heard these words, but she could hardly lie that they did not warm her soul. The Archduke ordered Lenin to write to the High Church that Saint Lena could return there as soon as she could walk, and he bowed to his master. Having risen, Callus sharply shouted that this was too much, because Lena did not plan to get sick, and even more so, one cannot call a sick person a burden. Without hiding his mockery of the Marquis, Rush rightly asked whether he really couldn't express himself in his own home as he saw fit. Callus said that these words were still too harsh, because the girl was not disabled, she was simply ill. The man replied that the Marquis had said that word at just the right time, since his relationship with his bride also could not be called healthy, and Syria froze. Rush asked if he thought his priorities were a little off, adding that people might think his fiancée was a saint, and Callus turned around. The girl pressed her lips together, thinking that she was about to burst into tears from resentment and a burning feeling of shame when the groom finally looked at her. She thought about how, worrying about her safety and preserving her life, she never showed anger and endured everything steadfastly, but this went beyond the bounds. Rush put his hands on his hips, declaring that they hadn't held Sterna's wedding in a long time, and therefore the vow he had given to her should be kept like a sacred thing. Syria clasped her hands and lowered her head, feeling an unpleasant tremor throughout her body and thinking about how humiliating it all was. She thought that she wanted to go home, that she wanted to live in peace, and then Callus and Lena suddenly put on such a show, and she became darker than a cloud. Suddenly, the blue-eyed girl saw a hand extended to her, clad in a white glove, and then a man's voice called her. Sterna looked at the Archduke, who seemed to protect her from the unpleasant situation that was happening with just his soft voice. Rush, completely ignoring the Marquis and the saint, looked at her and said that they should leave here. The man said that the saint needed rest, hurrying Syria, and she blushed a little, but felt that at the moment he was her only salvation. Seeing this, the Marquis raised his gaze and hand, calling his bride by name, but this only pushed her further towards a more correct decision. Lena immediately started coughing and called Callus by name again, and he rushed to her, forgetting about everything and asking if she was okay. Irritated by the Marquis's behavior, Rush took her hand himself, grasping her fragile fingers with his wide palm. He gently lifted her palm, moving the girl a little closer to him, and asked if they could leave this place. Turning away from the groom and the already rather annoying Lena, Syria agreed with His Majesty and followed him to the exit. The next day, the girl was in the vault as usual, collecting branches, thinking about the previous day and everything that had happened. She couldn't get the image of a caring Callus out of her head, promising the saint to be there for her and telling her she would be okay. Syria closed her eyes and thought with irritation that the scoundrel had not said a word to her since then, let alone apologize. Suddenly Rush called her, looking thoughtful, but no more than usual, and seemed to be worried about something. She involuntarily blushed, remembering his silent but very telling in its actions representation yesterday, and lowered her gaze, thinking that she had not even thanked him. The girl was about to begin, but his lordship interrupted her, asking if she could check the barber properly after what had happened. The Archduke suddenly said that if she needed work as an excuse, why not move into the annex? Blue-eyed froze when she heard his words and hugged the bundle of branches to herself, not knowing how to react. Recovering herself, she told him that he need not worry, as she must carry out her duties as carefully as always. Syria tried to make her smile as genuine as possible and said she would never neglect her duty as a stern. Rush wanted to explain that he didn't mean that at all, but the girl was suddenly called out by the Marquis's familiar voice. He opened the wooden door of the vault and said that he had been wondering where to find the bride, but she was here. Turning to him, the Archduke pointed out the discourtesy to Callus, asking if he had not noticed it. The young man asked for forgiveness for his rudeness and explained it by the fact that he could not find his bride anywhere, although he had been looking for her all day. Syria froze in surprise when the Marquis suddenly said that he didn't expect to see the two of them together in such a secluded room. He called for the blue-eyed girl to follow him, but Rush easily noticed her reluctance and discomfort and therefore decided to intervene. The Archduke, his face immediately changing, sternly told his lord that he had not given him permission to enter this vault. As if shielding the girl with himself, he moved forward a little and asked Callus if he really didn't know that no one except Sterna could enter the walls of this place without his personal permission. The Marquis stretched out his arms and said with a smile that he would gladly repay the debt when he returned to his native lands. He presumptuously and even brazenly asked Rush to say if he had already chosen the amount and to announce it. Stepping forward with an angry expression, the Archduke declared that Callus had no right to choose his own punishment and that it would be meted out according to the traditions of House Burke. He raised his hand, clad in a black glove, and said that the Marquis would have one of the chosen hands cut off at the wrist. The man asked him what he thought about it, and the Marquis replied with a smile that he did not know how much the Archduke needed his hand. The young man asked Rush if he wanted to start a war between the two houses, and he replied that it was Callus himself who was asking for it. Syria thought excitedly that it was very stupid to start a war in winter to find out who was braver, although, with such a passionate thirst for battle, they certainly would not die. Rush said that if Callus was seeking war, House Burke would gladly answer the challenge, but he replied that only the Archduke wished for such a clash. The man, with a calm and cold expression on his face, said that in that case, he would immediately order an urgent telegram to be sent, and the blue-eyed girl opened her eyes wide in fear. Deciding it was time to act, Syria gently tugged at Rush's cloak and told him that her fiancé had shown disrespect, but there was no need to start a war over a trifle, as it would be cruel to the knights, who were already busy tending to the glacier. She tried to make her voice as touching and gentle as possible as she asked him again. The man looked at the thin, fragile fingers clutching his cloak as Syria begged for his favor. Letting go of the fabric, the blue-eyed girl immediately bowed her head, saying that she was already familiar with his mercy, because he showed it to her too. The Marquis stared at them in anger and surprise when the girl assured the Archduke that her fiancé would never do anything so disrespectful again. Turning to Hannet, the man said that he had the most beautiful bride, and then, without saying goodbye, proceeded to the exit of the vault. With childish spontaneity, waving her fist, the blue-eyed girl happily thought that trouble had passed them by. Callus, looking more serious than ever, distracted the girl with his words that they needed to talk. Already on the street, the Marquis tried to shout to the bride while she was quickly walking forward along the snowy paths, and asked how the girl could behave like that, because it was very immodest of her to grab the Archduke by the clothes. Blue Eyes flinched and stopped, feeling a surge of anger when her fiancé stated that her disgusting and rude behavior was caused by anger. Turning around after that, Syria asked sharply if he really wanted to call only her behavior rude. The young man threw up his hands and asked her to calm down, because Lena was sick. The gods had sent her from another world, and she had no one else to rely on except Hannet. He grabbed his bride's wrist sharply with his strong hand and cried out, asking if she could understand at least this. Blue-eyed replied that she understood, but Marquis continued to question her, asking why she was acting like that and was angry, spending time with another man and not even looking him in the eyes. The girl said that the groom behaved the same way with the saint, but he again shouted that these were completely different things, because Lena was sick, and Syria suddenly agreed that everything was really different. Raising an angry and devoted gaze, she said steadfastly and coldly that at least she did not call the Archduke by name in front of Callus. The blue-eyed girl demanded to let her go, but the young man again asked her to listen, preparing for more excuses. She thought she had heard enough and jerked her hand away, jerking forward and mentally calling her fiancé an idiot when he called out to her in fear. Syria was breathing heavily, feeling a sharp pain, but it was easily drowned out by rage, and so she considered that she was ready to continue the quarrel. Without hiding the tears that had accumulated in the corners of her eyes and leaning her bloody palm against the bark of the tree she had collided with, the blue-eyed girl hissed that she had clearly asked to let her go. Callus rushed towards her and asked if it was possible to pull her hand away so abruptly, adding that she had hit a tree while the girl had clenched her hand into a fist, hiding the wounds. Stunning the groom, she said that in his place, after all that had happened, she would have filed for annulment of their engagement and asked for the hand of the saint. The young man looked at his bride in confusion and asked how she could say such a thing, since she was his only love. Unable to contain her anger, Syria screamed, asking who would believe a man who tenderly held another woman's hand in front of his fiancé. She raised her wet gaze, but rather from simple resentment, because she was not as head over heels in love with Callus as the main character, although she liked him. In the original story, he killed Syria and soon took his own life when he was rejected by St. Lena. Blue Eyes mentally tried to justify her actions by saying that the same fate awaited them both, but since the main characters were destined for a happy ending, then they could also get a little happiness. She found herself again in that body-shattering state of panic fear of death, and so she cried and said that he knew nothing. Syria pressed her hands to her chest as salty tears streamed down her cheeks and said that he couldn't even imagine how scared she was every time she saw them together. Callus held out his hands to her and whispered hoarsely that he had not meant to make her cry or cause her pain. He buried his hand in his hair, muttered a hoarse apology to his bride, and stepped forward, asking her several times to stop shedding bitter tears. The Marquis hugged the girl tightly and admitted that it was his fault for her condition, and Syria froze in surprise, not expecting his strong touch. She buried her nose in the fabric of his clothes when the young man suggested that they go to his estate as soon as their wedding took place. Callus, realizing the consequences of his actions, promised his bride that when the saint recovered, he would never see her again. Gently taking the fragile hands of the blue-eyed girl in his own and moving away, the Marquis swore that in their future, he would always be a faithful husband. The girl mentally hoped that everything would work out if she trusted the young man now, because marrying him was the simplest and most accessible way to avoid death at the moment. She hung her head, struggling with herself, and only quietly asked him to try not to be late for the wedding, and Callus gently replied that she had absolutely no reason to worry. He smiled as if nothing bad had happened between them and assured his bride that he would never do such a thing, and Syria exhaled because she even wanted to believe him. Later, the young man discussed this issue in St. Lena's chambers, explaining to her all the details and nuances of the current situation. The brunette listened to Hanet's words in surprise, and then asked again, in confusion, how he could say such a thing and what it all meant. Callus, exhaling and lowering his head, said that today was the last day they could call each other by their first names. Standing in front of him, Lena was clearly unwilling to accept the new circumstances that she did not like at all, and asked if it was related to his fiancé. Answering her own question right away, the girl said that, to tell the truth, Viscount Ison had already explained everything to her himself, and henceforth they would have to call each other Marquis Hanet and St. Lena. The blonde man looked away and said that everything was correct, and then added that after his wedding, they would be able to see each other with great difficulty. Looking at the floor, the brunette stubbornly said that this was wrong, because he had become her dear friend. She asked if they could meet sometimes, but Callus interrupted her by calling her name, and the girl looked up. When the young man extended his hand to her, Lena saw an unfamiliar crystal decoration on his wrist and said that she had never seen this bracelet before. Adjusting the chain, the Marquis said that she was quite observant and attentive, and added that the jewel was a gift from Syria. Folding her arms across her chest, the brunette, calling the young man's bride by name, said that she wished them all the best and would even like to be friends. Callus gently reminded her that etiquette required calling someone you weren't close to by their last name, not just their first name. His words seemed to make the girl lose her temper, and she stamped her foot angrily, shouting that it was etiquette again, repeating the word with hatred several times. Lena raised her hands and asked if he realized how much she had to limit herself, and Hanet was a little taken aback by such a strong reaction. Already beginning to cry, the brunette clenched her hands into fists and said that Archduke Burke ordered her to return to the high church, and that this was very scary for her, and it was also sad to lose such a dear friend as the Marquis. The girl sobbed, asking if he could imagine how much and how quickly her world was changing now. Callus listened in confusion as Lena asked if all his words about caring were lies, even though he promised to be her true protector. Falling to her knees and covering her face with her hands, the brunette cried louder and declared that she was very happy when he said all this. The Marquis squatted down in front of her and placed his hand on her thin shoulder, asking for forgiveness so that she would not cry anymore, and he thought that the girl was probably afraid of many things, and she was also ill. He felt that he had to be there at that moment, and sat down next to her on the floor, asking if she had calmed down after a while. Lena called him by name and suddenly said that she wanted to go to the glacier, and Callus asked in surprise why she needed to go there. Raising her head, the brunette said that she was now Sterna and would be able to help Syria with her duties, asking if there was a chance that thanks to this, the relationship between the girls could improve. The Marquis said that he understood her feelings, but in the state the girl was currently in, this was not the best decision. Lena got up from the floor and asked him to stop objecting to her, because she would go there even alone if he was against this idea. Reminding himself that the girl was still a saint, under the protection of House Hanet, Callus exhaled. The young man rose from the floor and agreed to go to the glacier, but only for a short time. When the young people stepped together towards the doors of the chambers, the brunette promised that they would deal with all of this very, very quickly. The next day, a serious snowstorm covered the streets, and the palace, slowly covered with snow, seemed even brighter and even sparkling. As Rush stood at the window in his office, Lennon explained that the Marquis and the Saint had gone off to an unknown location and disappeared, and all contact with them had been cut off, and they had probably been caught in a severe snowstorm. Clenching his fists, turning around and growling that Callus had gone mad, the Archduke asked furiously if this worthless groom really wanted Syria dead. He said that when it comes to Stern's wedding, there is no room for any such misbehavior, because such things cannot be taken so lightly. The man thought that if all the conditions regarding time, place, and other rules were not met, then Sterna's power would flare up, and in the worst case, she herself would die. Folding his arms across his chest and staring into space, Rush thought that the bastard had been well aware of the danger of Sterna's wedding, and yet he had left right before the ceremony. Turning again and staring out the window, the Archduke wondered if he should have punched Callus right then and there and thrown him into the Bastille. His eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of shiny green hair flashing through the crowd, and he noticed Syria with surprise. He asked why Miss was near the search party that was going to look for him, and Lennon explained that she was probably worried about her fiancé and wanted to go with him. Hearing about the girl's excitement, Rush thought that over the past year, she seemed to have become a completely different person, wondering if it was because of love. Muttering that this was amusing, the man turned to his assistant and ordered him to tell Syria that he forbade her to leave the castle. Later, looking out the window in her chambers, the blue-eyed girl could not understand why she could not go out and go with everyone else. Nervous and fearful of what might happen next, the girl clenched her fists and thought in desperation that she had to find Callus before the ceremony began. Suddenly, Ebby came in, her head and shoulders covered in sparkling snow, calling out to her. The knight brushed it all out of her hair and explained that they had been ordered to stop for the day, because the closer they got to the glacier, the more intense the blizzard raged there, but the search would resume at sunrise. Syria clenched her fist and pressed it to her chest, muttering that she understood everything and suggested that her fiancé would never make it back in time. Stepping closer and carefully taking both of her friend's hands in hers, Ebby suddenly announced that Archduke Burke had asked her to convey a message. He saw the knight during his search, immediately remembering that this girl was Syria's personal escort, and therefore he turned to her with this assignment. Repeating exactly the man's words, which she had memorized due to her specific profession, the girl said that he would bring this bastard to the wedding hall. Blue-Eyed seemed to hear Rush's cold, steel-like voice when Ebby said that he would do it, even if he personally had to tie up Callus and throw him there. The Archduke told her that if she did not hear any positive news, even by the day of the ceremony, she should continue to prepare for it as if nothing had happened. Syria even blushed when she heard Rush's words that no matter what happened, the wedding would go as originally planned. Letting go of her friend's hands, Ebby exhaled and muttered that he said all this and was so angry. Turning to the window, Syria said that the High Church constantly emphasized the importance of punctuality, and the Archduke apparently found it very important to carry out all these ceremonies. Ebby asked Miss not to worry, because everyone would join the search, and the girl muttered that she had no doubt that Callus would return because she believed in him. On the day of Sterna's wedding, while they were in the cottage in the middle of a snowstorm, St. Lena screamed that it was too dangerous to go outside. The brunette grabbed the boy's clothes with both hands, desperately screaming that he couldn't just leave her here alone. Callus turned around and said that there was almost no time left before the ceremony, and he needed to get to the palace. Lena's yellow eyes widened, and she asked why they couldn't postpone the whole ceremony for a few days, since he wouldn't be able to get anywhere now anyway. The Marquis lowered his head, sighed, and explained that if it was about Sterna's wedding, then absolutely nothing could be postponed. The young man took her hand, wanting to describe everything in more detail, but it turned out that there was no time left. He suddenly coughed up blood so much that a large drop even landed on the saint's fair cheek. Callus immediately covered his mouth with his hands, and Lena looked at him in fear, her eyes wide open and not really understanding what was happening. Looking at his own blood and swallowing quietly, the Marquis began to say that the wedding ceremony had begun right now. While Syria stood alone at the altar in a white dress, people discussed whether Marquis Hunnet could not return, while others responded that something must have happened, and he could not have simply run away with the saint. The girl held a bouquet of bright red roses in her hands, hearing from all sides how the guests spoke about the disrespect shown to Stern and the possible consequences of such behavior by Callus. The blue-eyed doctor fearfully told her interlocutor that rumors and disrespect were not to be feared, because they could have a much more serious problem. The woman reminded that if things went wrong, Miss Syria's divine power would simply explode. Abigail, hearing this, leaned forward, looking frightened and shocked, and asked the doctor to repeat what he had already said. Here, people suddenly shouted Sterna's name, when the blue-eyed girl suddenly coughed loudly and leaned over, covering her mouth with her hand. Seeing a stain of crimson blood on the floor, the blue-eyed girl covered her mouth with her hand in fear, realizing that it was her own blood, caused by her cough. As the girl fell to her knees, Abigail rushed forward, calling out to her mistress, but the woman next to her grabbed her shoulder, ordering her not to come near her. The knight turned around in surprise when she squeezed her hand, but she explained that it was Sterna's wedding, and therefore if anyone touched her, her divine power would become all-consuming. While everyone around her was panicking and screaming, Syria could only cough and think that she had hoped to avoid the horrible ending, but wondered if it could only happen to her because of the original heroine's nature. The floor turned the horrible scarlet color of death again, and the girl began to cry, afraid of this outcome and wanting it all to end. Sterna's blue eyes filled with tears as she thought about how she only wanted love and couldn't understand what she had done wrong. Suddenly, the wide doors of the ceremonial hall swung open, and the long familiar silhouette of the Archduke appeared in them. The girl looked in his direction, her face wet with tears and blood, while the man confidently and quickly walked towards her, not paying attention to the warnings of those around him. Arriving very quickly, Rush picked her up, allowing her to lean on his strong arms and urged the blue-eyed girl to pull herself together. Looking into Syria's face with his red eyes, he firmly stated that she could not die today, because it would be terribly unfair for her to leave like that. She was beautiful here, at the wedding altar, dressed in a magnificent white dress and covered with the same festive veil. Only she was not standing in the arms of her beloved, but was dying in the arms of another. As if begging for help, the blue-eyed girl desperately squeezed Rush's wrist with her fingers and croaked that she didn't want this. The girl, with tears and coughing, forced out the words that such a death would be too pitiful. The Archduke felt as if his heart had stopped, and then started pounding somewhere in his throat and tried to catch his breath. Syria's palm, which had been squeezing her hand with all its might, fell to the floor with a loud thud, and Rush realized that he no longer had time for thoughts and doubts. He announced to everyone around him that they should prepare for the wedding ceremony, and the priest, surprised, asked his lordship how to understand these words. Looking up, showing the full extent of the peremptory nature of his words, the Archduke declared that this wedding must take place as planned, and Syria Stern would be saved. The girl had a nightmare about running in pitch darkness and begging not to be killed while her pursuer followed her and called her name. She finally opened her eyes, feeling tears rolling down her wet cheeks, and her whole body burning with the horror of the nightmare she had experienced, albeit in an unconscious state. Rush sat in front of her, and he whispered tenderly and excitedly that the girl had woken up. The blue-eyed girl quietly turned to him, but the blonde-haired man reached out to her face and gently wiped away the tears that had accumulated in the corners of her eyes with his finger. He told the girl that she remained beyond his understanding and smiled, asking what dream could bring her to tears before she woke up. Syria asked in surprise if she had really been crying, and the Archduke nodded, then said that otherwise he would not have woken her. The girl quietly asked if he had called her by name, and Rush agreed, repeating the question of what exactly she had dreamed about. Feeling soft medical bandages on her wrists and neck, the blue-eyed woman, without hiding the essence of the nightmare, explained that she felt as if she was dying in it. Wetting a clean towel with water, the man asked if she was so afraid of death, and Syria answered the question with a question, wondering if anyone could not be afraid of her. He gently placed the wet towel on the girl's forehead and chuckled slightly, attracting her surprised attention. Rush said with a smile, as if he thought that Stern clearly wasn't afraid of her after all the antics she had pulled. Blue-eyed looked at him, trying to understand why he was so caring and why she had even managed to survive there, at the altar, left alone. Syria quietly asked how things were with Callus, and the Archduke's face immediately changed, as if changing from mercy to anger, not towards her, but towards the Marquis. He raised his hand and placed it on the towel resting on the girl's forehead, while she looked at him in surprise. Rush suddenly rubbed the blue-eyed girl's forehead with a towel, and when she asked him in confusion what he was doing, he muttered that the girl seemed to have amnesia. Removing his hand, the man asked if Syria really didn't remember what exactly happened at that horrible wedding ceremony. He immediately remembered holding her body, weak and barely weighing anything, in his arms while the priest spoke. Then the head of the Burkes was ordered to take an oath to Syria Stern, the owner of the blessing of the constellation. Hearing all this from him, the girl jumped up on the bed, asking again if they really had become real husband and wife. Rush said that he, as the head of the House of Burke, could not allow his line to be dishonored by the loss of Sterna, and the blue-eyed girl quietly asked if he knew in that case, even before the ceremony, that she could die. The man stood up and agreed, adding that Sterna's wedding had to be done in a strict order, and so, to avoid the worst-case scenario, it was customary not to tell them about it. Surprising Syria and causing her eyes to widen, the Archduke explained that this information was always conveyed to their betrothed, as they too would be in danger if the ceremony was interrupted, as the divine powers would then be released. The girl raised her head, but did not immediately dare to ask this question, and therefore exhaled loudly. Lowering her voice to almost a whisper, the blue-eyed girl asked if he meant to say that Callus knew that she would die if the groom was late. Later that evening, my lord was shouted at to be barred from entering Syria's chambers, but young Hannet opened the doors, calling his now ex-bride by name. The girl, who had been standing by the window and looking at the darkening sky, turned around and gave him the most icy look. The maid screamed in fear that the Archduke had ordered them not to let anyone into the mistress's bedroom, but Syria asked them to leave them because she and the Marquis had something to discuss. When the strangers had left, Callus grabbed her by the shoulders and shouted at the girl, asking how she could do such a thing, how she could marry another, such a scoundrel as Burke. Such words addressed to her current husband and the fear she had experienced did their job, and the blue-eyed girl hit the young man on the cheek with all her might, leaving a bright red mark on it. She coldly and emotionlessly reminded the Marquis that he had never shown up for their wedding ceremony. Syria screamed that if it weren't for Burke, she would have died a completely horrible and painful death, solely due to Callus's fault. The blond man covered his face with his hand, and the girl said that, judging by the expression on his face, he was curious about how she knew this, and then she growled that he understood all the danger he had created for the girl. Feeling a burning anger and a bright resentment, the girl asked with tears in her eyes if this was his ultimate goal, and if that was why he left with the saint at that very moment. The young man lowered his head and called his ex-fiancée by name, muttering hastily that they had simply been caught in a snowstorm on their way. Callus fell to his knees in front of the blue-eyed woman with a thud and looked at his hands, whispering that he had no choice. Raising his hands and gesturing, he shouted that he was terribly worried about the girl, and even during the snowstorm he tried to get to her, but suddenly lost consciousness. The young man burst into tears, looking up and asking Syria to have no doubt that she was the only girl he would ever want to marry. Saying that all his words were spoken from the heart and that he truly loved her, Callus took the girl's hand in his palms, and she felt a strange, unpleasant energy. Syria looked at him in surprise, feeling the already familiar power of light, similar to her own, but not as obvious, and froze. Immediately looking at Hatton's tear-stained face, she wondered why he was still alive, since his powers should have exploded just like hers, as payment for breaking the oath. The Marquis took part in the ceremony at the moment when he swore to marry her, thereby binding himself to all the Sterns as a whole, which meant that, theoretically, any of them could become his wife for the purpose of fulfilling the oath. The blue-eyed girl quietly whispered the name of her former fiancé, as if she had just remembered another, short-haired Stern in these domains. She clenched her free hand into a fist and screamed, "Did he really dare to marry St. Lena?" And the blonde man froze. The girl thought that she would not humiliate herself so much, just to repeat the fate of Saria from the book, and therefore told Callus that she had recently fallen in love with him, but already regretted the wasted time. The blue-eyed girl felt something clench in her chest, because before what happened, she was always careful that her dear fiancé would not be upset. The Marquis cried out that the marriage was only temporary, declaring that it was necessary so that they both could survive. Without hiding the tears of anger, the blue-eyed one loudly declared that it did not matter, thinking that her behavior as a beautiful and submissive bride had only ruined her. The young man stepped forward and said desperately that they could divorce their unloved ones and marry each other, just start over, because there was still time. Callus's eyes widened in surprise, his cheek still stinging from when Syria asked him if it was just a matter of time. Looking at him from under her brows, the girl exhaled, gathered her courage, and coldly said that her feelings for the Marquis had disappeared. She walked down the corridor, not wanting to listen to any more meaningless excuses, but the blonde ran after her, asking her to stop and discuss everything. Callus grabbed her wrist tightly, and the girl turned around, looking irritatedly at her ex-fiancé, who could not understand the doom of their relationship. Wincing, the blue-eyed woman hissed in anger that the Marquis was emanating the power of another, alien Sterna, which she felt. The young man froze when his ex-fiancé spat out in disgust that she was disgusted to feel this energy on her in his touch. The Marquis again asked the girl to stop, but a cold and stern voice interrupted their squabble when the Archduke repeated that the girl had ordered him to let her go. Rush straightened his broad shoulders and asked angrily if my lord had really gone deaf, on top of everything else. He urged the Marquis on, and he frowned, drawing his eyebrows together across the bridge of his nose, removing his tenacious fingers from the girl's wrist. The Archduke noticed that the wounds on Syria's hand, covered with a medical bandage, had reopened bleeding wounds, promising that they would call the priest and he would help her. And the blue-eyed girl nodded and squeezed her wrist. Pressing his palm to his chest, Marquis Callus declared to his lordship that he could take the girl to the priest himself. Rush looked the young man up and down without a shred of enthusiasm and asked why the Marquis would do this. He swallowed quietly, trying to withstand the onslaught of all the contempt that oozed from the Archduke, and said that he simply had not finished speaking with the girl yet. The man turned his head to his wife and said that he would leave the choice entirely to his mistress. With a look that did not bode well for Callus, Rush repeated that Syria was always free to choose who would accompany her. Only after hearing these words, the blue-eyed girl gently touched the Archduke's elbow and strong hand with her fingers, turning half-turned towards him, and the young man froze in shock, looking at this. The blue-eyed woman smiled tenderly, raising her sparkling gaze to her husband, and said that she was indebted to his lordship for everything he had done. Rush gently put his arm around her shoulders and led her forward down the corridor, smiling as he asked if such words were unnecessary between spouses. Callus was left standing alone in the middle of the corridor when the Archduke ordered his assistant Lenin to invite a priest into their chambers. The priest examined the girl and said that the lady should temporarily refrain from any active movements, and then bowed and left the room. After watching the man leave, Rush turned his gaze to his wife, asking if she was feeling better. When the blue-eyed woman continued to sit and silently look at his face, the man folded his arms across his chest and asked if she was going to answer the question. Syria suddenly stood up from her seat and bowed to him, saying that she was a little late, but asked permission to thank his lordship for saving her. The fair-haired man jumped up excitedly and asked why the girl did this and whether she hit her head, and she quickly replied that she was completely fine with that. He asked in confusion what was the matter then, looking at Sterna's face, and the blue-eyed girl laughed a little, saying that she had only just now finally come to her senses. She understood that she owed her life to the main character for saving her, although she considered him the most terrible person in the world, and thanked him again. Rush froze in surprise, his bright red eyes wide as Syria, that same Syria, said that she was truly grateful to him. Thinking about how Archduke Girax had held his first wedding with her simply to keep her from dying, the blue-eyed one whispered that she would do anything to repay him for his kindness. With her head down, she asked him not to worry too much and said that she would try not to undermine his prospects for future marriage. Rush asked again to clarify whether he had heard her correctly, and the girl resolutely answered in the affirmative. The man, propping up his fist, said that it was the first time he had heard of a woman being concerned about such a question, and Syria said that even if he married 2, 3, or more times, he would still not stop inflaming women's hearts. He asked with a grin if she thought he was a libertine, and the girl quickly shook her head, but the blonde man suddenly smiled, asking if she was sure of that answer. A little at a loss, the blue-eyed woman said that she hoped that he would not be offended by the words that she intended to spend all her stern powers for the good of his domains for as long as their marriage lasted. Rush asked, a little confused, why she was watching his reaction so closely and whether he scared her, and the girl, laughing nervously, replied that she wouldn't say that. Mentally laughing at her behavior, the Archduke said that in any case, he would look forward to his wife's contribution to the well-being of the House of Berk. Smiling brightly at his trust and words, Syria assured him that she would do everything in her power to live up to his expectations. Much later, the girl descended into the cool dungeon that served as a prison and found her accompanying knight, Abigail. Syria approached the cell and touched the iron bars, and the dark-haired woman asked the lady how she knew about her location, but she said that it was not important at all now. Blue Eyes asked the knight what had made her challenge Callus's fighters, since it was considered disrespectful, and the girl muttered that she had only offered them a duel. Syria exhaled loudly and rubbed her forehead when Ebby stated that she had already had to clench all her patience into a fist in order to refrain from challenging the Marquis himself. The lady asked Abigail to do something about her character, and a cheerful male voice suddenly declared that she had not challenged them to a knightly duel, but rather to a fierce fight. Sir Eliot, always beaming with his smile and good mood, came down to them in the dungeon. He came closer and casually sang that Abigail could hardly escape the punishment of exile from the Empire. Pointing towards the knight, Eliot asked the lady not to worry, because thanks to the Archduke's mercy, the girl would be released in a couple of days, and the blue-eyed girl asked admiringly how she could repay him for such kindness. Eliot stated that Abigail was the only one in the master's debt, and Syria happily said that she was a knight and would definitely repay all debts, while the dark-haired one irritably asked how long they were going to stand there. When the young people came out of the dungeon onto the street, the Duchess wrapped her woolen poncho around herself, asking if it was too cold in the prison and if it was possible to freeze to death there. As if he had never thought about it before, Eliot asked if she seriously thought that was possible, and the blue-eyed girl muttered that she was worried about Abi. The fair-haired man assured her that she was one of those people who would find a way out, even if they ended up in a glacier, asking how the lady had managed to find such a hardy escort. Changing the subject, the blue-eyed girl suddenly declared that immediately after her release, Ebby would bring her hot beef soup and give her the best, thickest cloak she could find, and would also let her live in her chambers for a while. Eliot suddenly looked away and laughed, and Syria asked in confusion what was going on and what she had said. She froze in surprise and opened her mouth slightly when the head of the knight said with a smile that he seemed to understand what had interested the Archduke in her. The girl involuntarily remembered the warm hands of Rush, who hugged her, calmed her down, and said that such a death would be terribly unfair. Syria blushed brightly, thinking that such a man could actually find her even a little interesting. She was interrupted from her thoughts by a familiar voice of a man who said that he saw that the young people were enjoying their conversation. In front of them stood the Archduke's assistant, Lenin, who seemed overly tired and even somewhat exhausted. The lady immediately stepped towards him, noticing this state, and excitedly noticed that his face was completely gone. Lenin explained that his lordship had suddenly married, so it was necessary to obtain the approval of the imperial family, and he also asked to organize a reception in honor of his wife, but suddenly cleared his throat, adding that all this, of course, was trifles compared to the lady's work of checking the glacier. Syria felt incredibly awkward when the man said that she was still too weak to help him, and their marriage with the Archduke had not yet been approved, so he would have to do everything alone. However, the blue-eyed woman noticed from Lenin's face and behavior that he did not want to offend her with his words, and was worried that he might offend the Duchess. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl thanked the assistant with all her heart, thinking that the servants of the Berk house were much kinder than she could have imagined. Seeing her gentle mood, Lenin said that the end-of-the-year celebration would take place the day after tomorrow, and therefore she needed to start preparing, and the blue-eyed girl readily agreed. 2 days later, in the Archduke's palace, preparations for the celebration were in full swing in a variety of rooms. Begonia, who had finished putting up the girl's hair, enthusiastically said that the whole look looked amazing, and Syria even turned a little pink. She asked her dressmaker, embarrassed, if the lush, dark blue dress didn't look too pretentious, but she only straightened her mistress's hair, reminding her that she would soon become an archduchess, and therefore such a level of formality was acceptable. The girl quietly reminded Begonia that the gentleman had married her only to save her, but the woman warmly replied that she knew of cases in which gestures of goodwill had ultimately become fateful. Syria silently wondered if all this could really be fate, changed by her actions. The maid interrupted their conversation and entered the chambers, nervously saying that someone had come to see the mistress, but did not have time to finish. Saint Lena appeared behind her and shouted, brazenly calling Syria by name and asking her to talk. Begonia couldn't hold back, and irritably asked the brunette if she had really gone crazy to show up like that. The blue-eyed girl exhaled loudly, still sitting with her back to the door, and asked the dressmaker and the maid to leave them alone. Syria turned around, looking at the brunette, and said that she wanted to listen to her possible words. When the girls were alone, and the saint sat down on the sofa, close to the lady, she said that they were alone and could now talk calmly. Without looking at her interlocutor, Lena swallowed nervously and asked her not to blame Callus too much for what happened. The blue-eyed girl listened without much emotion on her face, as the brown-haired girl said that she herself had constantly pestered the Marquis with stories about how she wanted to go to the glacier, but they were suddenly caught in a snowstorm there. The girl coldly asked if the saint knew that Callus was her fiancé and that they were already engaged. Lowering her yellow eyes downwards, Lena cleared her throat and justified herself by saying that for her, he was just a dear friend, and she only wanted to create one last shared memory with him. The Duchess tapped her finger on her lips, echoing the strange words of the protagonist. Taking her hand away from her face, Syria pretended to be an interested woman, asking if she would now be more suitable for the Marquis if they now had this last memory. Lena opened her bright yellow eyes, tears gathering in the corners, and the girl thought that, unfortunately, he was bullying her just like in the book. The saint lowered her head, feeling hot tears scorching her cheeks, and then said that she simply wanted to befriend the lady. Covering her face with her hand, the blue-eyed woman exhaled loudly and asked if she really thought that an ex-wife and a current wife could become friends. She stared in surprise at the brunette when she suddenly asked why this couldn't be. Lena explained that she and Callus were not officially married, and Syria calmly replied that it was their business, which from now on did not concern her. The girl put her hands forward and expressed hope that they and the Wrights would be able to get closer, but they were interrupted by the maid, who informed the mistress that it was time for the event. Blue-eyed was glad to be able to avoid this awkward conversation and rose from her chair, trying to calm down. Lena suddenly asked whether Syria's mother was a commoner who later became an artist, and she froze, her eyes wide with fear. Meanwhile, Lennon asked his master that, if his memory served him right, the Duchess had fainted at her wedding after suffering severe blood loss, and he responded in the affirmative. Remembering all the girl's impulses to do everything without his help, or at least assistance, the assistant exclaimed, wondering why the man then did not forbid her to overwork herself. Looking at his papers, Rush said that he could not interfere with a person who sincerely wanted to work. Besides, it was better for the girl to be busy than to give in to empty thoughts. He looked up from his reading and glanced at his assistant to see why he was suddenly concerned about Syria's well-being, but the man was taken aback by the question. Lennon said with great zeal that he is not indifferent to those who quickly and efficiently perform their direct duties. He folded his arms across his chest and asked the gentleman if he knew how soon they had prepared for the year's celebration, and then declared that it was only thanks to the lady that he could sit here and leisurely look through the documents an hour before the ball. The assistant turned to the table and picked up the sheets of paper from it, asking if he would allow him to ask what had fascinated him so much. Lennon read that Archduke Berk would invite a mage from the kingdom of Nesla to exorcise the demons of their Laurel estate, and then asked if this would be the last visit and if the gentleman would take Syria with him. Rush stood up and placed his palms on the table, believing that he had to do this, because even though their union was temporary, they were still husband and wife. The assistant said that he would eagerly await the story of how the demons would behave when they saw the lady, and the Archduke, stepping forward, replied that he himself was interested in this. Turning around, the fair-haired man said that the feast would soon begin, and it would be heartless of him not to accompany his newly made wife there. Rush was walking calmly through the corridors of the castle when he suddenly bumped into Marquis Callus, immediately frowning and asking what he was doing here. The young man, who looked gloomy and restless as never before, confidently approached the Archduke, almost right up to him. When he said that he had simply come for St. Lena, his interlocutor asked why she was there, and was told that Hannet himself did not know. The The Marquis suddenly seemed to straighten his shoulders even more, trying to appear impressive, and asked directly when the Archduke was going to dissolve his marriage. Rush looked at him with a frankly angry look of bright red eyes and knitted his eyebrows together, asking the young man what he meant. Extending his hand forward, Callus said that he was deeply grateful to the Duke for saving Syria's life and would repay him in full on behalf of House Hanet. His interlocutor coldly replied that all these speeches were astonishing, but asked why the Marquis would pay the debts of a completely strange wife, and he, amazed, appealed to his lordship. Rush folded his arms across his chest, asking the young man if there was still something connecting them. Clenching his fists, Callus declared that he was serious about divorcing Lena as soon as possible. Stepping forward, he said that, moreover, his marriage to Syria had already been officially approved by her father, Marquis Keladin. The Archduke's face darkened when Hanet asked if he had written a letter to the Syria family to ask their opinion on the matter. The man thought that all this was absurd, because he entered into this marriage to save the girl and could not have time to settle all the official aspects. Looking at the displeased face of his interlocutor, Rush mentally growled that everything that had happened was entirely his fault, and now he dared to boast about it. Realizing that he did not wish to waste any more time on either stupid conversations or the Marquis, the Archduke turned around and said that for a man who had put his bride's life at risk, he was too talkative. Suddenly, both men heard someone scream several times and call out loudly for Mrs. Syria. A few minutes ago, in the living room, Saint Lena asked the Duchess about her mother's origins. Everything the brunette said was true, because despite all her mother's beauty, she still remained an ordinary low-grade artist. The girl remembered that in the book, this woman was mentioned only a few times, but the original Syria reacted to this with madness and violence and became like a mad bull. Continuing to chat incessantly, the brunette declared that she liked the blue-eyed girl's parents even despite their origin. While a bright anger was slowly but surely seething inside the Duchess, the saint raised her fists as if in a victory gesture and said that they were all alike. The girl suddenly fell silent, seeing Syria's furious face, and opened her lips, asking why she was looking at her like that. The lady suddenly flew up to Lena, and furiously scorching her with her wide blue eyes, swung her palm. The brunette closed her eyes and seemed to shrink, expecting a very strong and even dangerous blow, but it did not follow, and she opened her eyes wide. Sterna came to her senses just in time, reminding herself of the whole situation, and hit herself, leaving a bright red mark on her cheek that immediately began to burn and sting. Exhaling a couple of times and bringing her breathing back to normal, the Duchess coldly asked how the girl knew about this. Lena smiled nervously, sweat appearing on her face, and the girl quickly explained that the teacher had told her everything. Leaning over her, Syria asked if Viscount Eason, her wise teacher, had told her that she hated it when it was mentioned, or that discussing personal family histories was considered a grave insult. Blue Eyes looked angry and furious, mentally wondering how much longer she had to continue to bend over backwards for those around her, even though Lena and Callus had deceived her, and she still continued to endure it. Leaning her hand on the back of the sofa near the saint's head, Syria said that no matter how much Callus repeated about the temporary nature of their marriage, she was still the Marchioness of Hanet, a saint and a Sterna. Leaning over, the girl said that people in such a position cannot say out loud everything that comes into their heads, disgracing those around them and citing the difficulty of understanding. Turning around, the blue-eyed girl finished her monologue by saying that the brunette was no longer a child and should be more prudent, occupying such a high position in society. She walked down the corridor, trying to overcome her own anger and wondering whether she should go to the priest and tell him all of Lena's insults. Leaning against the wall, the girl thought about what they could do, because no words could change the fact that for many she was still a villain. Thinking that it would be a good idea to go back, Syria turned around, remembering Begonia, who was present there and was probably in shock right now. Immediately crashing into someone, the blue-eyed girl screamed and yelped, slightly stepping back from her obstacle. The already familiar touch of a warm, wide hand stopped her from falling, catching her and helping her regain her previously lost balance. Rush, slightly disheveled, a little irritated, and hastily asked the lady what was happening to her. The girl froze in surprise, opening her wide blue eyes, and very hoarsely, almost in a whisper, greeted his lordship. Syria asked her husband in surprise why he was there. Had he really come for her? And the Archduke muttered that these were very strange questions. The man explained that he had been following her since she left the room, and the girl asked in surprise if this was true. Folding his arms across his chest, Rush said he felt like he was walking loud enough to attract attention. Stroking her sore cheek with her fingers, the blue-eyed girl smiled nervously and said that her thoughts seemed to have managed to distract her from the real world. Noticing the unusual lump and redness on Sterna's cheek, the Archduke stepped closer, took her chin in his hand, examining the damage. Perfectly understanding and realizing that she urgently needed to come up with some excuse for this wound, the girl smiled stupidly, but nothing came to her mind. Rush raised an eyebrow, waiting for an explanation, but looked more interested than angry. He suddenly noticed that this mark was very similar to the one that remained on others after interacting with Saria in the past, and the girl swallowed, not understanding how he knew about it. She waved her hand, admitting that he was right, and explained that she had hit herself because she and Mrs. Lena had argued. The man asked what they were talking about, and the blue-eyed woman hastened to assure him that there was nothing like that in this conversation, because she thought that he definitely did not come here for such conversations. She looked at Rush's gloomy face, who clearly wouldn't mind knowing all the details, but she realized that right now he didn't want to talk about the matter of the real series. Turning around abruptly, the blonde man said that now they had better get some air before heading into the hall to cool her cheek. Mentally wondering if the man was uninterested or just expressing his concern, Saria froze a little when he turned his head, asking if she was coming. She followed her husband, trying to keep up with his long, rhythmic steps. Marquis Callis, who saw them from the upper tier of the corridor, froze, quietly muttering the name of his now ex-fiancé. The girl walked arm in arm with Archduke Burke, and this seemed to suit her completely, and did not even sadden her. The man looked at the blue-eyed woman with interest and said something, and she was too close for a forced wife and kept up the conversation. He gripped the railing tighter with his fingers as jealousy burned in his soul like a nasty alcoholic drink. Rush and Saria sat on a bench in the garden, postponing the time of their appearance at the ball, because they were waiting for the speaking mark on her cheek to calm down. The Archduke closed his eyes, folding his arms across his chest, and the girl took advantage of the moment to look at him. But the man suddenly looked straight at her and asked why she didn't stop looking. Wanting to get out of the awkward situation, Sterna hastily muttered that she was simply worried about his white clothes getting dirty in the garden. Rush was not particularly satisfied with this answer, and so remained silent while his wife rubbed the back of her head and laughed nervously. A little later, the man said with a warm smile that sometimes he really wanted to look into her head and see what amazing things were going on there. Blue Eyes echoed his words in surprise, and the Archduke explained with a gentle smile that her thoughts were quite chaotic. Immediately causing his wife to blush, Rush affectionately said that, being honest, he would also be sorry if her dress were to get ruined if something happened. Immediately starting to fidget nervously and wave her hands, Saria quickly asked if he really liked the dress that Begonia recommended to her. Catching his thoughtful expression and overly deep gaze, the girl mentally recognized him as vulgar and blushed even more than before. Turning away and showing his reddened ears to the blue-eyed woman, the Archduke stood up, saying that it was time for them to go, since the reception had already begun. Sterna, covered by her husband's white jacket, jumped up with a dream to keep up with him, and suddenly asked if the Marquis of Hanet had come to the outbuilding. Without turning around, Rush asked why she suddenly decided to ask about this. The girl said she seemed to smell his perfume, which he used at some events. Feeling a distinct pang of jealousy, the Archduke turned to the blue-eyed girl and glanced at her, asking if he had heard everything correctly. Saria quickly explained that they simply had a rather unusual and specific smell, which is why she remembered it. The girl hesitantly asked if she had offended her husband, but he turned around and said that they had better hurry, otherwise they might be late. Walking forward, Rush thought irritably and a little upset about whether she really liked this bastard so much that she even remembered the scent of his perfume. They walked towards the palace together, step by step, leaving behind them the rich garden and elegant benches. At the same time, in the castle of the Burke house, the celebration and feast were already in full swing. It seemed that there was not a single dark room left in it. When the people present in the solemnly decorated hall noticed Marquise Hanet and St. Lena, they began to whisper, calling them shameless behind their backs. Noticing all these reproachful glances and conversations, the brunette looked down and told Callis that she felt very awkward being there. Turning his head towards the girl, the blonde man asked if she was going to tell him what had already happened between her and Saria today. Turning away in irritation, the girl said that she had already told him several times that she had only come to apologize, and that Stern had made an incomprehensible scene. She angrily said that she didn't want to think about it anymore, and therefore her husband should stop reminding her about it. Suddenly, the heavy doors located in the very center of the hall, on the dais, swung open, and servants loudly asked to greet His Grace, Archduke Rush Burke and Her Grace, Syria Stern. Callus looked jealously at the blue-eyed woman, who was hugging the man by the hand and smiling brightly, almost glowing with happiness, like the sun. The guests present began to speak with admiration about how charming and gentle the newly minted mistress was. One of the ladies of high society noticed that even the Duke and Duchess's clothes, made in dark blue and white, matched each other. Listening to compliments and praise from all sides, Syria covered her bright smile with her hand and pressed herself even closer to her husband. Saint Lena listened with anger and envy as people discussed how the blue-eyed lady was absolutely worthy of being the star of the evening. Noticing familiar faces, Rush asked his wife why she was there, asking if their invitations had been canceled. Awkwardly rubbing her hand with her palm, the girl asked how she could justify this decision, and the Archduke replied that there were simply a ton of reasons and she should have simply chosen anyone. Syria exhaled and muttered that they all deserved to be here no less than she did, since she was not the star of the evening, as many said. After a pause, Rush spread his hands a little, affectionately asking that if the star was not his wife, then who else? Lena, who was staring at them with wide-open yellow eyes, suddenly thought that in the presence of these two, she felt like a third wheel. Viscount Ison, the girl's teacher, noticed her impulses and placed his hand on her fragile shoulder, distracting the saint. When the brunette turned to face him, the man asked if he hadn't advised her not to approach Mrs. Syria at all for a while. Scratching the back of her head, the blue-eyed lady said that she could not look at things in any other way than from a more modest point of view. Calling his wife by name and placing his palm on his chest, Rush repeated in a firm but soft and soothing tone that this reception was arranged only for her and not for everyone present. The fair-haired man said with a caring smile that, according to tradition, the ball should be opened by the stars of the evening, and then asked if she would do him such an honor. Syria blushed brightly and responded to his lordship with consent, lowering her palm into the strong hand that was extended. The festively decorated hall was filled with live music. The best orchestra harmoniously played a pleasant waltz melody. Rush wrapped his strong arm around his wife's thin waist and confidently and skillfully led her in the dance, concentrating only on them and simply forgetting about everything else. Saint Lena asked her teacher why only the Archduke and his wife danced at such a ball. He explained that His Highness was a very highly titled person. The Archdukes of the House of Burke had been at the level of the imperial family since time immemorial. The brunette asked how she and Callus were doing with such things, and the Viscount evasively replied that their position was also quite high. While the girl looked enviously at the couple twirling in the dance, the man added that in the Empire there is a clear line between the aristocracy and the imperial family. One of the servants approached the Viscount, saying that the Marquis of Callus Hanet was looking for him, and he turned around, saying that he would come to his master in a moment. Having bowed to the saint, the man said that he had to step away for a couple of minutes and left, but the girl hardly paid any attention to him. Looking at Rush and Syria waltzing and smiling, Lena thought that perhaps she would be even better off on the other side. Later, the Duchess went out onto her private terrace and ordered the servants not to let anyone in, looking at the night sky and thinking that the statement that the future could not be predicted in advance was true. She thought with a smile that only a few days ago she had thought of becoming the Marchioness of House Hanet if the wedding had gone smoothly. At the time, it seemed to her that Callus's feelings were real, but he still couldn't get rid of Lena the same way as it was described in the book. Thinking about the failed marriage and the completely unexpected marriage, the blue-eyed girl remembered Rush's warm hands, thinking with regret that, in the course of the original story, she should have lost them. Lowering her head and closing her eyes, the girl sighed, deciding that she didn't even want to think about the development of the plot right now. Suddenly, her peace was interrupted by the annoying saint, who deftly slipped onto the terrace and called the lady by name. Stepping closer to the Duchess, the brunette clasped her hands and said that they should finish the conversation they started earlier. Meanwhile, in the hall, Rush asked Lennon where Syria had gone, and he replied that she had gone to the terrace, and the man asked whether he was talking about the Archduchess's private quarters. The assistant, recalling the efforts he had to make to persuade the girl to go there, said that the place had been closed for a long time, and he had finally decided to open it despite the fact that the marriage was only temporary. Immediately fearing the possible reaction of the stern gentleman, Lennon hastened to ask if this was not too self-confident on his part, but Rush replied that everything was correct. With a smile on his face, thinking about his spouse, the fair-haired man muttered that it was very rare for her to be in pleasant solitude these days. Spotting Marquis Callus in the crowd, he whispered thoughtfully that there was nothing wrong with giving the lady this opportunity. At this time, Syria told the unwanted guest that this was the Archduchess's terrace, where even her own husband had no right to barge in or enter. Pressing her palms to her chest, Lena did not listen to anything instructive and said that she asked Marquis Hannett for a divorce. Tears welled up in the brunette's eyes when the already tired and irritated blue-eyed girl asked without interest what should follow from this. She spread her arms wide and said that she had heard that it was as difficult for Stern to get divorced as it was to get married, and therefore not everything could work out right away. Grabbing Syria by the hand, the saint screamed, promising to return to the girl what she had taken from her. Exhaling loudly through clenched teeth, the Duchess said that Lena still seemed to have not understood everything that had happened. Abruptly pulling her hand out of the unwanted bonds, the blue-eyed woman confidently declared that it did not matter to her at all whether death or divorce separated the saint from her husband, because it would not change the fact that she no longer had feelings for Callus. Turning away and stroking her forehead with her hand, the lady irritably asked what Lena wanted from her, and she hastened to answer that she didn't want anything at all. Taking her hand away from her face, the girl saw the Marquis in the doorway, who, however, was in no hurry to come into them, but was only listening. Standing there, the young man heard his wife scream that she knew she was not needed in this place. The saint shouted to Syria that in her presence she immediately felt like a third wheel, and the blue-eyed girl felt something evil approaching. These words were exactly the same as those that Stern must have said to Rush, not understanding why the restless Lena was saying them now. Knowing full well that the main character was the saint, the blue-eyed girl simply wanted to save her life and told the girl that Callus was standing outside the door. She added that she was sure that from her position, Lena would have definitely seen him, realizing how she was still manipulating, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Growing more and more angry at the current situation, Syria asked if the girl really wanted the Marquis to hear everything and not stop believing in her sincerity. Clenching her hands into fists, she assumed that the brunette was also simply trying to make her interlocutor look bad. Thinking that it was a terrible injustice to remain forever in the camp of villains, the blue-eyed one said with resentment that she had never done anything to the saint. Turning around, the girl declared that if the brunette refused to leave, then she would leave the terrace herself, and Lena rushed after her. Suddenly, the moon glowed a bright pink, and the girl clutched her chest, her bright yellow eyes wide. When Syria turned around at the scream and touch, the saint was no longer behind her, only a white shoe lay on the cold floor. The Marquis, who had entered the terrace, raised his hand and covered his face from the bright, blinding light of the moon. He looked around and realized that Saint Lena was nowhere to be found. Only the new Duchess was standing at the very railing and looking somewhere ahead of herself. The girl looked at the sky in surprise, realizing that she had read about something similar, but was completely amazed to see it with her own eyes. Callus's sudden call made her turn around, and the young man shouted angrily, asking if Syria had pushed Lena down. Looking at the once-beloved man, the blue-eyed woman even froze from such impudence, unable to quickly cope with such an accusation. The servant ran up to the Marquis, stammering and asking his lord how he could speak such a thing about his mistress. Turning away and rubbing her face with her palm, the girl called him by name and asked if he was really going to torment her to the very end. Immediately realizing the gravity and groundlessness of his accusation, Callus extended his hand to the girl and began to mumble that he had not meant this at all. Here, after a bright flash of light, Lena appeared again right in the sky, and Syria realized that she was right, because in the original story, the saint left and returned from her world several times. Marquis Hannett caught the falling girl and held her close to his body, asking excitedly if she was okay and what had happened here. Holding her head on her husband's shoulder, the brunette suddenly began to scream shrilly that she was not there yet. She grabbed the Marquis by the neck, but she herself was torn somewhere to the side and almost squealed, asking for help, while Callus tried to calm her down, hugging her with his arms. Thinking that none of what had happened directly concerned her, Syria turned around, still stunned by Callus's assumption that he thought she was the killer, and walked forward. The Marquis shouted that he hadn't meant that at all and asked the girl not to make a problem out of it, but seeing the cold gaze of the blue-eyed girl, he fell silent. The Duchess left, not wanting to watch such scenes any longer, and listened to the senseless cries of the annoying couple. Walking down the stairs, Syria thought about how, ever since she found herself in the body of an incorrigible villain, she had done everything to survive and save her reputation, which had long since sunk to the very bottom. Crouching down and covering her face with her hands, the girl sighed. Thinking that she had been very happy when Callus had proposed to her, it all seemed like a reward for her efforts. Remembering the moments with him, the blue-eyed girl reflected on the fact that even though the Marquis had chosen Lena, leaving his bride on the threshold of death. Hearing him accuse her of murder was too much. Continuing to sit on the floor, the girl thought that everything she had done was in vain. But suddenly, someone approached her. Looking down at his new wife, Rush called the girl by name, surprised at her situation. Removing her hand from her face, she muttered quietly that she always let him look at her while she was in this state. The Archduke sat down next to her, smiling softly, and remarked that this was happening solely because he constantly found her in this state. The girl quietly asked if he had heard everything, and the fair-haired man replied that the saint and the Marquis had not spoken quietly enough to hide the essence of what was happening. His face was slightly frowning as he sat opposite his wife and looked at her extremely sad and depressed expression. Rush extended his hand forward and gently touched the blue-eyed girl's cheek, and she immediately looked up at him and forced a smile. The man looked into her wet, reddened eyes and quietly whispered that she was about to cry. Syria looked at the Archduke, whose presence seemed to allow her to be weak and not to defend her rights, not to fight. Leaning closer to him, feeling his warm hands on her shoulders, the girl nodded in agreement, muttering that she really seemed ready to cry. The next day, the sun was already illuminating the snow-covered roofs of the palace. Life within its walls continued to boil even after what had happened. Lenin, sitting opposite his mistress, told her that the high priest, who was angry, took Saint Lena and carried her away from the castle. Pressing her fingers to her lips, the blue-eyed girl recalled the image of High Priest Amos, thinking that he was a stern man, but never one to get angry. The girl asked the assistant if he had come to her chambers so early in order to tell her this news, but the fair-haired man shook his head, explaining that his lordship had not yet spoken with his wife about one matter. Syria raised her head with interest and asked what exactly they were supposed to discuss. Lenin excitedly asked the lady if she had heard about the Laurel estate today, but their conversation was interrupted by the opening door. The Marquis of Calais entered the Duchess's chambers, put his hand to his chest, called the girl by name, and asked her to give him a little time before leaving. The Archduke's assistant turned around, wanting to prevent another scandal, and asked the Marquis if he hadn't noticed him. Stepping forward closer to Syria, Hannett said Lenin could decide for himself whether to stay or leave. The blue-eyed girl turned to him without getting up from the sofa, when the young man knelt down and quietly called her name. Calais asked his ex-fiancée for forgiveness, and immediately added that he understood that any apology would not heal the wounds he had inflicted. The Archduke's assistant stared at the Marquis in surprise and almost fell off the sofa when he asked if the girl wanted to give him another chance. Syria asked coldly what might change if they decided to start a relationship over again, and if he was sure that he wouldn't go to Lena again if she called. Hannett froze and tried to object, but it was as if he himself was not sure of himself and his answer, and therefore began to stutter. Blue-eyed immediately noticed this, and corrected herself that he would not just walk, but run, as soon as the saint pronounced his name. With his head down like a guilty boy, the Marquis listened as the girl reminded him of what had happened yesterday, saying that he had blamed her for Lena's disappearance. She said dryly that even the servant had not thought of such a suggestion, and only one former fiancé doubted her innocence. Sighing immediately, Syria said that she could understand his behavior, since her reputation in high society was rather dubious. Stroking her elbow, the blue-eyed girl remembered that he, moreover, almost lost his hand because of her, reminding her of the scandal with Rush. The girl decided that she was against suffering further just to avoid a tragic death, and so she jumped up from her seat and angrily said that she was fed up with his attitude because he had inflicted a deep wound on her. Syria realized that she was no longer going to justify all the absurd situations with the plot of the book, and added that she did not want to worry forever about whether the young man would run to Lena again. Blue-eyed mentally promised herself that from now on she would not live in fear, and took the ring given to her by the Marquis out of the velvet box. Throwing the jewelry at Calais, the girl added that their relationship was now over. Leaving the kneeling boy behind, Syria calmly walked forward and told Lenin they would talk outside, and he jumped up in agreement. As the door slammed behind them, the Marquis of Hannett was left alone, looking at the ring he had once given to the girl he loved. Shedding large tears, the young man trembled with regret, whispering as if someone could hear that he was incredibly sorry. When the lady and her assistant went outside, she straightened her fur coat and asked what he wanted to talk about before everything that happened. Worried about the girl's mental health, Lenin said that they could not discuss it now, but Syria asked why not. The man said that it was somehow tactless to disturb a person who had gone through a breakup, and suggested that she probably exhausted herself with tears. But the blue-eyed girl raised her hands, declaring that she had not cried at all, and had simply expressed what had been boiling in her soul for a long time. Clearing her throat into her fist to hide the traces of her anger, the girl asked what he wanted to tell her. But the lady was suddenly distracted again by Elliot, who had approached, and Abi, who was happily waving and calling to her. Hugging her friend, Syria exclaimed that she had been through a lot, but the knight assured her with a smile that nothing particularly terrible had happened. Pulling off her winter cape, the blue-eyed girl asked the girl to take it, because it was the warmest, and the dark-haired girl quickly said that it was not at all necessary. Covering her friend despite her embarrassment, the blue-eyed girl said that it was too cold in prison, and now she should go to the kitchen and eat something hot. Abigail immediately became more serious and asked if the lady had decided which of the pair, the Marquis or the Saint, or both, she should kill. But the girl declared that she did not wish anyone to die. The knight assured her that she could act discreetly, and Elliot asked her to speak more carefully in the presence of strangers. Already in the mood for a serious conversation, Lennon clenched his fists and let out a childish cry, asking everyone present to let him speak. Syria turned around when the assistant said that he had something extremely important to report, and the blond man explained that there was a place in the Burke domain that was very famous in certain circles. The man spread his arms wide and said that this was the Laurel Estate, where the Archduke would be heading tomorrow with his wife. Blue Eyes remembered that only the closest relatives of the Burke family could stay at this estate, and the original story only mentioned that everyone had long forgotten about it. Putting his hand to his chest, Lennon said that he had finally managed to convey everything. Otherwise, his lordship, it seemed, would not have been able to talk to his wife in person. He said that the girl was probably confused to suddenly learn that they were going to set out tomorrow, but she should still try to prepare, and the girl nodded in agreement. The next day, the procession of the Archduke and his wife moved to their destination along a long-traveled route through the snowy forest. Suddenly waking up and blushing brightly, the girl did not quite understand what was happening, clearly feeling someone else's hands on her body. Realizing that she was lying in Rush's arms in a nightgown, wrapped in her own blanket, Syria opened her eyes wide, thinking that no one had warned her about such things. Looking at his wife, the fair-haired man gently advised her to go back to sleep, because the road promised to be long. Blue-eyed feverishly thought about how she could fall asleep at all, being in such a terribly awkward position. An hour earlier, still in the palace, Rush walked down the corridor to his wife's chambers and said that it was time for them to set off before the snowstorm got worse. Already fully dressed in travel gear and insulated armor, the man stepped towards Syria's bed and wanted to ask if she was ready, but froze. The girl was still sleeping soundly, snoring and holding the warm blanket to her chest, not at all intending to wake up. The maid, frightened by the anger of the stern Archduke, said that she would immediately hurry to wake up His Highness's wife. He leaned down gently and carefully and wrapped Syria in a warm down blanket, whispering that this should not be done. Rush carefully picked up his wife, saying that she seemed to be sleeping peacefully for the first time in a long time. Pressing Syria to his chest and holding her tightly with his strong arms without much effort, looking up and making it clear that they would go like this. And now the two of them were sitting in the carriage, which was traveling to the Laurel Estate, surrounded by knights and guards of the Burke house. Reaching for the opposite seat, a terribly embarrassed Syria asked to be let go, saying she wanted to move to the other side. The Archduke replied that he could not let the girl down from his arms, arguing that she was without shoes, and the blue-eyed girl asked why this had happened at all. Rush explained that he hadn't had time to grab her slippers, but there was definitely one pair in his luggage, so she should sleep like that. But Syria wondered if he himself could sleep in such conditions. Muttering that he knew it all, the man declared that it was too cold in the carriage and touched her feet with his large hand, causing the girl to squeak quietly. The blue-eyed girl asked him not to touch her, feeling the warm touch of a strong male hand, and the blonde-haired man asked in confusion why. She asked, embarrassed, that he was also asking the reason, and then explained that the Archduke hardly always touched other people's feet so easily and calmly. The man did not see a problem with this at all, and said with a smile that she was not another person at all, but his wife. Syria, stuttering with embarrassment, said that touching the legs was still a little different. Turning away from Rush's face, the girl tried to ask the question that interested her, but she could hardly gather her courage, not very often communicating on such topics. The Archduke's face fell when the blue-eyed girl suddenly asked if he had taken her to Laurel's estate to spend their wedding night. This suggestion made the man laugh incredibly, and so he grinned and looked away, saying that this is exactly what would happen at the estate. As the carriage drove forward, Syria childishly declared that he was lying, and when her husband asked how she had guessed, she replied that it was written all over his face. Reassuring the naive girl, Rush ingratiatingly explained that he was holding her feet because she was cold, and there was no other way to warm them up. Having quietly cleared her throat, the blue-eyed woman raised her gaze to him and turned to his lordship, deciding to make a request. To his pleasant surprise, the girl asked him to allow her to do something as his archduchess, and the man smiled. Noticing his gaze, Syria quickly corrected herself that she was asking for this favor as stern, but the man chuckled. Rush gently pulled her closer, asking why she had corrected herself, since she really was his archduchess. Covering his wife's legs with a blanket, the blonde smiled warmly at the way she shuddered, reacting to his every movement with embarrassment. Looking at her with bright red eyes, Rush said that if she was not against this, then it was not in his power to contradict the girl. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted, because the carriage stopped abruptly and almost overturned, and from the street there was a loud neighing of horses and the cries of knights. Looking out the window, the Archduke asked what had happened, and the blood in his veins froze for a moment when he heard the clanging of swords and screams. It turned out that a crowd of monsters, known in the Empire for their bloodthirstiness, had emerged from the dark, snowy forest onto their procession. Rush asked Elliot how far it was to the estate, and when he heard that it was right on course, he ordered all the knights to don astral armor. Having seated Syria on the seat, the man said that they were very lucky that Sterna was nearby, and also asked her to stay in the carriage and promised that he would send her to Lenin's girlfriend. She pulled the blanket around herself, looking fearfully after the Archduke, who, without a hint of fear, was giving out instructions and getting out of the car on the move. The blue-eyed girl suddenly couldn't hold back her impulse and reached forward, grabbing his red cloak with her tenacious fingers. The blonde turned around and froze, seeing how worried and even scared Syria looked now, and how desperately she was holding on to him. She quietly asked him to take care of himself, and Rush agreed, carefully removing her hand from his robe because he could not hesitate. When the carriage door slammed behind him, and the blue-eyed girl looked at the blizzard swirling outside, she thought that it wasn't just the weather that was terrible today. Elliot ordered his knights to protect the carriage, and he himself did not lag behind, swinging his long and sharp sword at the next monster. The girl pressed her palm to her lips in fear, wondering why the monsters had appeared and whether it could have happened because she hadn't been to the glacier for just a couple of days. Suddenly, the second door of the carriage opened, and Lenin entered the cabin, greeted the lady, and sat down opposite her. He noted with a nervous smile that it was very warm here, and the blue-eyed girl asked, a little surprised, whether he had ridden a horse with the knights. The assistant replied that he was traveling with luggage, explaining that he could only read something there, but then he stopped short and corrected himself, saying that they were in such a hurry and he needed to check something there. Becoming a little more serious, Lenin said that he had remembered some important information and asked Syria not to speak respectfully to anyone or about anyone except his lordship when they arrived at the scene. The man lowered his head and said that if she couldn't handle it, things would be bad, and the carriage door almost flew off its hinges from the alien movement. Lenin suddenly screamed, noticing the terrifying creature and the frightening red eyes opposite it, the look of which certainly did not bode well. The girl swallowed loudly and pressed her back against the other door, screaming that they both needed to get out of here as soon as possible. They didn't have time to jump out through the next door, because a huge monster grabbed the top of the carriage with its paws and knocked it over to one side with a crash. Rush turned and looked forward in fear, gripping the hilt of his sword tighter as one of the knights shouted that their carriage was under attack. Shouting out the name of his bride, the Archduke rushed straight towards this creature with all the speed that was available to him. Waking up after the carriage hit the ground hard, Syria opened her eyes, blinked a couple of times, and exhaled. She sat up and looked at Lenin, asking how he was feeling, and he groaned as he stood up. The assistant raised his head and adjusted his glasses, asking her ladyship if she was injured, but his cheek was gaping with black and purple demon energy. The man muttered that he seemed to feel fine, only his head was a little dizzy, probably from shock or a blow, but the lady knew the reason. She lunged towards Lenin, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck so that her divine magical energy could deal with the obscurantism that had latched onto the assistant. The girl ordered him to sit quietly and said that it would be very bad if the demonic force managed to poison his body. Syria's ability to purify was not all-encompassing, but with this little, she was ready to cope, or at least try. Blue-Eyed felt everything inside her sink in horror as the monster reminded her of itself by opening the carriage door and growling loudly with a low, muffled wheeze. His huge, clawed paw was already reaching out towards the girl, but she had nowhere to run, so she remained sitting next to Lenin. The sudden squeal of the monster and the cracking of its skin were caused by a strong, even crushing blow of the sword that Rush dealt. Breathing heavily and looking sullenly at his wife, he glanced at her for damage and asked if she was hurt. The girl, still hugging her assistant, breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile that everything was fine, and then the Archduke asked if Lenin was alive. He raised himself a little and whispered something indistinctly, making his voice heard so that those around him could have no doubt about his viability. The blond man said with a metallic voice that if his assistant had not died, he did not know how such a strong embrace with his wife could be justified. Hastily explaining that she was simply healing him of demonic energy, Syria said that everything was ready and moved away. While Rush was jealously looking at the couple, the blue-eyed woman took her subordinate's face in her hands and added that, thank the goddess, everything was fine with him, but he only froze, fearing the Archduke's reaction. The knights reported that they had successfully dealt with all the monsters and could now continue their journey to Laurel's estate. The only nuance was that the carriage, overturned to the ground by the monster, was irreparably broken, and the lady could not continue her journey in it. Rush, without even turning around, calmly announced to Syria that from now on they would be forced to ride a horse. Pulling her fur coat tighter around herself, the girl smiled and replied that there was absolutely nothing wrong with that, since she was holding up well in the saddle. The Archduke asked what this meant, and the blue-eyed girl looked at him a little uncomprehendingly and surprised, asking what it meant. Later, when she learned what mode of transportation her husband had in mind, Syria quietly muttered that she felt like luggage. She sat in front of Rush, who was holding her close with one arm, and muttered that she felt like a silkworm cocoon, and the man calmly replied that such insects did not live in his house. The blond man muttered that she was cold as ice and should sit still to keep from freezing to death, and Stern asked if it was necessary to express concern in such words. Feeling his hot breath on the top of her head, the blue-eyed girl thought that he was very warm, even despite all this metal armor. Much later, Rush carefully lowered Syria to the ground in front of the gates of the place they had been heading towards all this time. The girl saw the dark and snow-covered Laurel estate, with only a few windows lit up. The Archduke carried his wife inside, and Lenin followed them into the corridor, decorated in green flowers but covered in dirt of unknown origin. Looking around the huge space with glowing balls, a huge chandelier and ornaments made of gold, but covered in black smeared dirt, Syria blinked her eyes in amazement. She thought about the fact that she had already felt something unpleasant outside, a strange energy emanating from the entire estate. Rush, as always, noticed the girl's thoughtful look and gaze directed at nothing, and therefore began to worry that, as expected, she did not like this whole spectacle. The man asked what was the matter, and the blue-eyed girl immediately froze, hastily assuring him that nothing was the matter. She said that this Burke estate was different from the main one, and after her words, she noticed a woman coming down the stairs. The stranger was strong and wiry, and also a little dark. Her chestnut hair was gathered into a hairstyle, and her wide golden eyes looked at the guests with interest. When the woman called Syria mistress and heard the word temporary, she immediately screamed at how Rush could treat marriage like a food sample, and asked several times if he had really kidnapped his wife. Flying up to the girl, she squeezed the frozen palms, worriedly saying that they were cold as ice. Rubbing the young mistress's hands with her calloused fingers, the maid chattered discontentedly about how they had even gotten here. Blushing brightly, Syria mentally noted that the stranger's hands, despite the roughness of her skin, were warm and gentle. Lenin suddenly told the Archduke that the knights were waiting for him at the gate, and he turned his head, replying that he would come out and talk to him now. Addressing the woman and calling her Martha, the man asked her to take his wife in her arms, and she desperately screamed that she had her own legs. Before she could finish the sentence about the dirty floor and the horrific awkwardness of it all, Martha picked her up as easily as if it didn't cause her the slightest discomfort. Syria, feeling shame wash over her, smiled nervously and told the lady that she was quite strong, and the woman thanked her and asked her to call her by her first name. Claiming that he needed to take care of business, Rush headed for the exit with a quick but calm gait, and his wife wanted to wave to him, but didn't quite have time. She froze with her palm raised and muttered for him to take care of himself when the door slammed shut, and Martha explained that the gentleman was stingy with emotions. The woman, as if to remind her, asked the lady not to address her in a respectful manner, but to communicate in the same way as, for example, with Lenin. Not quite understanding what the problem was, Syria said that she always spoke respectfully to the assistant, and Marta glared at him. Smiling, she seemed to hide her anger and declared that she would wait for a satisfactory explanation from the young man. Turning away and walking towards the stairs, Martha said that the lady needed to take a hot bath as soon as possible because she was cold as ice. Later, lying in the water, from which a pleasant steam came, relaxing the whole body, Syria mentally thanked the gods for the fact that this room was clean. Gently rubbing a special balm into the girl's hair, Martha said with a soft smile that she thought that His Majesty had kidnapped her and decided to hide her here, but the blue-eyed girl objected, saying that he was not that kind of person at all. The woman added with a gentle voice that Rush was also more emotional than he might seem at first glance. Lowering herself into the water to hide her burning cheeks, Syria thought about all the times they had shared when he had seemed cold but cared for her. Blue-eyed suddenly broke away from these thoughts and looked around the room, thinking that the bathroom looked simply amazing compared to all the rooms of the estate that she had seen. Martha, as if hearing her thoughts, explained that usually only servants used it because the rest were in an unacceptable state. Turning around, the girl asked if there were other people there, and the maid nodded, listing the butler and the gardener among the other people. Looking down, Syria thought that she had assumed that no one was taking care of the estate since it was in such a state. Hearing Martha's question about whether she was warm, the girl nodded, continuing to guess what events led to Rush abandoning this place so much. Later, in the dining room, Lennon remarked that the Laurel estate was just as he had last seen it, and the butler agreed. The young man asked if Mr. Bastian was comfortable living here, adding that everyone was talking about how the butler of the Burke house never showed up at the main estate. The man smiled, showing the fine wrinkles around his eyes, and said that he had lived here for 10 years already, and, besides, guests rarely came to the main estate. As he set out the plates, he asked if the new Archduchess was the same Syria Stern whom Lennon had called cruel and ignorant that year. Leaning forward, the young man asked the butler not to tell anyone about his past opinion, since now they were both in excellent standing and nothing should change that, and he only agreed. Still, unable to contain his interest, Bastian asked what the girl had done to cause him to change his mind so dramatically. Syria, who appeared at the door, already dressed in a beautiful white dress after a shower, asked with a smile what they were talking about. Hastily seating the girl at the table, Lennon said that they had discussed changes to the Laurel estate, and then asked if Martha was bothering her, but then, without waiting for an answer, ran off, adding that he would now bring the prepared food. The blue-eyed girl smiled a little in surprise when the butler bowed to her and said that it was a real honor for him to meet her. He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself as the butler of the Burke household, saying that he would be glad if the lady would call him simply by his first name. Syria thought that she had indeed never seen the butler of the main estate, and she smiled and replied to Bastian that she was also glad to meet him. Bowing, the man said that the others were busy with their business, and he asked to forgive them for greeting the lady later, and she waved her hands, assuring that there was absolutely nothing wrong with that. Bastian said that he would bring food now, and the lady could talk to Mr. Lennon for now, but the blue-eyed woman froze, noticing even more of this strange black mold behind his head, on the ceiling and wall. Noticing the slimy, dark-colored substance, the girl thought with disgust that it was also moving, and then suggested that it could be solidified demonic energy. Covering her mouth with her hand, Syria realized that if her guess was correct, then all of these were demonic shadows, that is, energy that had hardened and appeared as a side effect of curses. They played a significant role in the second part of the story, where Lena gained influence over the imperial family when she was able to clear the bizarre demonic shadows that were bothering the other Sterns and the high priest. Thinking that if the saint had cleansed them in the imperial palace, then her help would play into their hands here too, the blue-eyed one did not immediately understand that Lennon had asked if she had heard about this from his lordship. She asked again, clarifying what the assistant meant, and he looked around the room, pointing out all the mold. Sighing and folding his arms across his chest, Lennon said that they might cause discomfort to the lady, but the Archduke had already tried almost everything. The Archduchess looked at the assistant with a slightly puzzled expression when he said that the gentleman had, in the end, had to call someone here. Lennon explained that they had invited mages from the kingdom of Nesla to the estate, and Syria's blue eyes widened in surprise. Looking around, the young man said that the estate had been blooming with this mold of unknown origin for 15 years, and no one could do anything about it. Remembering that the church condemned magicians, calling them heretics, the girl put her hands on her knees and asked if it was worth telling her about this, since she was Sterna. Slapping his face with a white-gloved hand, the assistant muttered that his lordship would generously reward his wife for her silence. When Syria asked why he had brought her here then, Lennon explained that the Archduke was keen to introduce his chosen one to Martha, who had raised him, and she blushed brightly. Hiding her blush behind awkward touches to her cheeks, the blue-eyed girl said that they could come after the magicians had performed this ritual. Surprising, and even a little frightening the girl, the young man declared that turning to the magicians was, in truth, the very last attempt to save the estate. Rush stood outside, looking at the estate illuminated by the setting sun, when Elliot called out to the master. The Archduke turned around, asking how things were going with the monsters, and the head of the Knights of House Burkhoff confidently said that they had sorted everything out. Hearing the young man ask why the magicians were delayed, the gentleman muttered that they were probably hindered by the snowfall and would simply arrive tomorrow. Ordering Elliot not to worry about anything, gather the knights and return to the main estate. Rush said with a smile that this time they definitely saved her. At the same time, Martha led the girl into the richly decorated chambers and explained that the mistress's personal chambers were not yet fully ready, since they had not been informed of the arrival in advance, but the blue-eyed girl assured her that this room was also quite good. The woman approached the Archduchess and took her fragile hand in hers, kneading it and gently giving it a kind of relaxing massage. Once again, reminding Syria that she shouldn't treat the local inhabitants with excessive respect, Martha said that the lady was a charming girl. Placing her forehead on the blue-eyed woman's palm as a blessing, the woman sincerely said that it was an honor and a joy for her to serve such an archduchess, even for a couple of days. Stern thought about those words, remembering Lenin lamenting the mold eating away at the estate and how it wouldn't last much longer. Then she hastened to ask the assistant why they were not organizing an urgent evacuation of the servants from here, but the young man only answered that she herself would find out everything later. Syria lowered her head, thinking that for the first time she didn't understand what was happening because there was no information about it in the book. The woman went to the window and said that the gentleman was late, and therefore his wife could go to bed already, and she quietly agreed. Blue-eyed asked where his lordship would spend the night, and Martha, looking at her mistress in surprise and drawing the curtains, replied that, of course, here. Stern stood at attention, wondering how this was possible, and her eyes seemed to double in size for a moment. The maid replied with a smile and delight that she had previously forgotten to mention that these chambers belonged to the Archduke himself. A little later, Rush was walking down the corridor, followed by Bastian, who meticulously carried his master's red cloak. Having met Marta on his way, the man told her how his wife was feeling, and the woman replied with a smile that she was apparently tired from the long journey and therefore fell asleep. Bastian asked if she was really the same Syria Stern, because she was like a different person, whom Lenin had described to him completely differently a couple of years ago. Without stopping, the Archduke calmly replied that it was indeed she, and the butler asked what event could have caused such a strong change. Stopping in place, Rush hoarsely said that, contrary to their expectations, nothing special had happened, and in fact, the blue-eyed girl had simply fallen in love with the scoundrel. Not wanting to continue or develop this topic, the man said that it was time for him to rest and headed straight to the bathroom. Returning to his quarters in normal clothes, Rush reflected on everything that had happened during today's terribly long and nervous day. Suddenly discovering Syria sleeping in a chair, the astonished Archduke froze, thinking that Martha had not even hinted to him that his wife was sleeping in his personal chambers. The fair-haired man was even more surprised by the fact that the girl, bent over in three, was sleeping not on a spacious, comfortable bed, but in an ordinary chair. Muttering that the blue-eyed girl was quite compact, the man carefully lifted her into his arms, interrupting the even rhythm of her snoring with his action. He carefully laid her down on the bed, straightening out her nightgown, which was crumpled here and there, and looked at her with some pleasure, peacefully resting in his chambers. Sitting down in the chair and guessing the motives for such a choice of sleeping place, Rush thought with a smile that it would be better for her to fall asleep on the bed right away. Noticing how Syria was fidgeting and snorting discontentedly, trying to wrap herself more in the blanket, the man sat up, wondering if she would freeze. Looking back at the slowly smoldering logs in the fireplace, the Archduke sighed and muttered that she had fallen asleep without even keeping the fire going, and that she had been quite a nuisance. But for some reason, this thought did not anger him. When Stern let out a loud moan, the man turned his gaze to her, wondering if she was still not warm enough, and assuming that the room was not an overly warm place, since the fire had been lit recently and had quickly gone out. Sitting on the bed, Rush covered the girl with a blanket as carefully as possible, thinking that he had to take care of this precious Stern. Fidgeting on the bed and feeling the pleasant warmth from the blanket, the blue-eyed girl turned on her side, facing her husband, and smiled in her sleep. The Archduke suddenly remembered how hot and embarrassed she had been when she had asked if they would spend their wedding night at Laurel's estate. Shaking his head and getting ready to get out of bed, Rush muttered that he was thinking about the wrong thing. Syria suddenly raised her hand and placed it directly on her husband's waist, without waking up, and breathing evenly and calmly. Finding himself in the peculiar embrace of his young wife, the fair-haired man blushed deeply and froze, struggling with a dozen intrusive thoughts at once. Early in the morning, the sun had already flooded Mr. Burke's chambers with its bright light, preventing its inhabitants from sleeping peacefully. Touching Rush's chest with her fingers in her sleep, the blue-eyed girl thought without a second thought that it was very warm and elastic. Catching herself at this thought, she opened her eyes wide, seeing before her the half-naked Archduke, who was still sleeping. Realizing that she was lying wrapped in a blanket, like a cocoon, and the man's hands were tightly squeezing her waist, the girl felt a simultaneous surge of joy, horror, and embarrassment. Turning sharply to disentangle herself from the blanket and his embrace, Syria panicked as to why the blonde man had held her so tightly in his sleep. Sitting up on the bed, the girl turned to her husband and carefully, thoughtfully pulled the blanket over his shoulder so that he could rest a little more. Involuntarily looking at Rush, peacefully sleeping next to her, whose face was not yet distorted by all the cares of the world, and whose chest rose evenly from slow breathing, she could not help but notice how attractive he was. Sitting next to him and looking at her husband without a twinge of conscience, Syria silently wondered how a person could have such perfect facial features, thinking that it would be nice if the Archduke became a little kinder. When the man opened his beautiful eyes, his wife realized that there was very little chance of laughing it off and simply froze, blushing brightly, because she had been caught red-handed. Turning around and moving to the edge of the bed, the girl stuttered and wished him good morning, and Rush sleepily asked why she was leaving immediately after admiring him. Syria stood up and said that nothing like that happened. In fact, she simply covered the man with a blanket so that he would not freeze. When the blonde man stood up and stretched, the blue-eyed woman asked if Martha had carried her to the bed, but the man calmly objected, adding that he had done it. Stern turned around to ask why, and Rush asked sarcastically if he really had to leave his wife to sleep in the chair and take up the entire bed by himself. He asked why the girl had decided to sleep bent over in 3 deaths, and she evasively replied that it was more comfortable for her to sleep that way. The Archduke suggested that his wife was worried that her behavior would cross the line, and Syria blushed as red as a tomato and sharply declared that this was not true, although the opposite was obvious. After a little morning bickering and awkwardness, the couple sat across from each other in the dining room, and Martha bowed and told them to call them when they had finished breakfast. When the servants left, the girl said that she knew about the arrival of the magicians and asked if she should sit in her chambers, and the man replied that this was not necessary and that they should avoid Stern. Bringing her fork to her mouth, the blue-eyed woman casually promised that she would not report him to the Supreme Church, since she owed her life to her husband. Rush said with a smile that it was very kind of him, and when his wife asked him to ask a small question, he immediately agreed. Syria said softly that they were talking about the Laurel estate, where conditions were anything but ordinary. The Archduke frowned slightly when she asked why the master insisted on Martha and Bastian still staying here. The fair-haired man explained that he had not given such an order. It was just that these people were connected to the estate and could not take a step beyond its borders. And the blue-eyed woman froze, mentally assuming a curse as an option. Rush continued, saying that only Marta could not leave, and the rest simply claimed that they did not want to go anywhere because they liked everything so much. Syria came to the conclusion that Martha was connected to the manor, which could no longer hold back the onslaught of demonic shadows, and therefore, when the castle collapsed, she would die. The girl asked her husband if he had turned to magicians to save the woman, and he agreed, adding that he had made similar attempts many times before. The man suddenly said that everything happened because of him, and the blue-eyed girl straightened up a little, asking in surprise how she could understand this. Later, while walking through the snow-covered garden, Syria asked Lenin if the gentleman had really gone to check the boundaries, despite the fact that the snowdrifts had already reached his height. The assistant replied that after their encounter with the monsters, it was reasonable, and the Archduke himself was very prudent. The girl asked worriedly if something would happen to him in such weather, and the young man, with slight confusion, said that nothing like that ever happened to the gentleman. When Stern asked if he couldn't get sick, Lenin explained that she didn't know her husband very well yet, but in fact, he was an unusual person who would get out of the heart of an endless desert alive. Remembering Rush's words about his guilt and what happened, and the pain on his face at that moment, Syria exhaled and decided to ask her assistant about it, calling him by name. Stepping closer to the young man, the blue-eyed girl asked if he could tell her in more detail what happened here and why. Lennon exhaled and agreed, reminding both his mistress and himself that she too was now an official member of the Burke household. The young man began to say that everything happened back when the gentleman was only 15 years old. Then his father, the previous Archduke of the Empire, brought his illegitimate son to this estate, and both wanted to overthrow the lord from his place as heir. The Archduke always found something to rudely reproach his son for, considering him not so much a child as a subordinate. Moreover, he threatened little Sir Eliot, who was the master's only knight at that moment, with the chest of the Emerald Sea. This chest was an heirloom of House Burke, used by skilled glory-seeking knights who wished to become protectors of Laurel Manor, and those who placed a lock of their hair in the chest would never be able to leave the estate grounds again. The Archduke continued to press Sir Eliot, demanding to know why he refused to do this, since he truly intended to become a knight of the House of Burke. In the end, Madame Martha put a lock of her hair there so that the master's only knight would not forever belong to this place, and since then, he has not been able to leave it. Exhaling, Lennon added that there were many more details to the story, but he had explained everything to her briefly. Blue Eyes lowered her head, thinking about how none of this was in the book, and wondering why Father Rush had done this to the child and the woman. Raising his hand, the assistant asked the lady not to be offended by the fact that her husband had brought her to such a terrible place with such a history. Lennon explained that the gentleman only wanted to introduce his wife to Madame Marthe, and Syria hastened to assure him that she was not at all offended. Smiling, the girl said that, on the contrary, she was grateful for such important, even personal information that he had shared with a virtual stranger. Wiping away tears of happiness with a handkerchief, the young man objected that she was not a stranger at all, but a true member of the House of Burke, and as soon as the imperial family approved their union, Syria would become the closest person to the Archduke. He enthusiastically stated how much he looked forward to the day when he could officially name the girl Archduchess. Blue Eyes looked around the castle with longing, thinking that there must be a way to save this estate and the people who had long considered this place their home. So the next day arrived, at the beginning of which the sun pleasantly illuminated the snowy terrain, making the crisp snow shine like precious stones. Standing near the wall and holding her hand over the demonic shadow, Syria had been toiling over the complex work for several hours. It turned out that she could cleanse the room of this filth, but at such a low speed it would definitely take a couple of thousand years. Blue Eyes remembered that in the novel, Lena discovered the source of energy and purified it using her saint power, so there must be a source here too. She was suddenly distracted by the soft call of the butler Bastian, and the girl turned around, distracted from useless actions. He introduced the lady to a red-haired woman named Suzette, who bowed and said that she worked at the estate as a seamstress and gardener. Stepping towards them, the Archduke's wife introduced herself with a smile as Syria Stern and said that she was also pleased to meet them. Syria's eyes widened in surprise when Bastian asked her to go to the dining room, where they had already prepared dishes for her that would suit her taste. When the girl was seated at a festively decorated table, strewn with various kinds of desserts and sweets, Martha said with a smile that no one else in their estate ate such things. She blushed and added that they were a little puzzled when the gentleman suddenly brought so much of this food here. Stepping closer to the Duchess, Martha asked if she understood correctly that all the desserts were intended for Syria, and she asked again in surprise if she understood her correctly. Blue Eyes said that she liked sweets, but she could hardly eat that much, but Bastian remembered the master's words that the lady really liked this kind of food, and his colleague confirmed this. Syria froze in surprise, but remembered Rush's words that only Marta could leave her estate, while the rest wished to stay here of their own free will. She turned her head and asked the butler what was the reason he had told his lordship that he wanted to continue to stay in this place. Recalling that conversation, Bastian explained that there was a peculiar boulder here that consisted of a special type of sugar. The man added that he told the Archduke that after trying this sugar, no other tastes were a joy to him, but he, of course, did not believe him. The servants became more serious, looking at their mistress with a rather uncomprehending expression and not knowing where she was leading with such questions. Syria assumed that this was Rush's way of showing the butler what sweets existed outside the estate, hinting that it was time to move forward. Marta and Bastian froze in emotion, their eyes wide open when they heard such a conclusion from the blue-eyed girl. Covering her face with her hands, the woman said that the gentleman was still the same small and kind boy they remembered him as, and the man agreed saying that he had not even suspected the significance of these actions. Looking at the servants, Syria thought tenderly that the Archduke, although he seemed strict, treated his servants with great care. She knew that all these problems did not directly concern her, but she became sad and lowered her head, feeling an unpleasant pang in her heart. Later, as she walked down the stairs covered in dark mold, the girl was ready to admit something to herself. Blue Eyes became truly attached to this place, which she had never expected to get to and which she did not know. Once in Syria's body, she accepted the burden of suffering every day just to survive. But here she was able to rest for the first time in a long time, and fell in love with the spacious and serene estate. Thinking about the fact that this place was hardly mentioned in the novel, and Lena was not there, and Rush grew up in it, the girl decided that she could very well consider it her personal one. Pressing her palms to her chest, the blue-eyed girl thought that she could be sure that the Laurel estate would never abandon her for the saint, as Callus had done. Then she clearly decided to save this place, thinking that first she had to find the source of the demonic energy. After a couple of hours of wandering around the huge palace, Syria came to a staircase leading to a dark place, from where she felt familiar coils of magic. Staring into the darkness, the girl thought that the source of energy must be right there. Blue Eyes remembered that the mages from Nesla had just arrived and went to the basements to work and avoid being seen by Sterna. Thoughtfully putting her hand to her lips and wondering what to do now, she did not hear the approach of someone else's footsteps. Syria let out a scream and jumped in fright when Lennon suddenly put his hand on her shoulder and asked the lady what she was doing there. Turning around and sighing heavily, the girl said that he had scared her, and the assistant smiled, asking for forgiveness, but suddenly they swung at him. The Archduchess's large blue eyes widened in surprise as the man hunched over slightly, groaning. A little while later, Lennon fell to his knees and then fell backwards right in front of her from a sharp blow. Crouching down in fear and clenching her fists, the girl stuttered and asked what had happened to him, not at all expecting such a turn of events. She turned around to look at the offender and saw the already familiar maid, a dressmaker with red hair and a short haircut. Suzette stood before her, clutching the hilt of a sword in her hand, hidden in a sheath that did not at all match the attire of an ordinary worker. Addressing her formally, Syria asked the girl in surprise why she had knocked Lennon unconscious with one blow, and the dressmaker explained that he had dared to sneak up on the lady and frighten her. The redhead calmly added that there was no need to address her so formally, and the blue-eyed girl thought that such behavior frightened her. Pulling her sword out of its sheath, Suzette said that she had been trying to correct her assistant's bad habits for a long time, and asked him to forgive this one-time oversight, but the blue-eyed girl nervously assured her that everything was fine. Thinking about everything that was happening, Stern suddenly decided that this strange girl somehow reminded her of Abigail in her character. With those slightly crazy yellow eyes, she seemed much more unpredictable and cruel. Syria froze, her mouth slightly open, and her eyes wide in surprise, when the maid asked her mistress if she wanted to inspect the basement. Blue Eyes asked excitedly if she could do this, and Suzette said that there was no place on the estate where the Archduchess was not allowed. She clasped her hands together and even blushed with delight as the dressmaker explained that Rush had given his permission and they could go wherever they wanted. Later, the girls went down to the basement, heading to where the mages were trying to heal the estate, and Syria covered her face with her hand, smelling the smell of burnt herbs. Opening the heavy door and looking inside, the girl saw 3 people dressed in black cloaks and standing in a circle of bowls of fire. On the floor, in the bag, she suddenly saw dark blue and green leaves of the insania grass, which was a weed, but acted like a good sleeping pill on those with divine power. Syria thought gloomily about how the mages dared to use her now, when Rush, the owner of the estate and the head of the 17 great houses famous for their divine power, was nearby. She called out to the men, and they turned to face her, their faces hidden in the shadows of their cloaks, but their eyes glowing bright yellow and with something unkind. The blue-eyed woman folded her arms across her chest and sternly said that the Duke was currently in the estate, and therefore this herb could not be burned in his presence, because its vapors were dangerous. One of the mages stepped towards her, and calling her a lady, stated that, as far as they knew, his lordship would be absent for some time, so there was no problem. Pointing to the box that was practically gushing with demonic energy, he added that this was an important part of their attempts to dispel this sinister thing. While the girl was looking thoughtfully at the emerald sea chest, the magician came closer and demanded to know who she was. The impudent men were interrupted by a sharp and low cry from Syria, who was not going to tolerate such treatment. She folded her arms across her chest and said that they knew perfectly well who she was, asking where they had the audacity to demand answers from her. Blue-Eyed skillfully imitated the character and behavior of the real series, although inside she was shaking from the guard and felt like her heart was ready to jump out of her chest. The girl stepped forward, but her path was blocked by a magician who extended his long arm, asking if she realized where she was and what was happening. He let out a deep sigh and froze as the tip of a glittering sword hovered just next to his neck. Suzette, holding the gun to his neck, asked him if he had gone mad and declared that he was no one and had no right to block the mistress's path. Stepping towards the chest and stretching out her palms to test her strength, Syria thought with regret that her skills, like in the book, were not enough, because she was not Lena. The man began to threaten that he would not be able to finish his work if they continued to interfere with his spell. But the blue-eyed woman turned and said that they had no business here, calling Suzette to follow her. As she left the dungeon, she clenched her fists and was sure that the emerald sea chest was the cause of all the problems. Later, when the sun was already setting, the Archduchess decided to seriously discuss this issue with her husband and offer him a solution to the problem. After handing her husband the magic branch, Syria said that she wanted him to carry it with him, because every day he went out to check if there were any monsters nearby. He said there was no need since she was stern, but the blue-eyed girl said she couldn't hug him and cleanse him the way she did with Lennon. Rush asked if she shouldn't feel more comfortable hugging him since they were married, and the blue-eyed girl asked, confused, if he wanted her to hug him. She said that this could be arranged, but not in their chambers, but for example in the chalet, and asked with a smile whether they would go there. The Archduke closed his eyes and sighed, shaking his head, and then muttered condescendingly that his wife was sometimes surprisingly naive. The girl blushed and looked up at him in surprise, unable to say anything in response to such a remark. Changing the subject, she muttered that she had gone down to the basement today, and Rush asked how the work of the invited magicians was going, and the blue-eyed girl replied that they had behaved impudently, but Suzette had reined them in. The man then teased her, asking if she could manage it alone, but then pointed his finger at the knitted flowers, asking what they were. The girl muttered that the dressmaker had knitted them, Martha had brought her milk, and then suddenly thought about the fact that none of them had appeared in the story, and wondered if all the inhabitants of the estate had disappeared if they had not appeared in the original story. Blue-Eyed decided that it would be terrible to remain silent at the moment when you know the solution to such a problem, and so she exhaled and called his lordship. The Archduke froze in surprise when his wife announced that she had found a way to cleanse the estate of evil forces. He opened his bright red eyes, looking at the girl and asking how she managed to do it and what she meant by that. Looking down, Syria said that she was convinced that only Saint Lena would be able to deal with this problem. She wondered with regret and jealousy whether she would eventually be the reason for the brunette and the Archduke getting together. The blue-eyed girl squeezed the skirt of her dress because she knew that their marriage was temporary, but giving this girl first Callus and then Rush was too strange. Suddenly, the man interrupted the flow of thoughts, pointing out to his wife that enough of these assumptions and conversations. He calmly sipped his tea as if nothing serious had happened, and Syria asked what he meant. The Archduke said that there was no point in mentioning this saint anymore and asked if she could not deal with the demonic energy herself, and the girl refused, asking if he did not believe her. The man calmly stated that he had no desire whatsoever to allow a woman who was not connected to his family to come into the house, and that she was unlikely to show up at the first call. Putting her hand to her chest, Stern suggested to her husband that the saint temporarily act as her companion, adding that she would not be able to do this herself. Exhaling loudly, Rush became more stern than usual and said that he thought he should express himself more quickly. Looking straight into Syria's eyes, he said that he did not wish to bring any women to this estate except his Archduchess. The fire in the fireplace crackled loudly, while the blue-eyed girl could not understand why he was so stubborn, although she felt a pleasant excitement from such words. Remembering the unpleasant Lena and all the events associated with her, the blue-eyed girl thought with regret that she was the only one who could save this place. Lowering her head, the girl said that she knew the presumption of these words, but she did not want any of the inhabitants here to die. Covering his face with his hand, Rush muttered why his wife had even decided to suggest calling the saint. Syria's eyes widened in surprise when her husband suddenly asked her if she really had no pride at all. The man stated that the Archduchess could worry about all these people, but first and foremost, she should think only about herself and her destiny. The girl felt the whole spectrum of emotions, from shame to jealousy, when the fair-haired man asked if his wife was afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the Marquis of Hanet. The estate was beautiful, perfect, and peaceful, and the people there were kind and willing to share their kindness. She was simply sure that if Lena ended up here, she could become the center of this small world, and just thinking about it made Syria envious. Suddenly, his imagination drew a picture of what would happen if Rush also chose the brunette. Blue-Eyed felt her heart beating somewhere in her throat from fear and resentment at the possibility of such an outcome of events. The girl thought angrily that she simply wanted to help the local inhabitants and this place, and therefore did not deserve such harsh words, and stood up, saying that the Archduke was not like Callus. Syria stated irritably that the Marquis of Hainaut had been her choice, but she had not chosen the Laurel estate or her husband. Taking this personally, Rush even predatorily stated that the girl was right in her thoughts that he was not the man she had chosen. The blue-eyed girl said that since they had already discussed it, she asked him to refrain from paying too much attention to her person, but the fair-haired man assumed that she had misunderstood the words regarding his archduchess. Turning around, Syria said it was very impudent of her to be misled. Taking hold of the door handle, the girl turned around and declared that she didn't care whether he called Lena or not, and therefore he should think about it carefully. The Archduke froze, watching her go, and exhaled loudly when the door slammed shut. He placed his hands on his knees and gripped his hair, pulling it from the roots and trying to catch his breath after the unexpected argument. Walking around the estate in the evening, the girl thought that everything had turned out very unpleasant, although they had managed to get along recently. Blue Eyes looked out the window, thinking about Lennon's words about Martha being connected to this place because of Rush's illegitimate half-brother, born from another woman. Remembering the Archduke's words, Syria mentally agreed with why he didn't want to see Lena at the Laurel estate, and yet she was very angry and upset by the fact that her husband asked her such a question, remembering the Marquis of Hainaut. Suddenly she was distracted from her thoughts, noticing a man in front of her, lying unconscious on the floor. Taking a hesitant step closer, the blue-eyed girl swallowed loudly, realizing that she could see the unfortunate Martha in the distance. The Archduchess rushed towards the woman and fell on her knees before her, gently shaking the servant by the shoulders and asking her to wake up and come to her senses. Feeling something hot and wet, Syria raised her hand and was frightened to see blood on her palm, which had appeared on Martha's back. Wanting to call her husband and help as soon as possible, the blue-eyed girl turned around, wanting to get up from her knees. The girl opened her mouth and froze, seeing a sharp blade in front of her, pointing at her neck. The magician standing in front of Syria smiled and covered her mouth with his hand, then said that he had found the best candidate for an offering to his god. He declared that the girl should follow him, but suddenly flew forward and screamed hoarsely when Suzette, who had arrived in time, kicked him in the back. The redhead leaned over to the lady sitting on the floor and asked worriedly if her ladyship was okay. Rush, who had heard the noise and noticed Madame Marta lying motionless on the floor, was already hurrying towards them. At the same time, the attacker was lying on the floor after a strong blow and wheezing, trying to get his breathing back in order. Standing up, Syria screamed in anger, asking the magician who he was and for what purpose he had come to this estate. Mentally thanking her intuition, the Archduchess remembered how she had asked Suzette if she was a knight. When the red-haired woman agreed, the lady said that something about these people seemed suspicious to her, and therefore asked her not to take her eyes off them. Frowning, the girl thought that she could have assumed some kind of nastiness or disrespectful attitude, but not this kind of behavior. Turning to the maid, she asked what happened to the other shamans, and the red-haired one replied that she had left one tied up on the first floor and then came here for the other two. Suddenly, Suzette heard a noise and a growl, immediately turning back to where the maid should have been lying defeated. Having risen, the unknown man grabbed the blade and rushed towards Syria, and the maid hurried to try to push her mistress away, but she would hardly have had time. Suddenly, a dagger flew past at speed, millimeters from the blue-eyed girl's neck, cutting off a small lock of hair. It hit the maddened mage right in the chest, causing him to scream loudly and let go of his weapon, stopping. Rush, who had just saved his wife, angrily walked forward and shouted at the shaman, calling him and his people common savages. Later, lying in her bed, the girl hugged the blanket to her chest and thought with excitement about how difficult and even scary the day had been. Turning onto her side, Syria remembered how the Archduke had asked her to return to her quarters and how uncomfortable she had been after their unexpected quarrel. She couldn't sleep, thinking about the fact that they had managed to save Martha, who was lucky that the attacker hadn't hit her vital organs. The girl was suddenly distracted from her thoughts and heard the slow steps of Rush, who sat down on the bed and quietly called her name. Pretending to be asleep, she mentally declared that she would not speak to the man. He might not even hope to, and in general he should go to sleep in a chair or settle down on the floor. Suddenly, her husband touched her cheek with the back of his hand, and Syria's eyes widened, unable to pretend so carefully and not pay attention to such touches. Gently pushing aside a strand of her cool green hair, Rush touched the girl's neck and chin with cool fingers. A strong hand slid softly down her shoulder and back, heading towards her waist and pushing the warm blanket down. The girl jumped up, sitting up on the bed and blushing brightly, asking the Archduke what he was doing, and he moved away a little, smiling at her embarrassment. The man immediately explained, looking at her with a gentle gaze of red eyes, and explained that he simply wanted to check for sure whether she was injured. Rush said that she had told Suzette that she was suspicious of the shamans, and could have been seriously hurt if that blade had hit its target, and then asked if she realized how she was putting herself at risk. Raising her head and clutching the blanket with her fingers, the blue-eyed girl objected that they would not dare to harm her, because they knew that she was Sterna. When the girl said that nothing that could worry Rush would happen, he called her by name and said that she knew perfectly well what exactly he was worried about. Looking at her, the Archduke asked why she had not shared with him her impressions about the visiting magicians. Still holding a grudge, Syria asked what she could say to someone who had decided to end her marriage, only to later ridicule the choice she had made. She said openly that the Archduke took every opportunity to hurt her, and she had upset him, so he tried to intimidate her into silence. Looking down with a disappointed expression and barely managing to control her breaking voice, the blue-eyed girl asked if after all this he really expected her to discuss her safety with him. The man looked at his wife in surprise, his mouth slightly open, while the girl continued her tirade and asked what he would do in her place. Rush said that he never wanted to do that to her and extended his hand forward, but the blue-eyed girl turned away, not allowing him to touch her. For a moment, silence reigned in the chambers. Only two excited hearts beat in unison with each other. The blonde man suddenly apologized and looked down, saying that he really shouldn't have thrown around comments so thoughtlessly. Syria stared at her husband in surprise, because he not only apologized, but did it twice. The girl wanted to talk to him, but first she decided to get out from under the blanket, but slipped and hit Rush's thigh with her foot, letting out an embarrassed yelp. He muttered that it didn't even tickle him, let alone hurt, and added that Stern didn't know how to attack a knight, but the girl said it was just an accident. Syria blushed and thought that even if he apologized, she shouldn't have held on to her pride, and besides, she understood why he was saying all this. Having called his lordship, the blue-eyed girl sat up on the bed and moved to the edge, as if showing that she was letting him into their common territory. The Archduke asked if the girl wanted him to lie down next to her, and she blushed, closed her eyes, and muttered whether it was necessary to ask such an awkward question. Coughing into her fist, Syria said that he was probably very tired, and therefore would hardly want to spend the night sitting, and Rush replied with a smile that he would not be surprised by such a proposal from the lady. Moving her hand away from her face, the girl asked who he thought she was, and asked if he would wish something like that on her. Moving closer and placing his hand on her cheek, Rush said with a smile that he would never wish for it. The man climbed onto the bed, without removing his palm from his beloved wife's face, leaning towards her face and asking her to call him by name. Syria blushed brightly, having no idea how to behave in such a situation, and asked his lordship to wait, but he was clearly not in the mood for that. The Archduke moved right up to her lips, so close that they could feel each other's hot breath, and he himself said his name, as if reminding her of the request. Clutching her own dress in her hands and feeling herself melting in his arms like ice cream, the girl obediently whispered his name, not wanting to fight her feelings. They touched in a soft and slow kiss, when suddenly a sound of unknown origin was heard in the room. Pulling back and thus breaking their first such touch, Syria asked in fear what that sound was. Rush lowered his hand from his wife's face, asking what sound he was talking about, and she asked in fear if he really couldn't hear it. Smiling slightly and closing his eyes, the man shook his head and said that, of course, he heard everything. He just wanted a joke. Looking reproachfully at her husband, the blue-eyed woman asked what kind of jokes these were, and added that she had almost gone crazy. He got out of bed and said that he too was ready to lose his mind, because no one but him in the entire estate could hear it. Left sitting on the bed alone, the girl thought about how loud it was and couldn't understand if it was really just the two of them who heard it. She thought about how the Girox Empire was founded by a great saint, Gremmel, who was blessed by the heavens themselves, given 2 divine gifts, great fortune, and 17 houses with their own personal divine power. Thanks to Gremmel, these houses continued to pass on holy magic to new generations, and are now known by the holy title of Grand Van Chet, with the representative houses of Hanet, Keladine, and Burke. Calling out to the man who was already leaving, Syria asked if he knew if there was an altar in the basement, but Rush replied that there could be nothing like that in these parts. The girl said that she definitely felt some kind of weak power when she was there earlier, and assumed that it came from the old relic, and the source of the shadows was also there. The Archduke listened to her thoughts, while the blue-eyed girl muttered out loud everything that came to her mind after certain memories. Placing his hands on her fragile shoulders, the fair-haired man asked his wife to stay here, in safety, saying that he himself would see what was there. Later, when he had just left the chambers, holding a lantern in his hand, Syria caught up with him and hugged him by the hand, saying that he had apparently forgotten about the essence of his wife. When all the lights behind them went out, the girl clutched Rush's strong hand tighter, not understanding when this whole story turned into a horror story. The Archduke noticed how much she was shaking and asked if the blue-eyed girl was cold, but she muttered that she was simply afraid. Gently catching her hand, the man intertwined their fingers, pulling Syria closer to his body. He said with a smile that the big paradox was that before she often behaved very thoughtlessly, and now she was shaking simply because of the darkness. Smiling at her behavior, Rush tightly wrapped his fingers around her small palm, wanting to make his wife feel protected. They walked down the corridor together, holding hands, and the girl couldn't help but notice how big and warm the man's hands were. As they descended to where they planned, the blond man raised his lantern, illuminating a professional portrait of a stranger with soft features. The man explained with a smile that the image showed them both the former Archduchess of the House of Burke. He added that this was his mother, and Syria looked at the portrait in surprise, thinking about how beautiful this woman was. While she was looking at the portrait, the fair-haired man leaned over and began to leaf through some book, some of the pages of which had been torn out. Rush explained that these were historical records of the Burke house, from which some information was missing, and so they were taken downstairs for safety. Blue-eyed remembered that this book was mentioned a couple of times in the novel, but neither the man himself nor anyone else attached any special significance to it. Syria silently suggested that the Archduke's father might have destroyed the records himself when he learned of the existence of his illegitimate son. Wondering if the man was trying to sabotage the rule of his own son, Rush, she realized that he only knew part of his family history. Clenching her hands into fists, the blue-eyed girl mentally called the man who was capable of doing this to his own son a scoundrel. Syria suddenly felt a familiar energy, and while the blonde man continued reading the book, she turned and walked forward. Where the energy came from, the Archduchess was surprised to see a monolith made of constellation steel, wondering why they would put it in the estate. Then her attention was drawn to an interesting decoration, a gold tiara with elegant patterns and designs, and also with large red stones. She felt an insanely obvious desire to take this amazing product, and she herself was surprised by it, but she could hardly resist. Syria stepped even closer to the pedestal, and the energy pulling her towards the object only grew stronger, so she extended her hand forward. Noticing the strange light and the absence of his wife nearby, Rush turned around and called the blue-eyed woman by name, and then asked what she was doing there. He ran forward when he saw a sudden surge of divine energy caused by the girl's touch on the family heirloom. She opened her eyes in surprise, feeling herself overwhelmed with a previously unknown strength and warmth. Memories of Rouge and her whole life rushed through her mind, and she suddenly saw a dark figure who was tearfully begging the moon not to reject her. Inhaling fearfully and feeling the heat throughout her body from the horror that had gripped her, the girl opened her eyes and realized that she was lying in her bed. Looking at the bright room in front of her, Syria blinked slowly, trying to remember where she was, since her last memory was of Laurel's estate. Blue-eyed suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her mistress, and a second later she found herself in Abigail's warm embrace. The knight whispered that on the third day of the girl's unconsciousness, she was close to destroying that damn estate with her bare hands. Syria was surprised to learn about these 3 days, and assumed that if Abby was nearby, it meant that she had been returned to the main Burke estate. The dark-haired woman confirmed this, and explained that they were in the Archduchess's chambers, adding that his lordship had ordered the servants to bring her here. The girl suddenly froze and smiled brightly, seeing Bastian and Suzette smiling near the entrance to her new chambers. When she asked what they were doing here in the main estate, both servants knelt down, and the man asked them to accept the deepest gratitude from them and Madame Martha. He looked up, his eyes filled with kindness and tears, and said that they would never forget the price they had paid to save Laurel Manor. Bastian explained to the bewildered lady that the shadows had completely disappeared, and Suzette declared that they wanted to devote themselves entirely to serving the lady. Syria froze in surprise upon hearing such news and did not understand what was happening, since Lena had not come close to that place. Martha, meanwhile, calmly wrapped herself in a shawl and walked through the snow-covered garden of the newly revived and beloved estate. She said with joy and trepidation how nice it was to see that this beautiful place had returned to its former glory. She clasped her hands and thought with pleasure that the House of Burke had finally found itself an excellent archduchess. Looking at the pillow with the tiara in front of her, Syria asked if she had lost consciousness for such a long time when she touched the thing. Immediately remembering the decoration, the blue-eyed girl realized that the diadem had ended up in the hands of Syria's older brother, Nisus Celadon, who had given it to Lena after a fierce fight between several minor male characters. After this, the saint, of course, immediately began to wear the received decoration every time she went out. Lost in thought, the girl couldn't understand how the tiara ended up in Laurel's estate, because she thought that Nisus simply bought it at some auction, and Suzette asked what was bothering her. The lady smiled nervously, immediately asking whether the decoration should be given to Rush if it was found in the estate. She froze in surprise and opened her blue eyes wide when she learned that her husband had given this tiara to her. The girl asked why he was giving her such a valuable thing, since it was an important family heirloom, and the red-haired girl smiled and noted that everything that the Burke house owned now belonged to her too. Grabbing her head, Syria thought about what was going on here and involuntarily formed a vision in her head, wondering if the Archduke could be asking not to reject him. Blue Eyes folded her arms across her chest and thought about how she didn't remember any such visions in the original story. Wondering if she might have forgotten parts of the plot, the girl gradually began to return to the busy palace life. As she walked through the garden in the evening, Rush covered her shoulders with his fur cloak, smiling and asking if she really wanted to freeze to death. The couple sat down on a bench, and the man said that he understood the girl's desire to see him, but she could tell Lennon about it, and she shook her head, explaining that it was not an urgent matter. Looking at the blue-eyed girl, the man gently asked if she was feeling better, worrying about her well-being. Turning pink and adjusting his cloak, Syria said with a smile that he had asked about this much faster than usual. Immediately saying that this was what she wanted to talk about, the girl lifted the tiara from her chest, which she decided to wear as a necklace, and thanked him for such a gift. Explaining her decision, the blue-eyed woman said that putting such a thing on her head would be a little strange for her, presenting herself in a less than favorable light. Rush muttered with a smile that it didn't sound so terrible at all, and the Archduchess asked if he was serious about it. The man, teasing his wife, said that it was not for him to wear it, and when Syria asked if he wanted to, he leaned forward, saying that only if she put the jewelry on him herself. The fair-haired man smiled warmly at the blue-eyed girl's coquetry when she cheerfully asked if he really hoped that she wouldn't dare to do something like that. Pulling off the pendant with the tiara, the girl asked Rush to tilt his head slightly towards her. The man said he would do whatever she wanted, and bowed his head to be on the same level as hers. Blushing, Syria thought that her husband was very close, so close that she could catch his warm breath. The girl caught the blonde man's gaze, which was gentle, but not devoid of the already familiar desire to touch her or make her even more embarrassed. The fingers trembled slightly from the tension and did not obey the blue-eyed girl at all, who was trying to fasten the jewelry and was already reproaching herself for this stupid idea. Rush suddenly whispered her name and softly thanked her for saving his dear Laurel estate. Looking at his wife with sincere respect and even pride, the Archduke declared that he would always be grateful to her for this act. Blushing even more than before, Syria opened her eyes, not expecting to hear such words from the usually stern and reserved man. Their breaths mingled again, and they were close to kissing, but the girl suddenly pulled back and said that the necklace did not suit him at all. Rush smiled softly at her modesty and said with a smile that it would be as she wished. Stroking the large ruby, the blue-eyed woman asked him if he knew that this pendant contained divine power. The fair-haired man objected that it was indeed a relic, but hardly an unusual one, and the girl assured him that this decoration had much more power than its usual value. He said that this explained why Syria was so pleased, but she asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. Picking up the item, the blue-eyed woman repeated that it was a very precious and powerful thing, and therefore he should demand that it be returned. Rush hummed thoughtfully and took the pendant in his hand, put it to his lips, and then said that he didn't have a habit of taking back his gifts. Pulling the girl a little closer to himself, the man gently noted that the thing looked much better on his wife. Syria blushed brightly, realizing that for the first time a man was treating her with such attention and care, courting and respecting her. Immediately embarrassed by her own thoughts and feelings, She jumped up and said that she must resume checking the glacier next week, but the Archduke asked if she really wanted to monopolize all the work of his servants. Turning around, the girl said that this suited her and declared that she really liked it when people did not despise her. The man looked at the blue-eyed woman in surprise when she asked if it was the same with him. He muttered something unintelligible without taking his eyes off his wife, and she asked him again what he had said. Rush calmly explained that Syria had completely changed and that it was strange, and when the girl tried to find out what exactly the blonde guy thought was strange, he changed the subject and said that they could go back to the house. The next day, in the prison building, the Archduke said that he did not understand at all why his wife would see a prisoner who was being tortured. Turning to her husband, the girl said that it seemed to her that these shamans had come to the Laurel estate for a reason, but with a special purpose. Looking at the mages lying on the cold stone floor, the blue-eyed girl muttered that their condition was much more decent than she expected. When Lenin said that the Burke's methods of dealing with prisoners were not so cruel, Syria stepped closer to the cell, calling out to the shaman, and held out the tiara, asking if he had come for it. The man's eyes lit up with an evil fire, and he rushed towards the iron bars, and Rush quickly pushed his wife away, shielding her from possible trouble. When the prisoner opened his mouth and wanted to say something, bloody teeth literally poured out of his mouth. Quickly gathering everything so as not to frighten the lady, Lenin muttered that he had ordered them all several times to keep their mouths shut. As he stuffed them back into the prisoner's mouth, the assistant sang that he was frightening the Archduchess, while the girl asked in surprise if they really were teeth. Rush pulled her towards the exit, and the girl protested, reminding him of the words about them not using harsh methods. Later, in his husband's office, Syria listened to a conversation between him and Elliot about how they assumed Mitchell was to blame for what happened, and that his approach was much harsher than they thought. The Archduke slapped his knee and called him a scoundrel, saying that he had been furious when he had discovered that he was an illegitimate son, and asked him if he thought that the destruction of the House of Burke would change the fact of his birth. Blue-eyed remembered that Brother Rush was their father's favorite, and now, having learned that it was he who sent the magicians, she decided that he had really gone crazy. Scratching her nose thoughtfully, she looked down and wondered what he could possibly need the family heirloom for. Noticing her expression, the Archduke smiled and assured his wife that he was not hiding any illegitimate children. Syria replied that she knew this very well, because she was sure that he would never do such a thing. Immediately remembering Elliot's presence and their strange glances, Rush asked if anything had happened between them, since they both seemed strange. The girl hesitated, muttering something indistinctly, and then laughed nervously while the knight looked away in embarrassment. In the morning, a little later after Syria woke up, something not very significant, but very interesting actually happened. Sir Elliot came to her chambers and fell on his knees before his lady, saying that his life and honor belonged to the Laurel estate. He burst into tears right in front of her, saying that after saving his soul and this place, he completely entrusted his life and honor into the hands of the Archduchess. Syria was not surprised by the deep feelings awakened in him, but these tears still came as a great surprise and revelation to both of them. Becoming much more serious, Rush looked at Elliot jealously and asked what the hell could have happened. Their conversation and the growing tension were interrupted by Lenin, who burst in and loudly called for His Majesty from the corridor. Breathing heavily and resting his hands on his knees, the assistant said that a group of priests, including the high priest, went to the Supreme Church, but they were caught in a snowstorm and monsters. The Archduke sat silently as Lenin said that Saint Lena and the Marquis of Hanet were also in the procession. Syria froze when she heard that they had received an urgent message asking for help from the Archduchess, her husband, and a squad of knights. Rubbing his face with his hand, Rush asked how serious it was, and when Lenin replied that it was unknown, he stood up and asked to tell them that they all died of cold together. Walking forward, the man said that if they really needed help, let the knights, led by Elliot, go to help. Blue Eyes wondered if the Archduke might refuse to avoid putting her in a difficult position, but she knew that such behavior could have a negative impact on the Burke household. Syria clenched her fingers and thought that she had sworn to do everything possible for his well-being, and now she could not allow hostility with the High Church. Calling out to his lordship, the girl said that they had better help the procession, which was in danger. The husband asked if she was sure, and when the girl said that the high priest himself was calling her, the man, surprising Elliot and Lenin, calmly said that he could come up with dozens of excuses. Leaning toward his wife, Rush said with a soft smile and concern that she didn't have to go there at all. Unexpectedly for everyone, the gentleman, with the same slight smile, knelt down on one knee in front of his wife. Extending his palm towards her, the man said that if such a request did not embarrass Syria, he offered to go there with him. The girl blushed brightly, looking at Rush, and then took his hand and nodded in agreement. She stood up, looking at the Archduke with a gentle smile, and told Rush in a somewhat reassuring tone that they would go there together. After some time, the servants informed the high priest that His Grace Archduke Burke and his wife, Syria Stern, had arrived at the scene with a detachment of knights. High Priest Amos, a middle-aged man with deep green eyes, thanked the master for responding to his request for help. Placing his hand on his chest, he greeted the Archduke's wife, and she, with a slight stutter, greeted him in return. The man said with a smile that she had grown up a lot, and then admitted that this was a big surprise for him, and the blue-eyed girl opened her eyes in surprise. Shielding his wife from unsolicited words and advice, Rush calmly asked how big a threat those monsters posed, and the high priest invited them to follow him. Amos asked if the Archduke would mind if his wife waited in the chambers, and Syria quickly agreed. The blonde man turned to his wife and asked if she would mind being here alone for a bit. Standing surrounded by a squad of knights and servants, the girl blushed, comparing her skin color to the skin of a tomato. She hissed that she was not a child, but sterna, and should not be treated like a little one, and Rush calmly objected, saying that this was a very dangerous place. Raising the tent flaps, the man grinned at the corner of his lips and said that they would see each other very soon, calling Syria his precious mistress right in front of everyone. Blushing again and looking embarrassedly after her husband, the blue-eyed woman rubbed her cheek with her hand, silently pondering why a surge of tenderness had suddenly come over him. Later, she spent time quietly in the already prepared huge tent and reflected on what was happening. Sitting on the bed, the Duchess reflected that somewhere nearby were Lena and Callus, and she would give anything to never cross paths with them. The girl barely had time to think that the saint had become stubble, and therefore they would still have to see each other before the mission, when suddenly the brunette ran into the tent and said that she had heard everything. Looking up at her with her yellow eyes, Lena asked if Syria had really come to save her from the monsters. The saint clenched her palms and asked if the Archduchess really wanted to do this, despite all her past actions, and the blue-eyed one froze, not understanding what she was saying. The girl stood up as the brunette continued her monologue, for some unknown reason telling how scared she was of the appearance of all these dark creatures. Wanting to get rid of the rather annoying Lena as quickly as possible, Syria said that she had arrived here as a stubble since she had been called for help. Despite the Archduchess's words that the high priest himself was here, whose call for help she could not ignore, the brunette declared that it did not matter. Having looked her interlocutor over from head to toe, she stopped her gaze with tenacious yellow eyes on the necklace and asked what this unusual decoration was. Not understanding why the thing could have interested Lena, the blue-eyed girl thought in a slight panic that everything was different in the book. When the saint pointed her finger inappropriately and asked about the origin of the necklace, Syria mentally tried to shield herself from her and calmly replied that it was given to her by Rush. The brunette hummed understandingly and asked if this was a wedding gift from the Archduke. Lena suddenly put her hand to her lips, continuing to examine the girl's necklace, and suddenly said that she wanted to get the same one for herself. The blue-eyed girl froze in surprise, unconsciously covering the necklace with her hand and not understanding how the saint could even calmly say such things out loud. The brunette muttered something about a wedding gift and then suddenly screamed, as if she had found the answer to her question, and raised her head. She folded her hands together, and not just with a smile, but with a sly grin, asked if this was a wedding gift. Then when they divorced, would Syria return it to the Duke? Clutching the decoration in her palm and looking at Lena as if she were crazy, the girl opened her wide blue eyes in bewilderment, amazed at the depth of human impudence. At the same time, while Archduke Rush was busy preparing for a clash with the monsters, the saint's husband approached the Duchess's tent. The servant who stood at the entrance noticed him, stood at attention, and hastily greeted the not very positively disposed Marquis of Hanet. The fair-haired youth asked if Mrs. Syria was in, and the servant answered in the affirmative, but he hesitated nervously and stuttered. Suddenly, Callus heard Lena's voice asking if the blue-eyed girl would return something to the Duke after the divorce. He lifted the tent flaps to enter, while the girl looked at her interlocutor in shock, not understanding whether she had always been like this. The brunette smiled, but the things she said were not just irritating, but also frightening, and this behavior was not at all like a book character. Syria picked up the necklace and smiled, saying that Lena seemed to want to get her hands on this piece of jewelry. The saint folded her fingers together, and without taking her eyes off the girl, explained that it was simply very beautiful. Not wanting to stop her completely incomprehensible behavior, the brunette continued to beg for the necklace, asking if the Archduchess would give it to her if she got bored with it. She fell silent and swallowed quietly from excitement, only when she heard her husband's familiar voice calling her to finally come to her senses. A gloomy Callis asked how she could even allow herself to speak so openly and calmly about the divorce of two aristocrats of the Gyurux Empire. Lena quickly turned to her husband and declared that everything was not at all as it seemed to him, finally turning away from Syria. The brunette explained that she said all this because when they divorced, Rush would also dissolve the marriage with his wife so that the couple could get back together. Marquis Hannett ran his hand through his hair and said that even so, all those words sounded vile. Turning around, the saint muttered that she understood everything, lowering her head to hide her bright red cheeks in tears, and then quickly walked out of the tent. Syria couldn't understand why she had to witness a family quarrel at all when the young man turned around and called her name, awkwardly ruffling his hair. Getting on the girl's nerves, he said that she seemed to have lost a little weight since their last meeting. Turning away, the blue-eyed girl calmly said that it was none of his business and that he should go to Lena, and Callis called out to her, wanting to talk. Their not very successful conversation was interrupted by the cries of people outside that the monsters were already here, and the young people turned to him. The knights fought valiantly against the monsters, and Elliot shouted, ordering his fighters not to go beyond the boundaries of the territory where Stern's forces were active. Looking at everything that was happening from a high ledge that overlooked the entire battle, Syria thought that there were many more monsters than she had expected. Putting her palms together, the girl began to concentrate so that her powers within a radius of 5 kilometers could reach the steel of the constellation from which the knight's armor was made. Closing her eyes, she mentally thanked the goddess for the knowledge that the true heroine had received remained in her memory, and also hoped that Lena would be out of reach. Stern suddenly heard someone calling her and turned around, seeing too late a huge red monster in front of her, its mouth already wide open. She fell to her knees and closed her eyes, preparing herself for intense pain. But suddenly, Marquis Hannett appeared between her and the monster, drawing his sword. Breathing heavily, Syria continued to sit on the ground as the knights led the monster away and fought with it, pointing at each other to protect the lady. Having ordered the fighters to deal with the creature, Callis turned to her, exhaled loudly, and asked if the girl was okay. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, and another monster rushed towards the blonde one, opening its mouth, and the blue-eyed one noticed this too late, screaming loudly. This time, Rush arrived in time, jumping on the monster from behind and piercing it through with his deadly sword. He landed on the ground, still pushing the tip deeper to leave no chance for his enemy to escape, while Marquis Hannett looked on. Sheathing his weapon, the Archduke stood up and spat out with disgust and anger that Callis was not even able to take care of himself. Seeing her husband, Syria exhaled with relaxation and called him by name, feeling a pleasant warmth spreading through her soul at just one look at him. The Archduke declared that everyone here was crazy because they could only talk and not provide any real security for Sterna, and then headed towards his wife. Tucking her hair behind her ear, the blue-eyed girl repeated the name with a bright smile and asked how he even knew she was in danger. Without answering the question or asking any questions, Rush grabbed her tightly with his arms, lifting her off the ground and pressing her fragile body into his strong chest. With one hand squeezing the girl's waist and the other burying himself in her hair, the man whispered loudly that he felt danger, felt that he could lose her at any moment. Syria blushed brightly and whispered that she was still here and would continue to be here if he didn't strangle her in his arms after she remained unharmed. Pressing his forehead into her fragile shoulder, Rush whispered hotly that if she had died, he would have buried alive all the nobles who had asked them for help. Stepping back a little, the Archduke asked worriedly what he would have done if he had not managed to arrive in time. What could have happened then? The blue-eyed girl froze, feeling his strong hands squeezing her shoulders, and blushed brightly, because for the first time he showed his emotions so clearly in public. She sheepishly asked him to stop, since there were knights and others around them, but the man sighed, reminding her that everyone knew about their status as spouses. The Marquis of Hannett stood and looked from afar at this picture, clearly not intended for strangers to see, but placed right before him. He wondered in his mind when the two had managed to become so close, while the Archduke and Syria were joking with each other and seemed like real newlyweds. Callis gripped the hilt of his sword and wanted to stop all this, but a familiar high voice called his name. Lena ran up to him and excitedly asked what had happened to his arm, and the young man only now felt an unpleasant tingling sensation and warm blood on the wound above his elbow. Marquis Hannett said that she should return to her position while the brunette tried to figure out if he was injured, and Rush muttered quietly that she was crazy to leave her place in the line. While the priests were taking Lena away to prevent her from ruining the entire monster-killing operation, the girl called out to Callus, constantly turning around to look at him. Another specially trained person was healing the young man's wound at the same time, so that he could later continue the battle in peace. He looked back at Syria again, only to see her look of disdain and indifference. Later, High Priest Amos scolded Lena, saying that they had been educating her every free minute, while the girl, with her head down, tried to quietly object to him. The man screamed. How many times did he need to be told that the Sterns played a key role during the fight with the monsters, and they should never leave their knights? Ashamed of her actions, the brunette hung her head, while Amos shouted that you can't leave because of one person, no matter what kind of relationship they have. Looming over Lena like a thundercloud, the high priest asked what would happen if, during her absence, the knights of House Burke began to freeze to death. The brunette quietly asked for forgiveness for her actions, and Amos urged her to control herself at least for one day, until the end of this operation. When the man left, the girl was left alone with her thoughts and gritted her teeth, not understanding what she had done wrong. She quietly asked why she was being treated like this, because Syria, if she were in her place at that moment, would have done exactly the same thing. Wiping away the tears of anger and shame, Lena thought vindictively that both she and the high priest would definitely experience the same disgusting feelings. Meanwhile, Abigail walked across the battlefield, shaking the still hot blood of many slain creatures off her sword. Looking back, the girl thought that she had already moved much further away from the camp as a whole and from her mistress than she should have. Suddenly, her fighting companion called out to the girl, telling her to turn around and wait for a blow from the right. The knight wanted to answer in surprise that there was nothing there, but then a huge monster, standing on its hind legs, attacked her from a completely different direction. Having dealt with the monster, Abigail threw away her sword and turned to the fighter, stating that something seemed wrong here. Feeling warm blood running down her temple, the girl clenched her teeth and asked what he was planning. The knight swallowed nervously, frozen in place, and then stuttered and asked again, as if not understanding what she meant. Grabbing him by the chest, the dark-haired woman asked sternly, again menacingly asking why he was deliberately taking her as far away from Stern as possible. When the young man began to tremble in fear and did not know how to justify himself, Abby shook him, trying to find out why he was pretending to help her. Remembering the knight's face that was looking at her, the dark-haired girl called him a scoundrel, saying that he was constantly hanging around St. Lena, suggesting that it was she who had put him up to it. At the same time, the brunette came out of the tent and walked down the street with a smile, mentally wondering if the knight had done what she asked. The girl remembered with a smile how she had only to smile and make eyes at the young man, and he had immediately agreed, and she thought about why everyone in the world was so good. Suddenly, the saint saw Archduke Rush walking straight towards her, as always stern and gloomy, but very attractive. As they walked past each other indifferently, Lena brushed her hand against the man's strong shoulder. An incomprehensible energy flashed between them, as if it had shocked them both with electricity. Grabbing her hand, the brunette froze in surprise halfway, not understanding what kind of feeling had just pierced her entire being. Calling the girl by her title, Archduke Burke asked why she did this, feeling a wound on his forearm that appeared out of nowhere. Turning around, Lena swallowed and quietly asked him what he meant and smiled nervously, muttering that she hadn't done anything. The man asked her very sternly how she would explain it then, showing a fresh, gaping, bleeding wound on his arm. The brunette said in confusion that it was not true, because she did not want or do anything like that. Casting an irritated and even angry glance at her, he turned around and expressed the hope that in the future the saint would no longer bother him. Lena, folding her hands together, looked after him, lost and frightened, immediately forgetting where she was going and what she was doing before this collision. Hugging herself by the shoulders, the girl thought that the Archduke's behavior even made her shudder. The brunette looked after the man, imagining how strict he could be with his own wife and loved ones. Turning away and rubbing her chin with her fingers, Lena decided that she had made the right choice earlier, and Callus was the best option. When the girl entered the high priest's tent, she froze and clenched her fists, looking at the situation with fear. Near the table, on his knees, sat the very knight from whom the saint had previously asked for help, and it was clear that he had been caught and had given up their entire plan. Amos, pointing his palm at the young man, asked if he had really been sent by the saint to Abigail to prevent her from protecting her mistress. Frozen, Lena trembled with fear of exposure just like the knight, trying to mumble something, but no excuses came to mind. The brunette asked His Eminence to understand her actions correctly, but the man screamed, calling on God and asking what kind of correctness we could talk about here. Lowering her head and hiding her eyes that were filled with tears, Lena said that she wanted to show that anyone would leave their post for someone they cared about, even Syria. The blue-eyed girl folded her arms across her chest, looking at her in surprise and even shock, not understanding why the hell she was taking Abigail away, risking her life, just for such a trifle. The Archduchess looked at the saint, who was now crying like an innocent lamb, although she knew perfectly well that a knight who went beyond the radius of divine magic could easily die. Amos turned away and said that he could no longer turn a blind eye to such actions, and then said that he took back his earlier words about letting him go to the capital after a month of training. Frightening and surprising the brunette at the same time, the high priest explained to the girl that she would remain in the Supreme Church. Lena screamed desperately that she hated this place, and the man stood up and slammed the table, saying that her first priority was her own sense of comfort, and therefore she treated the life of a knight with astonishing frivolity. Abby and Syria listened silently as the brunette screamed that this knight had also been imprisoned, and the man strongly advised her not to insult Sterna's personal knight. Turning around, the girl went to the exit and shouted that they did not understand anything because she only wanted to open their eyes to the truth. The brunette quickly ran out of the tent, ignoring the angry shouts of High Priest Amos. Covering his face with his hand, the man groaned loudly from irritation and how many problems the saint managed to bring to the ranks of the aristocracy. Leaning her palms on the table, the Archduchess rose from her seat and asked permission to speak with Lena. Sitting among the rocks and burying her palms in her knees, the brunette cried and thought that it was unfair because she should be the precious Sterna, but everyone only scolded her. Raising her wet gaze with deep yellow eyes, the girl silently wondered what she had done wrong and whether it would be better to blame the one who had brazenly taken her place. The saint suddenly felt some kind of insanely attractive call of power, telling her that she should receive much more divine power. Lena raised her head at the call and saw a golden necklace covered with large rubies. Looking at it and feeling her brain being enveloped in an incomprehensible haze clouding her consciousness, she mentally muttered that this thing belonged to Ceres. The decoration itself asked her to touch it, to reach out and take it for herself, and the brunette obediently extended her hand forward. When she squeezed the necklace with her fingers, it was as if an electric shock had pierced her, and dark purple and black shackles of magical energy appeared around her, bursting into her body. Syria, who was staring in surprise at everything that was happening, sank to the ground, but the unfamiliar magical power did not disappear from her. The blue-eyed girl froze in fear, her mouth wide open in surprise, and quietly asked what was going on here. She stepped towards the girl, deciding that she had to help with this strange condition, while the saint was breathing heavily, holding on to her own dress. When Lena looked up, Syria, with fear and confusion about what might come next, assumed that she had absorbed the darkness. Suddenly jumping up from her seat, the brunette rushed forward, staggering, and began to run away from the Archduchess. Looking after her, the blue-eyed girl, completely confused about what was happening, thought that she should call High Priest Amos as quickly as possible. When everyone reported to Rush, he said that she was simply mocking them. It was not enough for her to try to kill the Knight of Sterna. Now she also ran away. The Archduke looked up with fury at the clergyman who had given him all the news and asked what they wanted from him now. The young man bowed his head and asked forgiveness from his lordship, saying that this was an important matter, so they asked him to give them some knights to help. When someone entered the tent, the messenger reported that the situation was urgent, and therefore the high priest had already gone to look for the saint together with Lady Syria. Behind him, Elliot swallowed nervously as Rush flinched with rage, his voice seething with anger as he asked again if he had heard correctly. Clutching the scroll in his hands and trying to fight the urge to strangle someone, he asked if they really had allowed Syria to go looking for Lena herself. As the Archduchess and the high priest walked forward, looking for the brunette, the man said that no matter how much he lectured the girl, it all ended the same way. Walking a little further away, the blue-eyed girl mentally thought about what happened to the saint then, while Amos shouted and called her. She clutched the skirt of her dress, wondering if the girl had tried to clear out that dark energy, thinking that in the book that hadn't happened. After 15 minutes, they finally found Lena, who was walking quickly towards the forest. The brunette turned around when she heard the high priest's response, but clearly didn't try to come to her senses and stopped to discuss everything that had happened and returned to the camp. She screamed at them to stay back and said she had done nothing wrong, and Amos held out his hands and said they knew, but they had to leave this place first. The man tried to gently explain that if Lena gave up her position, she would start having problems. Syria stood behind them, trying to decide if she should tell Amos what she had just seen. Suddenly, a large monster jumped out of the forest, and the blue-eyed girl screamed, calling out to his eminence in fear. Meanwhile, Rush, surrounded by his knights, tried to find the high priest and his wife as quickly as possible, who were nowhere to be seen. Thoughtfully looking at the sky and the gradually setting sun, the Archduke thought with fear that with the onset of night, the search would be much more difficult. Suddenly, the Marquis of Hanet called to his lordship, attracting his attention, and then asked if any more traces of Syria had been discovered. Rush gripped the horse's reins with his hands and angrily declared that at a moment like this, the young man should not be so worried about her at all. He asked if common sense had completely abandoned both him and the saint, adding that it was they who had dragged the Archduchess into such a dangerous place. The man growled, wondering how he could continue to cause trouble and how long it could go on, and then wanted to say something else, but didn't have time. Both young men turned around when one of the knights called out to his majesty and said that a monster had appeared very close by. The monster stood directly in front of the trio and growled, rubbing the ground with its paws and dropping saliva on it in anticipation of the already planned attack. Trying to save the saint, Amos ran towards her and held his hands out in front of her, urging her to run towards him so that they could escape the demonic creature. The monster rushed forward faster than the man could cover Lena, and strong paws with sharp claws pinned him to the ground. Reaching forward, Amos whispered hoarsely that the saint must save herself immediately, knowing that he would not make it out alive. The monster swung its huge clawed paw with a loud roar, and in place of the high priest's head, there remained only a bloody mess. Lena, shocked by what she saw, froze in place, unable to move due to paralyzing and all-encompassing fear, and Syria tried to shout to her. The monster that had just brutally dealt with Amos had no intention of stopping and screamed just as threateningly, swinging at Lena. Suddenly, Rush appeared near them, flew up, preventing the tragedy, and chopped off the head and paw of the monster with one blow of his sword. Looking at the saint, the Archduke breathed heavily, and covered in someone else's blood, said that he seemed to have expressed himself clearly when he ordered her to stop causing endless trouble. The brunette, pale and scared half to death, sank to her knees and could hardly breathe, looking at her savior. Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes as the girl gathered all her strength into a fist and, in a cherished voice, thanked the man for saving her. Suddenly, the moon lit up brightly again and increased in size just as it had during the saint's first disappearance, as if warning everyone about it. Syria shouted her husband's name loudly, and the Marquis called for the saint when all the people realized that something dangerous was about to happen. The brunette screamed loudly as the force entangled her from head to toe, lifting her off the ground and asking for help, looking at Rush. Reaching out her hand to him and screaming in fear, Lena repeated her request, not wanting to disappear from this world again. The Archduke only managed to reach out for her hand with his own when the moon finally absorbed the girl, taking her to another dimension. The man froze in place, looking at the sky in shock, because he had not seen the first disappearance of the saint, and therefore had no idea what it looked like from the outside. Syria clenched her fists and froze, realizing that this had just happened for the second time. The first moment in the book she disappeared for a short time, but the next moment was different because she was gone from their world for a whole year. During this time in the original story, both men, Callus and Rush, realized their love for Lena, even though they had not noticed it before. Pressing her hand to her mouth in fear, the blue-eyed girl thought that perhaps she had avoided the events, because the place and circumstances of the disappearance were completely different. Only one thing was constant. Just like in the book, Saint Lena and Rush reached out to each other before she disappeared. She cowered in panic fear, realizing that now the foundation could be laid for her to lose her own husband. The fair-haired man looked around, and noticing his wife's frightened state, calmly called her by name. Syria stood in front of him and couldn't understand what to do now. Would she just have to watch the story unfold? Blue-Eyed didn't want to lose Rush so much that she practically felt on a physical level the pain she would experience if she suddenly lost his care and warmth. Standing before him, pressing her hands to her chest, she wondered if she could avoid a future where her husband falls in love with the saint and the girl dies. A little later, the high priest was brought to his tent, and they tried to put him in order, laying him in a coffin so that every person could say goodbye to him. As Syria walked hesitantly and slowly into the tent, one of the men in a priest's robe thanked her. He pinched the bridge of his nose with his hands and said that since a stern like her had prayed for the peace of Amos's soul, he must now be in the arms of God. Rush approached his wife and put his hand on her fragile shoulder, asking what she was doing there, and the blue-eyed woman replied that she had come to place a lock of her hair on the lid of the priest's coffin. Holding the already cut locks of hair in her hands, the girl muttered that she knew about the sign according to which this was good for the deceased. Taking her hair from her fragile palm, the Archduke said that it would be better for him to do it himself with his wife's permission, since it would be better for her not to see Amos in such a state, and then he stepped forward. Syria came out of the tent and looked at the tired and wounded soldiers, thinking that they looked pathetic, and this was not surprising after all the events. When she and Rush were both standing on the street and looking at the white doves, the girl couldn't remember whether the high priest had died in the novel itself. The only thing she knew was that Lena had not disappeared here. In the book, the saint had followed the Archduke to a frozen lake in the Berklands and had suddenly disappeared. In the novel, the man felt guilty for not being able to save her, and over time, this feeling grew into genuine love. Syria hesitantly called her husband and quietly asked if he felt guilty for everything that had happened here. Rush didn't quite understand this question, trying to clarify before whom or her he should feel guilty. Immediately thinking that she had started all this in vain, she muttered that the question was inappropriate and asked to forget about it, and the fair-haired man asked how he could answer if he did not fully understand what was wanted from him. The blue-eyed girl turned around and quietly exhaled when her husband really asked her to finish and explain everything. Gathering her courage, she asked him if he felt guilty for what had happened to Saint Lena, and the Archduke froze upon hearing these words. Rush asked if she was sure she meant him, and when Syria said that he understood everything absolutely, and there was no point in asking clarifying questions, the man shrugged, saying that he had not expected such a question. The fair-haired man said that he didn't quite understand his wife, and whether she was really worried that he might be tormented by different feelings, and the blue-eyed woman quietly replied that that's exactly what she felt. Suddenly, Rush's hand was on her face, and he used his thumb to gently smooth out the wrinkle that lay between the girl's eyebrows. He said with a smile that he now understood why she frowned, and Syria blushed slightly, looking at him. Stroking the girl's forehead gently and affectionately, the Archduke stated that when she was thoughtful, the corners of her eyebrows on the bridge of her nose were slightly raised. The blue-eyed girl turned away, blushing brightly, and said that there was nothing like that, but the fair-haired man explained that you could always tell what she was feeling from her facial expression. The girl bit the inside of her cheek when Rush said that the saint herself decided to escape from the camp. He did not force her to leave, and therefore did not feel any guilt. Syria thought back to the plot of the novel, in which their love had flared up precisely after this, and thought about how desperately she had tried to avoid it. The most offensive thing for the blue-eyed girl was the fact that because of the way she moved the pieces on the board, an innocent man, Amos, paid with his life. Later, when the girl was sitting on a bench and thinking about the horrors that had happened, a loud child's voice called out to her. The priest's little assistant handed her a glass of wine, saying that it was an offering in honor of the deceased, and that she asked her to accept it. Having thanked the little girl and taken the glass in her hands, she squeezed it with her fingers and thought that she had never been able to fully explain her feelings to Rush. Then, during their short conversation, he decided that her worries were caused mainly by the great shock of seeing the death of the high priest, and also asked her to prepare for a quick departure to the castle. The girl shook her head thoughtfully, wondering if he was offended, and then decided that she should apologize and raised her glass of red wine to her lips to honor Amos's memory. Sniffing the scent, she seemed to sense something unpleasantly familiar, but she didn't immediately understand what it was. At that moment, Callus took her hand with the glass in his own and quietly called the girl by name, asking her not to drink it. Syria asked in surprise what he was doing there, and Marquis Hunnick took the wine from her and handed her a large flask, saying that it would be much better if she took this. Handing the vessel back to the young man, the blue-eyed girl said that she could manage and asked for her cup back, but the fair-haired man poured out the drink, saying that he could not. Hearing the surprised and muffled sound squeezed from the girl's lips, he explained that the red wine was made from strawberries, to which she was allergic. Callus turned around and walked the other way, asking Syria to keep the flask, but she stood up and screamed, asking where he was going and repeating that she didn't need the thing. The Marquis said that in that case she could just throw it away, and suddenly Sir Eliot called out to the blue-eyed girl waving the flask. He said he had finished preparing the carriage and had come to take it away, and then asked where the flask had come from, and the Archduchess hastily replied that it had come from some tramp. The knight hesitantly objected, saying that it belonged to the Marquis of Hanet, and Syria blushed brightly and asked in surprise how he knew. Elliot pointed to the design engraved on the vessel and explained that it depicted the family crest of the House of Callus. Syria immediately thought that the Marquis had almost set her up, because if someone else, and not her loyal knight, had noticed the thing, there would have been a huge scandal. When the young man asked what was in it, the Archduchess said that it contained wine, since it was prepared by priests, and she could not drink it because of an allergy. Sir Elliot straightened up, and his face changed, looking at his lady with a little apprehension. He muttered that Archduke Rush would be upset when he found out about this, and the blue-eyed girl asked, a little confused, why he would be upset. The fair-haired man replied that it did not matter, and then added that he began to understand why his lordship was always asking his wife to accompany him, and she objected that they hardly spoke to each other. She said that she would return the flask to him, and called the priest's little assistant, and the girl immediately turned around when she heard the lady. Syria handed the flask to the little girl, and gently asked her to pass it on to Marquis Hanet, and she held out her small hands in agreement. She promised that she would take it right away, but a familiar male voice suddenly asked what and to whom she was going to take it, and then deftly snatched the flask from the girl's hands. Pressing his back against his wife and squeezing her shoulder with his free hand, Rush growled irritably in her ear, scorched by a feeling of burning jealousy. He exhaled, causing goosebumps to appear on the girl's neck, and asking if that bastard had really been flirting with her again. Callus had meanwhile already reached his tent and entered, pushing aside the curtain with his hand while the servant greeted my lord. The assistant reported that an urgent message had arrived from the Supreme Church, and the young man replied that if they were eager to know when he would arrive, they could tell him that they would not have to wait long, since he was planning to leave today. The servant called out to my lord again, and when he turned round, he said that they had asked for the arrival not only of the Marquis, but also of a witness to what had happened. The blond man asked why this was necessary, and the man explained that the saint herself had disappeared, so this case would be investigated very thoroughly. He added that someone with divine power, who was present at the time of the saint's disappearance, must come. Callus immediately thought of Syria, who was there and saw everything perfectly, and therefore would be suitable as a witness. The aide added that the elders held an urgent meeting and decided that it was Sterna who should testify at the hearing. The Marquis of Hanet asked if he should deliver it, but the assistant shook his head, saying that the priest would do it themselves. He added that the young people would hardly be happy with each other's company, and therefore special people would do everything possible to ensure that they did not cross paths, and the fair-haired man quietly muttered his agreement. Suddenly, Rush's voice was heard, calling out to the Marquis and entering the tent without permission. He threw the flask he had given his wife at the young man with all his might, and he managed to catch it right in front of his face, swallowing. The Archduke folded his arms and asked them to continue their conversation calmly, while the servant asked in confusion what was going on. The man looked at them with the most contemptuous gaze he could muster, sternly asking who and where they had decided to take them without permission. The servant explained that the senior priest had already gone to his tent to notify him personally, but Burke asked whose authority it was to give such orders. Walking closer to them, he clenched his fists and declared that his wife had already overcome many difficulties on the way home and did not have time to walk around the church. Callus looked at him irritably, feeling a twinge of jealousy when Rush mentioned Syria in such a context. The Archduke said that if they needed someone with divine power, he would go himself, since he was part of the Grand Vanchette, so there should be no problem, and the servant confirmed this. The Marquis suddenly asked how much work he had assigned to Syria, if she didn't even have time to go to church, and forcing her to work until exhaustion was too much. Smiling, Rush said with a cold-blooded smile that he was incredibly grateful for how much my lord cared about his wife. While finishing off Callus, the Archduke calmly, with a hidden caustic jab, said that, given his constant spending time with the saint before, he believed that his attitude towards Syria was exactly like that. He gritted his teeth, lowering his head and clutching the one that had been handed back to him in such an impudent manner. A little earlier, Rush told the blue-eyed girl to give him this flask, and she doesn't need it, because there is warm wine in the kitchen. He pointed his finger at the tent, telling his wife to get something good from there, not this swill, and she turned to him, a little surprised. The girl explained that she couldn't drink the local wine because it was made from strawberries, which would make her sick. Elliot, who was present at the conversation, felt even more awkward when Syria said that Rush could not have known this, since she never talked about it. Blue-eyed, not wanting to offend him, said that they had spent so little time with each other, and therefore she had not had time to share a lot. Then the man thought with a twinge of jealousy How funny it was that the Marquis knew more about the Archduchess than the Archduke himself. He frowned and wondered if it was really just a matter of time, that she had simply known Callus longer. Rush, with a rage in his soul that refused to be silenced, was not sure if it was only because of this damn time that the Marquise's face distorted every time he heard her name. Stepping even closer, the man asked the milord to wake up and said that he seemed to have forgotten that his wife was Saint Lena and not Syria. But the Marquis stated that the two couples had simply gotten married due to unforeseen circumstances. Rush countered that things were different with the blue-eyed girl, and he personally never ran away from his bride during the wedding for an affair with another. Callus, hearing these words, shouted at his lordship, trying to call for an end to the conflict. The young man, his fingers gripping the hilt of his sword, asked the Archduke if he would stop throwing insults if he were challenged to a duel right now. Grabbing his weapon, the man smiled and said that he had finally received a worthy offer, and the servant cried out in fear. He squeezed the gentleman's hand with his palms and asked him to calm down, because something bad could happen, and Rush, with a grin, said that bad was what he needed. The assistant called to hear about the lady and said that he was sure that the girl was already very worried about the monstrous death of the high priest. Both men stopped when he added that this dangerous duel could finish off the girl. Rush muttered that his assistant had a good head on his shoulders for a reason, and then said that they would have to wait with this desired duel. Seeing the end of this tense conversation, Sir Eliot approached and asked in fear what his master and the Marquis were going to do. But the Archduke calmly replied that it was none of his business. Stepping towards his knight, he asked if everything was ready, and when the young man answered in the affirmative, he ordered that fighters be selected to return back to the duchy, while the rest would have to go with him to the temple. The man smiled thoughtfully and called Eliot by name, making another request, and the leader of the knights asked what was the matter. Rush said that he had to make sure that all the strawberries in the main garden of his estate were torn out completely and by the roots. The knight suggested that he could speak with the lady about this, and the Archduke asked, puzzled, why this was necessary. Teasing Callus, during a discussion of internal matters, the fair-haired man said with a smile that he was not sure if his wife knew that no one else could torment him as much as she could. The Marquis froze, hearing how they were discussing the already well-established life of this union, which was supposed to become just a formality. He was absolutely certain that the look, words, and behavior of the Archduke indicated that Rush was absolutely in love with Syria. Upon returning to the main estate, surrounded by Abigail and Eliot, the blue-eyed one froze and asked if she was dreaming all this. With her arms wide open and looking in shock at the garden that had been dug up from top to bottom, which had been pristinely untouched before their departure, the girl asked what had happened here. Abby said that the estate seemed to have been robbed, and when the lady asked what kind of thief would dare to break into the Burke house, she suggested that the robber could be one of the servants. Drawing her sword, the dark-haired girl was clearly in a serious mood and asked the Archduchess for permission to find and destroy the villains. When they entered their native palace, the blue-eyed one waved her hand and said that this was wrong. At the entrance, she was met by Bastian, surrounded by a dozen maids, who bowed and greeted her ladyship, saying that she was expected at home. The girl looked at the man with a smile, saying that everything seemed to be in order in the estate, but what happened in the courtyard, in the main garden? To Syria's surprise, the butler said that they thought the strawberries had grown too much, and so they had to dig everything up to get every single root. Blue Eyes said that even in that case, she saw no reason to leave the garden in that state, and Bastian bowed, asking for forgiveness, and explaining that the fact was that gardeners, according to custom, obey only the orders of the Archduchess. He added that, according to tradition, this area is the property of the mistress of the House of Burke. But since they did not have a mistress before, the gardeners refused to make major changes to the layout of the garden. Pointing to the dug-up area, Bastian asked why she didn't take the opportunity to give this beautiful part of the estate a new look. Placing her hand on her chest, Syria said that she had very little understanding of such things, but she would try, and the butler replied with a smile that he was very grateful. Tapping her fingers against her lips, the girl muttered that there was no reason to stick to any particular schedule, but it would be nice to have everything planned out before Rush arrived. Smiling happily, the blue-eyed girl said that from now on, it seemed like they had a lot of things to do. A few days later, the Archduchess was already resting at Laurel Manor, explaining to Martha why she had been sent there for a while. Martha asked why they wanted to send her away, and Syria, offended, said that she had simply worked very hard. She said that she had put the gardeners who had tried to deceive her, and by extension the entire Burke household, in their place, and had ordered them to thoroughly fertilize the soil. Later, she carefully studied 24 garden design proposals and selected the most beautiful ones at reasonable prices. Bastian said that everything had already been done for the main estate and asked the lady to go to the Laurel estate. He said that the Archduchess managed to finish it in 3 days, although he wanted it to become a relaxing hobby for her. The girl sipped her tea, remembering the butler's words about the garden at Laurel's estate being smaller, so she would be able to enjoy decorating it. She immediately looked up and realized that she had indeed been sent into exile because she had worked too hard, and Martha said that Bastian had been right in his words. The woman hugged the lady and said that she had indeed lost weight and could therefore come to them on the weekend to enjoy delicious food, and Syria admitted that this sounded wonderful. Martha laid her head on the crown of her beloved Archduchess and said that His Highness could also come sooner to rest. Gently stroking the girl's chin, she smiled and expressed her hope that the gentleman would find a place where his heart could rest. After a few days spent visiting Martha, the Archduchess was traveling back to the main estate to finally meet with Rush, who had returned from his trip to the High Church. As she sat in the carriage, she thought about Lena appearing in a year, and she wondered in her mind if Rush would give her his heart after he returned. Stroking her pounding temples, the girl thought about how she seemed to be prepared for any turn of events, but Callus's betrayal hit her harder than she thought. Remembering the darkness that had taken over Lena, she stroked her necklace and thought that they were completely different, since Syria could only purify demonic energy by borrowing the power from this ornament. She remembered that Lena was able to perform miracles after receiving the necklace, but she never had any suspicions because the saint originally possessed a strong divine power, which, according to her, helped cleanse impurity. Thinking about it, Syria suggested that the necklace could be an item that could greatly enhance Stirna's magic. Putting her hands together and stroking the decoration, the blue-eyed girl wondered if it could be the source of all of Lena's power while she was simply deceiving everyone. The Archduchess rubbed her face with her hand, whispering that she was very tired of wondering whether she should continue to push further from the original plot. After some time, the carriage drove into the courtyard of the main estate, and the girl went out into the street, happy that the road had finally been overcome. Rush met her right there, still dressed in his formal attire, and smiled softly, calling his wife by name because he missed her. Blue-Eyed also smiled brightly, greeting the Archduke, and he asked where she had been if she had returned from her trip. Syria replied that she had gone to Laurel Manor for a couple of days, and then hugged his hand and asked how he had returned from the High Church so quickly, to which the man replied with a smile that he had galloped his horse all the way home. Touching his palm, which was not covered by clothes, the girl looked at her husband with fear, saying that he had a fever and seemed to be ill. Rush turned to her, asking if he looked like a sick person, and the blue-eyed girl answered a little hesitantly that anyone could get sick. The Archduke replied that perhaps that was so, but that he could not afford to be weak today, and Syria asked, puzzled, how one could treat it differently if he really had a fever. Later, when she wanted to discuss this issue with Lenin, he looked at her in surprise and said that this could not be, because as long as he remembered the gentleman, he was always in good health. Blue Eyes asked if he really had such good health, and the assistant said that was putting it mildly, since in this regard the Archduke was clearly not human. Thinking that if Lenin was talking about such things calmly, then everything was fine, the girl asked where his lordship was now, because she wanted to show him the plan of the future garden. The assistant replied that the gentleman was finishing his work in his chambers, since due to his hasty departure from the Supreme Church, he had many unresolved issues. Entering her husband's chambers with the medicine brought on a tray, Syria examined it and muttered that she knew it. Rush lay half-sitting on the bed, suffering from fever, covered in letters and papers related to unresolved issues. Touching her husband's hot forehead, the girl thought that Lenin was incredibly naive if he allowed the Archduke to hide his every ailment so easily. The man woke up and caught the blue-eyed woman's hand, but she excitedly said that this would not work and that he needed to take medication to improve his condition. She quietly called his name when the Archduke remained silent, looking at her with a slightly unusual, very attentive gaze and breathing heavily. Syria asked if he was okay, gently squeezing his fingers a few times, and only then did Rush more or less come to his senses, looking up at her with a more conscious gaze. Pulling a chair up to his bed, she stated that she was sure he had a fever, although he tried to insist that there was no way he could be ill. Holding a small tablet in her palm, the blue-eyed girl explained that Suzette had given her this tablet for a cold, and that she should take it with water. Rush replied that he was afraid of melting the medicine with his touch, and Syria asked if he had felt a fever right away. The Archduke ignored the question and moved closer to the girl, muttering that he better not touch the pill, and asked for help. Before the surprised girl could answer, the man leaned over and pressed his lips to her palm, grabbing the medicine. Pulling away, he gently touched her fingers, taking the pill, and exhaled noisily, still not feeling his best. Syria blushed brightly from such a touch, and Rush whispered that if he did not wash down the medicine, a bitter taste would remain in his mouth, and so he asked for some water. Trying to convince herself and her body that there was no need to be embarrassed and nervous, because her husband was simply ill, she gently placed one hand on his chin, and with the other brought a glass of water to his mouth. A few cool drops of water rolled down the blonde man's lips, cheeks, and neck, as he, like a child, informed Syria that she had spilled a little. Turning away, the girl told him not to complain, because few people could receive care from Sterna herself, and Rush sarcastically said that he would have to bow to her later. She put the glass on the nightstand and asked why she was working herself so hard during her illness, and the Archduke replied that she herself had worked so hard that she had managed to bring Bastian to tears. Blue-Eyed replied that at least she was not hiding her poor health, and besides, work in the garden would go slowly, and they would have to wait for spring, since the ground was still frozen. While the girl continued to chat about the garden, Rush turned his head and suddenly asked if he really looked so pathetic that she was forced to sit here with him for company. Clutching the skirt of her dress, Syria lowered her head, humming, and said that being sick could be very lonely. The man asked her if she knew this from experience, and if she had been treated badly at home, and the blue-eyed girl quickly corrected him that she was the only one who had treated them badly. The blonde man said that he had sent an envoy to her family to ask for their approval of their marriage after the year-end festival, but they had been slow to respond, and the girl assumed that they simply did not care about her marriage. Rush asked how then to explain the fact that they had almost immediately agreed to Marquis Hannet, and Syria explained that if Callus had been a duke, they would have found a lot of reasons to refuse. With her head down, she said that her family considered the girl unworthy of anything other than marriage with the Marquis, and they would never accept that she had become the wife of the Archduke. The man suddenly asked her to stop talking about it and covered the blue-eyed girl's clenched and intertwined fingers with his hot palm. Stroking her palms, he asked his wife to forget about the Keladins, because, in fact, this answer was not so important to him, and the blue-eyed woman asked why he had sent the messenger then. Remembering how Marquis Hannet had boasted about being the only man the Syria family would allow him to marry, Rush muttered that he had done it all because of that bastard. When the girl asked who he meant, the Archduke said that he had misspoke and asked his wife not to worry, as he simply wanted to observe all the formalities. The man suddenly decided to radically change the topic of conversation and asked if Syria was free tomorrow or the day after. The blue-eyed girl replied that, of course, she was free, asking why he was asking such questions, and the fair-haired man calmly replied that he wanted to go somewhere with her. He added that he wanted to take a walk with her to the frozen lake and look not only at the familiar northern side, but also to go to the much more picturesque southern side to relax, and the girl froze in surprise, looking at her husband. She asked if there might be monsters there, but Rush calmly replied that guests were always accompanied there by knights, so they would be completely safe. Reaching forward and taking her palm in his, the man stroked her soft skin and said that his wife especially shouldn't worry about anything, because he was nearby. Looking at the still red cheeks of the blonde man, Syria asked him to wait and postpone this walk at least until his fever went down. Noticing that even his eyes were red, the girl freed her hand from his fingers and touched his hot forehead, saying that he was clearly very ill. She asked worriedly if the temperature had risen even higher, and the man reminded her that his eyes were always very bright and red. When they were very close to each other, Rush whispered that she didn't seem to notice, then asked if it looked weird, and she denied it. Instantly realizing how close they were to a kiss, Syria pulled back, screaming that they had indeed always been red, wondering how she hadn't seen it before. Squeezing her hands again with his own, the Archduke repeated the question about a walk on the lake, calling his wife by name. No longer trying to fight the bright blush, the girl muttered that, of course, she would be happy to go there with him. A few days later, they actually went there to see a rare sight, a majestic lake covered with ice. Rush seemed even more attractive against this background, because his appearance played interestingly with the similar beauty of winter nature. Looking at his wife, who was holding a blue umbrella with frills, he asked how long she had loved this accessory. The girl explained that the maids had told her about how blinding the sun's light reflected off the glacier was, and that's why everyone really did walk around here with umbrellas. Blue Eyes remembered Suzette's words about people coming there to get acquainted with the heritage of their land in the Burke's territory. Then she listened with delight to how on a clear day, ladies take umbrellas with them, symbolizing the flowers blooming around the lake, and she also prepared to do everything as expected. Now, having heard such a question from the Archduke, Syria thought that it would have been better not to ask anything about the traditions of newlyweds. She pushed the umbrella aside and said that it seemed strange to her and that it would be better to put it away. But Rush suddenly asked why she should do that. Taking hold of the thin white handle of the umbrella, the man smiled softly and asked to leave it. Looking his embarrassed wife up and down, the fair-haired man shook his head and sighed sweetly. Without taking his eyes off Syria, he said that the maids were right, and the views here really could blind you with their radiance and beauty. The girl smiled brightly at such an obvious compliment and called her husband by name, gently wrapping her fragile palms around his elbow. Pulling him towards her and making her cheeks burn, the blue-eyed woman asked the man to stand under the umbrella with her because the sun was shining too brightly, and there was definitely enough room for the two of them. Smiling at his wife's coquettishness and tenderness, Rush obediently stood under the umbrella, pressing her to his side, and thanked her for her care. They were walking around the lake, and the girl said that people say that if you look at the glacier often, you can fall in love with the Duchy of Berk. The blonde-haired man asked with a smile who exactly was speaking like that, and the blue-eyed woman answered with a smile and enthusiasm that it was Suzette. The man asked if she felt this love, and Syria touched her head with her finger, reminding him that she was Sterna and knew what was on the other side of the glacier, and therefore she could not be moved by it. Shaking his head, Rush said with a smile that she remained a big mystery to him, and the girl jumped up, saying that she was like an open book to him. Blue Eyes asked where else he could find Sterna, who was so familiar with the glacier and all its features. Suddenly, they both fell silent, because they noticed huge black smoke that was thickening over the place and seemed to eclipse the sky itself. Looking at what was happening, Rush became as dark as a cloud, whispering that now was the time. The darkening was a phenomenon where the frozen lake would turn black every winter and then return to its normal appearance. But there were also times when monsters would appear around the lake along with the color change. As they walked through the garden a couple of days later, the Archduke told his wife that they would probably have to sit in the estate for the next week to see if any monsters would appear. The girl nodded, feeling sad, and then the man assured her that there was nothing to be afraid of, because in a week everything would resolve itself. Syria clicked her tongue, asking if she looked scared, and Rush replied that he was just checking because she looked downcast even when they sat down to eat. He added that he would not like to see the girl cry again, and the blue-eyed girl frowned and asked if he really enjoyed making fun of her. The Archduke said with a smile that it was very much so, and the girl let go of his elbow, muttering that she had been so kind to take him to see the garden that he so wanted to see. Catching Syria and putting his arm around her shoulder as she said they should go back, Rush asked her not to be like that, and said he hadn't really had time to look at the design she had chosen. Pressing the blue-eyed girl to his side, he enthusiastically asked if she would explain everything to him while he walked, clarifying what they planned to do here. Stroking her chin, the girl replied that she had thought of planting an oak tree, but that might have been old-fashioned, and the man asked her to do things the way she saw fit. Slightly blushing at his words, Syria looked up, and looking at her husband from under her brows, asked how he would speak if she suddenly wanted to plant an oak tree on the roof of the estate. Rush smiled, looking at his wife with the same gaze, and rhetorically asked if he really had the right to contradict the Archduchess of the House of Berk. Turning around, the blue-eyed girl clicked her teeth because he didn't want to give in to her at all, and asked if she could then plant a tree right in his chambers. At first the man froze, looking at her in surprise, but after a few moments he laughed loudly, appreciating Syria's joke. Trying to remain serious and not to show that she had already forgiven his barbs, the girl nevertheless blushed and thought that her husband had been laughing a lot lately. She asked him if they could spend every weekend at Laurel Manor, and then added that she had promised Martha to visit her every week. Walking forward, the blue-eyed woman said that it would be nice if he went with her, but then she stopped short, saying that it would be difficult to leave now because of the darkened lake. Rush replied that there shouldn't be any problems, since the estate was very close, and they could easily spend time there. Their conversation was interrupted by the familiar loud cry of Lenin, who was rushing towards the young couple across the garden. Even as he stopped near them and panted from the long run, the assistant still called out to his mistress. He put his hands on his knees and, out of breath, said that a servant from the Kelladon scrapyard had arrived, and Rush asked what he could possibly need at such a late hour, and Lenin muttered that he wanted to deliver an obituary. After accepting the papers handed over, Syria read about the death of Mrs. Margris, whom she knew because this woman was the aunt of the original heroine. She never married or had children, but her long tenure as an elder gave her greater influence in society. The girl remembered that Margaret was the only member of the family who did not dislike her. The lady loved the theater very much, and later treated everyone well, even the not very successful and famous actors. It was because of this fact that she did not experience any negative emotions or feelings towards the matter of Ceres, who was an artist. Syria muttered that her aunt must have left her an inheritance, so she would have to go to her parents' house, and Rush assured her that this was not necessary, since he could send Lennon instead. Putting the letter on the table, the blue-eyed woman said that he could not be forced to fulfill her personal whims, and then added that Marquis Kelladon asked her to come personally for a visit. Having moved into Syria's body, the girl first encountered her notorious family at one of the many balls. She knew she was on bad terms with her relatives, but she wanted to try to work things out now that she had the chance. But neither that evening nor later did anything come of it because of the arrogant and even harsh behavior of all these people. Blue-Eyed still remembered how she felt then, and it wasn't even anger, but fear so strong that it caused the lie. At that moment, she was unable to control her emotions, and as if for a few moments, she suddenly became the real Ceres with its problems and pain. Now the Archduchess rubbed her neck, thinking that she would like to test her strength again and try to control her feelings in the presence of the Kelladon family. Rush asked, a little annoyed, why they didn't wait a week. Then they could go together, and the girl stood up, asking with a sly smile if he was worried about letting her go there alone. Leaning towards her husband's ear, the blue-eyed woman said that if he was really worried, then could she ask him to do something for her? The Archduke obediently stood still, eager to listen to everything that Syria could tell him. When she finished, a loud questioning cry was heard in the office, which even some of the servants outside seemed to hear. The next morning the sun rose over the Kelladon estate, which was, of course, much more modest than the duchy, but not entirely devoid of taste in its execution. The assistant looked in on the red-haired young gentleman, informing him that the lady had arrived, and he rose from his seat, asking if this fool had really come here. The young man said that he was sure that she would be afraid of her father, and then asked what his brother was doing, and the butler replied that he was meeting the head of the House of Mensel and his wife. Looking outside, the red-haired man muttered that his father and mother must be busy too, and so he wondered whether he should go out and greet his relative. This young man with bright blue eyes and equally unusual fiery red hair was the second son of the House of Kelladon Nisus. As the Archduchess, flanked by Elliot and Abigail, stepped out of the carriage, the butler bowed to her and greeted Lady Syria Kelladon. Folding her arms across her chest, the blue-eyed girl smiled, saying that she and Jason, this servant, had not seen each other for a long time, and he had not changed at all. The man nodded with a smile, and then asked if the girl was doing well, and Syria folded her arms over her chest, muttering that she was fine, but only for a while. Frowning and drawing her eyebrows together, the blue-eyed girl sternly said that everything was fine until she was treated disrespectfully at home. When the butler hesitantly asked what she meant, the girl explained that she was no longer the Marquise of Kelladon, but the Archduchess of Berk. Blue-eyed added that, despite her high status, her procession had to enter not through the main gate, but through the side gate, and it was not family members who came out to greet her, but a simple servant. The man trembled in fear and tried to stutter to say something, but the blue-eyed woman asked if she really looked like a postman. Extending her index finger in an unusual gesture of sternness, Syria said that she would not repeat it twice, and then ordered him to return to the house and report the arrival of the lady. When the butler left, the girl, without turning around, called her knight and asked whether this, in her opinion, was blatant disrespect towards her. Abigail belligerently suggested breaking down the main gate, but the blue-eyed girl smiled, saying that in that case, she would have to pay compensation, and she did not want to give a penny to this family. Drawing her sword, the dark-haired girl said that she would cut the throat of anyone who dared to ask her for money, and Elliot held the girl tightly by the shoulder. Syria said that everything was fine when she noticed a familiar silhouette exiting the estate. She assured Ibi that she would definitely tell her if she needed anything like that, and looked ahead with a frown, looking at the purple-haired boy who was saying something to the butler. This young man with an arrogant expression on his face was the eldest son of Marquis Kelladon and Syria's half-brother. In simple terms, the Archduchess could have added him to the list of those relatives who had nothing but contempt and disrespect for her. Cassius looked up and, calling his sister by name, asked what devilish games she was playing. The dark-haired man shouted uncontrollably, wondering how much longer she intended to carry on with this nonsense. But the blue-eyed woman calmly asked him to watch his language, because she was no longer Kelladon, and now he was obliged to address his sister as Her Highness. The young man laughed and said that she had wanted a lot, and suggested that he kneel down to greet the noble person who had deigned to grace them with her presence. Stepping forward, Syria gave him a stern look, explaining that if he was going to meet her, he should do it properly, because the knights were watching them. She asked with a slight smile what good there was in displaying all the family problems in front of the representatives of the powerful House of Burke. Cassius turned his head with a sigh, and said that he had heard how badly his sister had been wounded, and that this had apparently greatly changed her disposition. Her stepbrother extended his hand to her to accompany her, and the blue-eyed girl did not know the reason, but she felt how fear woke up in every cell of her body next to this man. Pulling herself together, the girl thought that she had now become a completely different person, and therefore she had nothing to fear, and she placed her fingers in the young man's open palm, walking behind him. When they reached the corridor, the butler announced that the best guest room in the estate's annex had been prepared for the lady. Syria ordered that the bedroom be given to her accompanying knight, Abigail, and then the man froze, asking in surprise why she did not wish to stay there. Still working on the sternness of her voice, the blue-eyed one stated that there was no point in her using the guest room, since she had her own quarters in this palace. When the butler said that the room was not completely cleaned, the girl pointed to the maids who were getting nervous and asked why not order them to do something useful. The current Archduchess's old quarters were not just unkempt, they were abandoned, covered in thick layers of dust and cobwebs. Judging by the expression on the dark-haired Marquis's face as he asked what the hell was going on here, even he didn't know about such disrespect. Deciding to play on this family shame as well, Syria folded her arms across her chest and asked if her half-brother wanted to be surprised by something. Making him stand dumbfounded with shame, the Archduchess said that at the Burke estate, even the coachman's quarters were more decent. Turning to the butler, Cassius shouted that there seemed to be thieves among them, and then ordered that he find out who they were immediately after the funeral. Blue-eyed thought that this whole situation and her words had touched him to the quick, and she quietly muttered, "Did he really think that only he could be in a bad mood?" The girl froze when she heard the familiar voice of the knight commander, Elliot, calling for the lady. Entering inside, he said that he wanted to check the chambers that had been allocated to her, and therefore asked the servant to accompany him to the Archduchess. When Syria said that her room was located right here, Sir Elliot looked around the room in surprise and was clearly not happy about this fact. Smiling, the blue-eyed woman shook her head and assured her subject that such things would not upset her at all, because she had to get used to the good treatment in the Burke household, since it was not very usual. The fair-haired man sincerely replied that he personally was glad that the girl was now with them, and that, in his opinion, they were very lucky. The girl blushed when she heard that Elliot was very grateful that she had chosen the Burke estate, and he was sure that the others thought the same. The young man, with a gentle smile, suggested that the lady sort out the inheritance issues as soon as possible and return home, since everyone there was already waiting for her. The Archduchess blossomed with a bright smile and thanked the knight for his kind words, agreeing with them. A little later, Syria sat at the dinner table with the rest of the Kelladon family. Blue-eyed listened to the girl's voice, who said that Mrs. Margress's death was very sudden, but many still managed to come. The blonde, with fair skin and lots of freckles, said that the deceased was a famous person, and everyone who was present there received mercy from her. The mother of the Kelladon family, a red-haired, middle-aged woman, put her hand to her lips and agreed with Mrs. Mensel's words. She added that they were very lucky to have the girl as Cassius's companion, and she smiled shyly, thanking the woman for these words. The redhead announced that, at the request of the now-deceased Mrs. Margress herself, this funeral would not be gloomy. Looking at Syria's displeased face, the woman said that she had thought very carefully about who to invite, and now she could see many friendly faces at this table. Listening to their non-stop chatter, the blue-eyed girl lowered her head and thought that it was terribly tiring. Looking at the women, the girl thought she had heard that the representatives of the Western houses were typical aristocrats who smiled beautifully, but hid daggers behind their backs. Suddenly, she was told that her ladyship had come down to the table much earlier than she had expected, and Syria asked again what it was all about. Madame Mensel put her arm round her companions and said that, judging by the way the girl had treated Cassius as a servant when she first arrived, she had thought that the Archduchess would be the last to come down to them. The blonde, who was the companion of Syria's half-brother, tried as much as possible to show that they were truly inseparable. In the original book, both Cassius and Nisus will be hopelessly attached to the saint, and when Kelladon learns that Lady Mensel will secretly abuse Lena, he will break off the engagement. Throwing her hair back, The blue-eyed girl thought that she had intended to be kinder to the blonde before, since such a miserable fate awaited her. The girl decided to defend her honor and looked up and said that she had absolutely no need for attention. Looking innocently at her unwanted interlocutor, Syria said with a smile that everyone already knew that she was the daughter of Marquis Kelladon and the wife of Archduke Burke. Mrs. Mensel's grip on her man's hand tightened as the blue-eyed woman added that there wasn't a single fool here who would act like a child trying to figure out who she was. The blonde wanted to say that she didn't mean it that way, but her stepmother raised her hand and asked Syria with a grin to be more kind, since she was talking to a future family member. When the woman sarcastically asked if they should call the girl her ladyship, she smiled calmly and replied that that would be wonderful. The blue-eyed one said that if they had treated her properly from the beginning, everyone here would have acted accordingly, and the red-haired one chuckled, saying that Syria had really changed a lot. Turning to Marquis Kelladon, her father, whom she met for the first time since she came to this world, the girl asked if he agreed with this. The man said you heard her throw a fit, insisting that Jason open the front gate, and then asking if he could ask her not to pester everyone present about following protocol at a time when they had lost a relative. Blue Eyes said that it would have been possible if she had been Kelladon, but now Archduchess Burke sat before them. Stretching her back, Syria said that she was accompanied by the knights of this house, led by their commander, so she refused to tolerate any disrespect towards her husband's family name, and did not want to become the cause between the Burkes and Kelladon. Not expecting to hear such words from his daughter, the dark-haired man looked at her in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Looking away, the man cleared his throat, saying that the girl had really changed, had become completely different. Marquis Kelladon squeezed his wineglass, asking if the rumor that she had fainted during the wedding ceremony was true. Syria said that everything was correct, but Nisus suddenly cried out, wondering if his father really believed this, and then called to look at his sister because she was completely fine. The young man stood up and slapped his palms on the table, and then, without lowering his voice, said that he had spoken about the falsehood of the rumors, and there was no need to even try to verify them. Looking at her half-brother, the blue-eyed girl mentally wondered if the Marquis had called her here to personally verify the truth of what he had said. Unwilling to endure it, the girl stood up, leaning against the table, and asked if she had understood correctly that they knew about what had happened, but still did not consider it necessary to send at least one letter to the Burke house. Looking around at her gloomy relatives, the blue-eyed girl asked if they knew what an awkward position they had put her in, and no matter what, she remained the daughter of this family. When Syria said that when she was vomiting blood and was on the verge of death due to her divine power, no one was bothered, the Marquis echoed her words about divine power, asking if it was true. Blue Eyes said that they could ask the commander of the Burke house about everything, who was a respected man and would not lie to anyone. She asked who would lie for her, since, according to her relatives, the girl was clearly not worth it. Later, the Archduchess was walking down the corridor, heated by this unexpected quarrel, when her name was suddenly called. The girl quickly turned around when she felt a strong grip of tenacious fingers on her wrist. Blue Eyes saw Cassius in front of her, and he asked her if she liked making a scandal right after a long absence. Syria objected that she hadn't arranged anything, because she really could have died and simply told the truth, while Nisus insisted otherwise. The girl, offended, told her free brother that he himself had seen Mrs. Mensel's behavior very well, but still saw the problem in her. Feeling herself shaking after meeting all these people, the blue-eyed girl demanded to let her go because she had already said everything. Frightening the dark-haired man with her trembling and ragged breathing, the Archduchess thought that the problem was not in the relationship between the Marquis and his daughter. Most likely, something happened between her and her brother. Cassius asked Syria what was happening to her, and she felt a terrible lack of air, felt dizzy, and again asked to let her go. Not knowing how to bring the girl to her senses, the dark-haired man called her by name and shook her shoulders several times. She turned around, hoarsely begging him to let her go again, and suddenly began to sink down, frightening Kelladon even more than before. The young man knelt down, catching his stepsister so that she would not fall flat on the floor, and froze, feeling her shaking violently. Gasping for breath, Syria was unable to control her emotions and simply tried to cope with the panic, ask him to take his hands away or scream, but her own body did not obey her. When Jason ran up to them, grabbing the young gentleman by the shoulder and pulling him aside, the blue-eyed girl rested her hands on the floor and was finally able to breathe air into her lungs. She looked at her palms in confusion, trying to make up for the lack of oxygen she had received by breathing quickly. The butler shouted at Cassius, asking why he did it again, since the lady was still traumatized by what had happened even now, and the girl had no idea what was going on. The next day, when everything was going on as usual at the Kelladins' estate, Saria was called to the Marquis's office. Blue-Eyed stood in front of him and could not forget yesterday's horror of not being able to even scream, and thought that she would have to conduct a little investigation to find out what the butler was talking about. The girl was so lost in thought that she did not immediately respond to her father's call, and so she looked up, twitching slightly. She said that she suddenly had a headache and asked what her father wanted to talk about, but he asked if she had been so badly hurt during the ceremony that even after so much time, she could not come to her senses. The blue-eyed girl exhaled and reminded them that she had already told them everything at the table yesterday. The dark-haired man listened sullenly to his daughter, who said that if he didn't believe her, he could look at the records of the Supreme Church. Saria clasped her gloved hands and said that she also had a question for the Marquis. Recalling her recent conversation with Rush, she wondered why he had not yet responded to the Archduke's request for approval of their marriage. The man asked the servant in surprise what they were talking about and whether they had received any request, and he nervously hesitated, answering in the affirmative. He hesitantly recalled that when Madame Saria left the house, the Marquis had ordered that nothing concerning his daughter should be brought, and he froze in surprise, remembering this. The man stood up and rubbed his neck, muttering that he was canceling the order, and then asked for the letter to be brought to him, since he was sure that he had kept it. Marquis Kelladin slammed the table and declared that he had certainly not ordered this to be done, and the servant stuttered and muttered that young Master Nisus had assured him that there would be no problems. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that the red-haired man hated Saria in the book too, but she had no idea that it was he who actually broke all the ties between her and her father. She sighed and said that she intended to get his consent anyway, since his lordship had saved her during the wedding ceremony. Remembering Rush's actions, the blue-eyed girl added that she owed him her life, and the only way to repay him was to become an impeccable archduchess, and therefore she asks for help. The man sighed, muttering that people change when they are on the brink of death, and assured that he would write the gentleman a letter. Saria asked if she could deliver the consent herself, and the Marquis sat down again, saying that she could do so if she wished. The girl called him father for the first time, adding that she would wait, and could not help but notice some changes in his face after that. Blue Eyes thought about how foreign the word sounded to him, and wondered if the real Saria could have simply called her father Marquis all her life. Later, the Archduchess found herself at the burial site of Mrs. Margrice, which was already decorated with sculptures and surrounded by a carved fence. The girl realized with a hint of despair how many people her stepmother had invited to the funeral, because the place was simply teeming with people. Looking sarcastically at the people talking, the blue-eyed girl couldn't understand whether she was at a market or a funeral, when suddenly she noticed a familiar silhouette in the crowd. As soon as she saw the Marquis of Hanet, the unknown young man asked her forgiveness and wished to take up a little of her time. Saria turned around in agreement, and the stranger said that she had been close to the late Mrs. Margrice, and therefore her heart must be broken. He said the woman had nevertheless ordered that a wake be held at her funeral, and expressed hope that this would not upset the girl even more. Covering her face with a fan, the blue-eyed woman said that he was well informed, but she herself thought that the Marchioness should have told her about this in advance, and she almost put herself in a bad light. The young man said that there would be dancing during the banquet, and offered his candidacy in case she had not yet found a partner. Extending his hand, clad in a white glove, to the surprised girl, the stranger said that he had admired her for a long time. Stepping back, Saria said she was grateful for his offer, but asked him to be a little more careful in keeping his distance. Suddenly, the blue-eyed girl felt strange hands on her shoulders, and a familiar voice said that she and the lady had already agreed on this in advance. Marquis Hanet abruptly pulled the stranger's hand away, asking if he had any other business with the lady. Callus was grim, even stern, as he glared at his opponent with his cold blue eyes, and then repeated his question. Frightened by such behavior, the young man hastened to answer that there was nothing like that anymore, and waved his hand, moving away from them. The fair-haired man asked her to be careful, saying that there were plenty of those here who were attracted by the glory of Sterna, and the blue-eyed one threw his hand off her shoulder, saying that she knew all about it. The girl said that she could introduce herself, so he had better mind his own business, and the Marchioness, who suddenly appeared, said that Saria had already found the young man. Smiling brightly, the stepmother added that this was a great success, because she was worried that the blue-eyed girl would not be able to find a suitable partner for today's dance. Both young men turned around when the red-haired woman said that the Marquis of Hanet was the most suitable partner for the Archduchess. The girl asked why this was, and the stepmother answered with a smile that none of the other men here matched her level. Thinking about how fortunate she was to have brought Sir Elliot with her, the girl calmly assured him that she already had a partner. The stepmother's smile faltered slightly when Syria said that she would dance with the commander of the Knights of House Burke. While the surrounding ladies laughed like hyenas, the Marquise said that the Marquis was still more suitable for her status, clearly trying to make a scandal out of nothing. Taking a step directly towards the woman, the blue-eyed one muttered that she understood her stepmother's intentions of dragging her into the scene by linking her to the Marquis of Hanet, but if she was eager to take out her anger on someone, it should be her husband. The redhead froze at such impudence and opened her bright yellow eyes in surprise. The girl walked away from all the people, looking at the cemetery, which was already covered with bright leaves falling from the maple. When the Marquis called her by name, the blue-eyed one reminded him that they were being watched and asked him to address her as he should, and Callus asked Madame Sterna not to pay attention to her stepmother. Thinking that her former lover was not going to acknowledge the status of the Archduchess, she muttered that they would play along with her request so that the honor of the Marquise would be saved. The blonde man sighed and said that she was very generous towards this woman. Looking after the red-haired girl, Syria openly reproached the young man, saying that she knew how difficult it was to control oneself after her husband's betrayal. Snorting, she asked irritably if they had discussed everything, wanting to get rid of Callus's company. The Marquis was silent, looking at her fragile silhouette from behind, and the girl said that now, on this point, they needed to end this conversation. The young man looked down with an unhappy expression as his former lover and fiancé walked calmly and leisurely ahead. Later, Syria sat with her relatives at the will-giving ceremony, and the visiting priest thanked them for attending the event. All the children of the Kelladon family nodded when they heard that all of Lady Margaret's property had been divided among its rightful heirs. The Marquis asked his daughter if what she had chosen was enough for her, and the girl quickly replied that the land contract was not a trifle at all. While the blue-eyed girl was holding the papers in her hands, the dark-haired man said that those lands were not just expensive plains, they were polluted with demonic energy. He asked her if she wanted to take the coral island that Nisus had chosen, or the ruby necklace that Cassius had chosen, and both young men looked at her with displeasure. Clutching the scroll, the blue-eyed woman asked with a smile what could be more intriguing for Sterna than lands with demonic energy. In fact, in the novel, the lands were chosen by Cassius and then presented to Saint Lena, who used divine power to purify them. After much work on putting the territories in order, she discovered a hidden mine with valuable magic crystals. The girl thought that she should take advantage of this opportunity, and if she used her necklace, then her power would be enough for purification. Nisus exhaled and suddenly asked what the point of abandoned lands was, and the Archduchess cursed mentally in irritation. She immediately exhaled loudly and closed her eyes, thinking that she shouldn't pay attention because it wouldn't do any good, and her head would just hurt from arguing. Looking at her half-brothers, Syria thought that both Nisus and Cassian had looked depressed since yesterday, and she mentally wondered what could have happened. Brushing aside all these thoughts, the blue-eyed girl remembered with a smile that she only had 3 days left to hold out here, and then she would be able to return home. Later, Marquis Callus's servant stood near the locked door of his chambers, reminding him that the banquet would soon begin, and he had already been sitting in his bedroom for a very long time. The young man sat in the darkness, engulfed in darkness, breathing heavily, hiding his face in his hands so as not to reveal his state of health. Remembering his conversation with Syria today, he couldn't understand how the blue-eyed girl dared to say something like that, and how she could look at him with such a look. Feeling his entire inner being resisting this, Hanet was sure that he had no intention of saving his marriage with Lena, and had been waiting for his ex-fiancée all this time. The copy of the blonde man, made of darkness and teeming with it, asked with a smile if he hated Syria and if he could bear his own hatred. Callus clutched his hair in his hands as the voice sneered that she had betrayed him and deserved to die for it, and he echoed it. When the copy ordered him to kill the girl several times, he froze, swallowed quietly, and tried to resist. Shadow reminded him of how Syria looked at him with disdain, and asked if he wanted to let Stern escape from him so easily forever. The fair-haired man immediately raised his head and stuttered, replying that he never wanted that again. Holding the fountain pen and looking at its tip, the Marquis of Hanet echoed that it would be better to kill his former lover. Suddenly, his gaze caught on a bracelet with a shining blue crystal, which the girl had once given him. Then she gently fastened the jewelry on his wrist and stroked his strong hand with her fingers, saying that it was a wedding gift. Struggling with his inadequate emotions, the young man hit himself with the tip of the fountain pen and exhaled loudly, grabbing it. Breathing heavily, he covered his face with his hands and feverishly whispered whether it would be better for him to kill Syria. The fair-haired man got dirty in his own blood, asking himself if he had really gone completely mad and would seem like a real madman to anyone from the outside. The young man sat in his chambers all alone and could only think about Syria and their relationship. The girl, ready for the ball, opened the doors of her chambers after knocking and quietly clicked her tongue, noticing a less than desirable face in the corridor. Nisus, also fully prepared and dressed in a gray-green tunic, asked what this reaction was and why his sister was looking at him as if he were a worm. The blue-eyed girl asked what he was doing there and where the Marquis of Hannah was, and the red-haired man replied that he had urgent business, so he would replace her partner. The young gentleman asked with displeasure what she had said to him when they met, because after that, Callus was not at all the same as usual. Thinking that his half-sister might now ask for details, Nisus covered his face with his hand and shook his head, asking her to forget about it. The Archduchess wondered if the young man was curious about whether Callus still had feelings for her, and that would not be surprising. Among the aristocrats, there is an opinion that the blame for the break in this engagement lies with the Marquis of Callus, although, of course, there are also rumors that the groom got tired of the girl and ran away. Sighing, Nisus asked why his stepsister had frozen and extended his hand to her, blushing slightly, then said that he would accompany her. At the banquet that was held, there were also a lot of people who were talking and laughing among themselves, discussing the latest news. Syria thought that Mrs. Margris probably meant a small celebration for the closest people, and not a large-scale ball, but the red-haired man suddenly asked if she wanted to dance. Turning around, the blue-eyed girl quietly hissed and asked her stepbrother if he had simply gone crazy. Nisus stepped towards the girl and asked if she really intended to stand there until the very end, and Syria folded her arms across her chest, reminding her that her first dance would be with the commanding knight of House Burke. The red-haired man asked where he was, since no one had seen him yet, and the blue-eyed woman turned away and smiled slyly, thinking that this was not surprising, since in order to avoid dancing, the Archduchess asked Abi to make it so that the butler could not hand Sir Eliot a suit for the banquet. She said that she did not need to be accompanied, and that her brother could go about his business, but the young gentleman replied that he would gladly do so if he could. The red-haired man said that someone told his father about him, and now, as punishment, he has to stay with his half-sister for the rest of the day. The girl smiled brightly, asking if this was really about Nisus's order to throw away the Archduke's letter. Their conversation was interrupted by the rest of the family, and Cassius discontentedly told the blue-eyed girl not to act like a child, but to finally dance with her half-brother. She turned an irritated and tired look to the dark-haired man, reminding him of her words spoken earlier. Syria said that she was not going to give Nisus her first dance, and the older half-brother was already starting to boil, not hiding it. His companion, the same blonde, put her hand to her chest, saying that she could not understand why her ladyship was behaving this way. She added that it was not enough for the blue-eyed one to humiliate the Marquis of Hannah by publicly rejecting his offer to accompany her to this ball. The Archduchess exhaled loudly because no one present was hiding what they were saying, and everything was once again threatening to turn into a scandal. On either side of them, the aristocrats began to whisper with interest about how Sterna was once again making a scene in front of everyone. When Mrs. Menzel said that even for an archduchess such behavior was too much, the blue-eyed girl pressed her hand to her chest and muttered nervously. Suddenly, appearing in festive attire, Marquise Hannah asked the blonde why she assumed that he was humiliated by the lady's words. The fair-haired man stood in front of Syria, saying that he was simply unwell, and asked her ladyship for some time to rest and recover. As he spoke, gracefully waving his arms and using his knowledge of aristocrats, the girl noticed that his hand was bandaged. Looking at the blonde with disgust and irritation, Callus said that it was rather these words that humiliated him. The Marquise suddenly asked them to stop, asking if they had all forgotten that they were there to honor the departed Madame Margris. She looked at her stepdaughter and said that she understood her feelings, and then asked if she could at least dance with Cassius, since she had rejected Nisus. Sari felt like she was about to explode from the inside due to the overwhelming anger, and she breathed loudly, trying to maintain her composure in such a crowd. Blue-eyed glanced around at the crowd of aristocrats who were capable of dismissing the servants, and the stepmother added that the funeral banquet could not be allowed to end on such a note. Marquis Hannah began to speak again, but the girl stepped forward and said that he did not need to intercede for her. Deciding that she could not allow further spread of dirty rumors and gossip about her person, she looked at the Marquise with hatred and said that she agreed. The Archduchess asked for a little time to prepare and left. Then, while changing her shoes, muttered that both her former fiancé and her stepmother had a special talent for turning everything upside down. Exhaling, she said regretfully that she would very much like to return home, and the door of the chambers swung open. Cassius entered without much enthusiasm and stated that his half-sister seemed to find their family company a burden. Walking towards the girl, the young gentleman said irritably that she could have shown him at least a little respect, not made him look bad in front of everyone. Syria folded her arms across her chest and turned away, stating that she had already shown them a lot of respect when she agreed to let him dance with her. The blue-eyed girl said that if he came to quarrel, then he had better leave, but the dark-haired man suddenly grabbed her hand. Pulling the girl towards himself and forcing her to stand up, Cassius shouted that as soon as he touched her, she almost lost consciousness. Exhaling loudly, the Archduchess ordered her release, looking at the young man with irritation and contempt. Keladin, continuing to hold her hand, suddenly asked why she hated him so much, and whether the reason for it was what happened in their distant past. Immediately deciding to take advantage of the opportunity and find out about what had happened from the dark-haired man himself, Syria excitedly asked why he had done this to her. Having let go of his half-sister, Cassius screamed, trying to understand how long she would remind him of this accident, since she herself agreed to keep everything a secret. Thinking that she needed to press him a little more, the blue-eyed girl rubbed her fingers over her wrist and said sarcastically that he had definitely already forgotten what he had done. Trying to understand what Cassius was most afraid of, and from whom he would like to hide this act, the girl asked if he really thought that ignoring the problem would solve it. Hitting the nail on the head, Syria finished him off with the question of whether his father would believe that what happened was an accident if he found out. The dark-haired man reached out to her and squeezed her fragile shoulders with tenacious fingers, breathing heavily and feeling panic after his stepsister's words. He shouted angrily and loudly at the girl, asking if she understood what the consequences of this act would be. Blue-eyed again felt the rising panic from his annoying touches and tried to hide her fear from her stepbrother. She clenched her fists, screaming that she had to go and see her father right now to get rid of his mood swings. Cassius crossed the line and pushed her back, sitting her on the sofa and squeezing her thin shoulders until they were uncomfortable, and warned her that she should not trifle with him. Hearing screams from the corridor, the butler burst into the room and called both the mistress and the master, trying to reason with them and appeal to their senses. He fell on top of the dark-haired man and grabbed him with his arms to tear him away from the girl and screamed, begging Mrs. Syria for forgiveness for the gentleman. Cassius stood up abruptly and pushed the gray-haired man off of him, and Syria fell to the floor, off balance after he abruptly threw his hands off of her. Walking towards the door and breathing heavily, he again threw vile words at his sister about her being madly fixated on her past life and walked away. Sitting on the floor and trying to come to her senses, the blue-eyed girl looked at the butler Jason and asked him to explain to her what mistake Cassius had made in the past. Later, when the Marquis's heir stood on the balcony, looking down on the proceedings, he heard his half-sister call his name. Walking straight towards him in only one shoe and stepping on the other foot, covered in blood, the girl asked how he dared to run away in a rage. Hugging herself with her arms, the blue-eyed woman gloomily reminded that they had not finished the conversation, and Cassius asked what else there was to discuss. She said that Jason told her everything and revealed the very terrible secret that he had been keeping for so long. Syria clarified that she was talking about everything that happened 10 years ago on that cold winter night, and the young man froze. The butler said that she and Mr. Nisus had slipped away to the frozen lake behind the estate, apparently to play and have fun. But then the red-haired boy came to his father in tears and declared that he did not want to be with his sister and live with her in the same house. He covered his face with his hands and sobbed, repeating that he didn't like having her around while the young Marquis sat in front of him, kneeling. The man asked his son sullenly if that was why he had decided to leave his sister alone on the frozen lake. The Marquis was furious, and Lord Cassius and the others joined Jason in the search, which began immediately, so that the little lady would not freeze to death. The young man, holding a lantern in his hand and calling his sister by name, was the first of all those who took part in the search to stumble upon her. Little Syria was lying in the snow, already covered with fresh white flakes, and was freezing. And when she noticed the dark-haired man, she desperately called out to him, unable to cope with her chattering teeth. The gentleman said that he was afraid to show the girl to the Marquis in such a state, so as not to bring an even more severe punishment on his brother, and temporarily decided to hide his little sister. But the ice at the place where Cassius had laid the child's head face down, as if by an unfortunate accident, cracked. Syria found herself in icy water, unable to breathe, her lungs burning from the lack of oxygen, her nose burning from the water, and her face prickling with hundreds of tiny needles from the cold. Listening to the butler, the blue-eyed girl froze, her eyes wide open, because she expected anything, but definitely not such a terrible incident. Jason lowered his head and said desperately that it was an accident. The gentleman had simply made a mistake in his youth and had not noticed the crack in the ice. Ignoring the people who were happily dancing at the ball, Syria said that the butler told her this, but the girl's own memories returned. She revealed that Cassius had deliberately put her head in the water and tried to kill her, and then added that it didn't matter how small he was, because it didn't stop him from seeing the child choke. When her half-brother called her by her first name and old surname, the blue-eyed girl turned away, shaking her head and saying that he still continued to use that surname in relation to her. Stepping forward, she asked if she had not been an archduchess, he would also have wanted to dance with her at this memorial party. Syria placed her hand on the railing and asked if he would even answer any of her questions if she were an ordinary marquise. The girl vaguely understood the girl's emotions, but even without the memories of that winter night, she often had the feeling of being pushed into a dark, frozen lake. No matter how much she suffered even as an adult, nothing helped. She still felt like she couldn't take that saving breath. She was often haunted by the feeling of imminent death, but it turned out that they had already tried to kill her so vilely in the past. Looking at Cassius's face, she suddenly remembered the boy she had seen in front of her on that very nightmarish day, and again felt a lack of air. She tried to breathe, but no oxygen entered her lungs, and the blue-eyed girl cringed, beginning to stagger. Feeling her consciousness leaving her, the girl fell backwards, but there was no collision with the hard floor because Rush's strong arms caught her in time. The Archduke looked with excitement at his wife, who had left their shared estate in perfect health and now was suddenly falling off her feet. Raising her blue eyes filled with tears to her beloved husband, she whispered his name and thought that he was the only one who saved her time and time again. The man was still in shock, not expecting to find his wife in such a state, when she seemed to relax in his arms, trusted him, and completely lost consciousness. Everyone present at the memorial ball looked around when they heard the Archduke calling his wife by name and asking her to wake up. Rush was terribly scared, and he also reproached himself terribly for letting Syria come here alone, without his accompaniment. A few days ago, she asked him if he was worried about letting her go alone, and the man replied that he didn't know that was possible until now. She leaned towards his ear and whispered that if he was worried, he could fulfill her request and take his wife away from the Keladins. The fair-haired man asked in surprise what she wanted, and Syria explained that if the Archduke himself showed up, all her relatives would be very scared. Blushing, the blue-eyed girl said that it would be easier for her to survive this trip if she knew that in the end he would come for her and take her away. Stroking his beloved's cheek, Rush whispered that he had come a long way to take her home, but who could have known that she would end up in such a state? Ready to say goodbye to life, Cassius, stuttering, tried to ask how the Duke ended up there, but he lifted his wife into his arms. Pressing her tightly to his chest, the Archduke looked up at him, filled with rage, and in a seething voice asked the dark-haired man what he had done to his wife. Later, Syria slowly came to her senses, forcing her eyes open and feeling sweat on her forehead, and realized that she was sitting in a soft chair. Rush, kneeling in front of her, washing the blood from her foot, raised his head, noticing the movement, and asked excitedly how she was feeling. Jumping up and leaning forward, the girl asked in surprise when he had arrived, since she had not expected him in the next 3 days. Wiping her leg with a soft cloth, the Archduke said that he could no longer bear their separation, and so he set off earlier than planned. Gently stroking her skin, the man reminded her that he had asked her to be careful, but his duchess seemed to have failed. Syria lowered her head and quietly exhaled, asking her husband for forgiveness because she had torn him away from his plans. Rush said that if the girl was truly sorry, then she should tell him the truth about what Cassius did. Smiling a little nervously, the blue-eyed girl said that he wouldn't like this story, and it happened a long time ago. The man countered that the Laurel Estate's problems were also long-standing, but they had resolved them, and Syria said that it wasn't that big of a deal. Looking at her reflection in the basin of water, the blue-eyed girl muttered that it was just a trifle, and he would laugh at her inability to figure out such a trifle. As he continued to fix her leg, Rush said that no matter what anyone said, the fact remained that she had failed to overcome some moment in her past. Looking seriously at his wife, the man repeated again that everything connected with her was very important to him. Syria gripped the upholstery of the chair with her fingers and exhaled, saying that she had learned how, as a child, Cassius had tried to drown her in the lake behind the house. It seemed as if this confession, spoken in a completely casual tone, froze in the air and echoed several times in the Archduke's head. He didn't have time to say anything, because the doors of the chambers swung open, and Syria's stepmother entered with her 2 sons. Rush, sitting on bent legs in front of his wife, raised his stern gaze, looked at the woman, and asked what was the matter. The Marchioness said that he had honored their home with his presence, and therefore they were obliged to greet him properly. And Nisus quietly asked his brother why the Archduke had knelt before the girl. Getting up from the floor, the fair-haired man asked again what they wanted, and his tone, despite its cold-bloodedness, quite clearly instilled fear in the hearts of those present. Turning to the Kelladon family, he tried to find his wife's half-brother with his eyes, and said that this was very opportune, because they just needed to discuss something. Once outside, Cassius asked what his lordship meant, and was immediately hit in the face with a black glove. Rush, trying to contain his rising anger, said that he had expressed himself clearly enough that even a slow-witted person like him would understand everything perfectly the first time. Taking a firm grip on his sword and drawing it from its sheath, the man raised his head and repeated that he was challenging the heir of the Marquis of Kelladon to a duel. Stroking his bruised cheek with his hand, the dark-haired man said that even though his opponent was an archduke, it didn't change the oddity of him bringing him beyond the lake. Cassius added that he did not know what Syria had told her husband, but Rush interrupted him, categorically declaring that he had not allowed his wife's name to be spoken. Directing his bright red eyes, burning with the flame of rage, at the face of the lost Kelladon, the fair-haired man asked if he really needed to cut out his tongue if he couldn't cope with it. Also drawing his sword, Cassius thought that now the Archduke would be angered by every word he said, and therefore he should simply fight back. He didn't even have time to fully free his sword, because Rush flew up to him, swinging at his opponent, but not with the tip, but with its hilt. The man, not wanting to stand on ceremony any longer, as no one had stood on ceremony with his wife, hit the dark-haired man on the head with a loud bang. Groaning several times from the sharp pain, the young Marquis fell backwards and buried his face in the crook of his elbow to cope with the dizziness that had come over him. The blond man came closer, and with all his strength stepped on the ankle of the already affected Cassius, causing him to scream loudly in pain. Thrusting his sword into the ice that covered the lake, right next to the boy's face, Rush shattered it in a few blows, releasing the cold water. Sitting down next to him, the Archduke lifted the Marquis from the ground, grabbing him by the hair with his hand and examining his frightened face with traces of blood. The blond man asked Kelladon to take a deep breath with a smile, because it would be very uninteresting and boring if he just died quickly. The man pulled the young man right to the ice hole and pushed his head under the water, tightly squeezing his dark hair with his fingers. Little Syria was the only thorn in their family's side, and Cassia had always been irritated by the fact that she somehow bore their last name ever since she appeared. When the girl was rescued, he still looked at her and thought that her appearance was a mistake that none of them could erase now. While the little lady was being dried with towels and wrapped in blankets, she didn't even blink an eye, even though she had just recently been drowning in the lake. The teenager, standing next to Jason, wondered in his mind if it was pride that prevented her from telling everyone what had happened. Looking at her blank expression, he thought that the girl might have realized that telling this story was useless, because no one would believe her. Regretting that he had not finished the job, he looked at the child and cursed her, never tired of dreaming that one day she would disappear from their lives. And now he felt with his face and lungs, with his whole body, the same icy fire that the small and fragile Syria had once felt, unable to resist. Rush sat on top of him, squeezing his hand with his free hand and methodically drowning him, not allowing him to take his head out of the water for a moment. The Marchioness approached and saw everything that had happened and, in horror, covered her face with her hands, screaming the name of her son. The blue-eyed girl who was following her also froze and opened her eyes in surprise, dropping her jaw, unable to believe what was happening. The girl remembered how 15 minutes ago Rush casually asked his wife not to worry and assured her that they would just talk. Now that there was a commotion in the street and they went to see what was going on, she saw something more than just a fight or a dangerous duel. When Ibi covered her shoulders with a cape, the mistress covered her mouth with her hand, feeling retribution, and thought that this sight was the most amazing in her life. The Marchioness put her hand on her shoulder and hysterically asked her if she was really going to stand there while her husband went crazy and ordered her to do something. Syria calmly muttered that she had no right to interfere since they were having a duel and it was forbidden. Looking back, the blue-eyed girl said with undisguised pleasure that even in a different case, she would not have done anything. The Marquise grabbed her by the arm, dragging her forward, and shouted that, if necessary, the girl would kneel and beg Rush to stop. Syria gasped at the sharp pain in her leg, and the girls stopped as the Marquise's knight caught the glove thrown at his mistress. The green-eyed fighter with long hair tied in a ponytail asked Abigail how she dared to disrespect a woman so much. Abby, furious and almost burning with hellish fire from rage, said that she was challenging him to a duel. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the girl added that for such an attitude towards the Archduchess, he would be forced to pay with his own head. Syria tried to prevent another armed clash, but the knight made a fatal mistake and said that after her loss, Abby should not regret the words she spoke. The desperate brave man was defeated, knocked out and sprawled on the ground in just a few seconds. Waving to her mistress, the dark-haired one joyfully called her and said, sharing her joy, that she had finished very quickly. Muttering that she felt a little ill, the Marquise placed her hand on her forehead and, unable to bear so much shame, fainted. Later, while drying his wet hair with a towel, Rush asked in bewilderment why the Marquise had suddenly lost consciousness. Sitting on the bed, Syria explained that Abby knows how to put pressure on someone so that they would be in serious shock. Both the Marquise and her son, Cassius, were carried away by servants to receive medical attention inside the estate. The girl covered her mouth with a smile and said that her heart had not been so light for a long time, and the Archduke asked if that was really enough. Turning to his dear wife, Rush calmly said that if Syria had simply wished, he would have killed Cassius on that very spot. Blue-Eyed straightened up when she heard his words and said that murder was not a joke, but the man shook his head, saying that it was not a joke. The Archduke immediately added that his brother had attempted to take her life, and therefore he would not even think twice before finishing him off. The girl looked at her husband in amazement, who said that if he had to choose what to do, he would declare war on the Kelladons, filling this entire damned lake with their bodies. She gently placed her palms on his clenched fists and called her husband's name, gently stroking his skin. Surprising the man, Syria said that when he said that the past had to be lived through, she immediately stopped caring about this terrible situation. The blue-eyed girl simply blossomed when she remembered that he didn't try to convince her that it was just an accident, didn't accuse her of being overly emotional, didn't pretend that everything was fine, but took her side. Smiling, she leaned closer to him and thanked Rush for freeing her from her past. The Archduke blossomed into a smile and warm emotion when his wife added that her gratitude was sincere. The man gently replied that he was glad to help, but the blue-eyed girl looked at his face strangely. She turned to him and touched her husband's face with her fingers, thinking that she had never noticed that little wrinkle on his face when he smiled before. Rush, although enjoying the unexpected warm touch, was surprised and quietly called his wife by name. Immediately, as if waking up from a dream, Syria jumped away from him and raised her hands, nervously shouting that she must have been overtired during the day. She cleared her throat and climbed onto the bed, kicking off her slippers and muttering that it was time for them to go to bed. The girl exhaled, saying that she needed to get up early tomorrow to have time to prepare for leaving home, and caught herself thinking that she was not at all embarrassed to sleep in the same bed with him. Blushing brightly at this thought, she squeezed the pendant with her fingers, realizing how close she and Rush had become. The next day, all the knights were already loading the collected things into the carriage of the Archduke and his wife in the morning. The girl stood in front of her father and said that they would have to leave today because her husband had a lot of things to take care of at home. Exhaling, the dark-haired man put his folded hands under his chin and asked Syria to honestly tell him what Cassius had managed to do yesterday. The blue-eyed girl exhaled loudly when the Marquis said that he did not want to deal with the consequences of what happened and not know the situation at the same time. Raising her piercing gaze to her father, the girl decided that there was no point in hiding it and told him that as a child, Cassius had tried to kill her. Ready for anything, but definitely not for this. Marquis Kelladon straightened up, looking in surprise at his daughter, whose words he did not want to believe. Syria asked him if he remembered the night about 10 years ago, when she, as a little girl, was lost because of Nisus. The girl said that Cassius lowered her head into the lake and held it so that she could not escape from under the water. That is, he wanted to kill her. The man stood up and looked at her in surprise when the blue-eyed woman said that he could ask Jason too, since he knew about it too. The Marquis slammed the table and screamed, not understanding why she had been silent all this time, why she couldn't at least mention it. Syria explained that after the accident at the wedding ceremony, she lost a good half of all her life memories. She added that her butler Jason reminded her of the incident, and her father stared at his daughter in disbelief, asking if that was why she had changed so much. After answering that it was possible, the blue-eyed girl said that she also had a question, and then asked when she was brought to this estate. After thinking for a while and sitting in silence, the man replied that she was, I think, 3 or 4 years old at the time. Nodding towards the wall, she noted with a grin that she was the only member of the family who had not been honored to be painted in this portrait. Syria said that they started working on him while she was still living with them, and so she became convinced that her father was no different from the rest of the family. Turning around and walking towards the exit, the blue-eyed girl sighed and expressed the hope that she would no longer have a reason to meet him. Ignoring her father's call, she went out into the corridor and closed the door behind her, immediately leaning her back against it, exhausted. She smiled softly only when Rush suddenly approached, called her by name and gently took her hand, squeezing her thin fingers. Answering the question about what he would do here, the Archduke said with a smile that he had come to accompany his precious Archduchess. Meanwhile, Cassius, having heard the news from Jason, cried out indignantly, not understanding what Callus's unwillingness to communicate with him could mean. The butler said that the knights of the House of Burke had apparently accidentally told the Marquis about what had happened on the frozen lake. When the man said that the Marquis had been overtaken by rumors, the dark-haired man pointed his finger at him and ordered that all this be settled immediately. The young man cried out that only Hannett knew about it so far, and that later all the aristocrats who had attended the memorial banquet could find out, and his mother stroked her forehead, exhaling. He said it would be a scandal if everyone found out how he tried to drown Syria, and his younger brother Nisu stood in the doorway, stunned. The redhead stepped into the room and asked if this had really happened 10 years ago, and Cassius turned away, muttering that it was none of his brother's business. He screamed in shock, asking if it was really not an accident that she fell into the water, but rather that it was his doing. Offering to talk frankly, the dark-haired one justified himself by saying that this only happened because Nisus left her at the lake, saying that the girl irritated him. The young gentleman shouted that he was simply trying to get back into the house, but he would never have done that to a small child. And then he remembered how Cassius had used his sister's status for his own purposes when he found out that she was Sterna. Squeezing the back of the sofa on which her eldest heir was sitting with her hands, clad in lace gloves, she ordered him to stop. She asked her second son if he really wanted to make Cassius's life difficult by revealing the secret of his past. The woman added that what happened would greatly affect their position in society, and therefore it would be more useful for Nisus to think about how to fix everything. The red-haired man rubbed his face with his hand, saying that he didn't know anything and hated his sister for avoiding them, always wanting to teach them a lesson. He was horrified to think how badly he had treated this innocent little girl all these years. Looking at his relatives, he declared that all of them, he, his mother, and his brother, had all gone mad with hatred. Ignoring his mother's cries for him to return, Nisus turned and walked out of the chambers, running down the corridor. After some time, Syria was already home and was again examining the glacier, and Lenin, who was constantly reporting some news, called her. Breathing heavily and resting his hands on his knees, the assistant said that checking the glacier every day immediately after returning from the Kilodins was a bit excessive. Blue-Eyed replied with a smile that these were her duties, which she and the Tau had briefly abandoned, and besides, her character would not allow her to rest peacefully. The fair-haired man asked the lady why, when looking at her, he remembered students exhausted by grueling studies and the demands of old professors, and the girl involuntarily remembered her past life. Lenin reminded her that she had recently returned from a long trip and asked why she didn't take a couple of days off. He pointed his hand at the lady's accompanying knight and noticed that Abigail still seemed to be recovering from her fatigue. The dark-haired one said that it was nonsense, asking rhetorically what kind of knight would feel tired when his mistress was nearby. She immediately ran away quickly, shouting that she was as cheerful as a cucumber, and declared that she would go and explore the surrounding area. Syria noted nervously that sometimes Ibi didn't seem human at all, and Lenin muttered that he was even glad about it. Suddenly saying that this was not a joke, he said that non-human races, elves, mermaids, and the like still exist. The blue-eyed girl asked if he had heard of alien life forms, and the blonde-haired man quickly replied that he had come on business. He said that his lordship had a day off for the first time in a long time, so he would like to have dinner with his wife. The girl said that of course she would come, and then asked why Lenin was smiling so strangely. Turning away, the assistant replied that the couple had not spent a long time together on holiday, and that this evening could end differently. Blushing brightly, Syria indignantly asked how he could say that, since she was simply invited to eat, and nothing like that could happen. Much later in the evening, a girl who was already quite drunk dropped a glass of wine on the table. She hiccuped, lowering her head, and Rush called her name, a little surprised. Holding a similar crystal glass in his hand, the Archduke asked, a little sullenly, if she had already drunk enough. The blue-eyed girl, stuttering a little, said that this was not so and that she was fine, and then declared that she could even read. Taking the bottle in her hands, she began to read incoherently that the label contained gratitude from the Empire, and the man replied that it seemed she had had enough. The fair-haired man said with a kind smile that he was impressed by the girl's stamina, since she had been drinking since the very beginning of dinner, and the blue-eyed girl repeated again that she was not drunk. Brightly blushing and tipsy, Syria said that it was simply so delicious, and it was hard to resist. While Rush sipped his drink with a soft smile, the blue-eyed girl said that he was drinking too, but doing well. Hearing his chuckle, she asked what was so funny, and added that he was right, and that he should be drunker than her. The girl picked up the bottle and said she had had a little while, but her husband had finished most of it, but was still sober. Agreeing with his wife's words, the Archduke asked her to give him the vessel, otherwise she would definitely drop it. Syria thought grimly that this was all really strange, not understanding how he could be less drunk than her. Suddenly, finishing this thought out loud, the girl screamed that she thought Rush had a glass of grape juice instead of wine. The man froze in surprise, spreading his arms out to the sides, and asked what she meant, and the blue-eyed girl gasped, realizing that she had said it and not thought it. The blonde man stood up and pushed his chair back, walking around the table, and offered to let her see for herself if she was interested. Holding out a glass of wine to his tipsy wife, he said that they were exactly the same. Wanting to check, Syria pulled the glass towards herself and suddenly spilled the drink, coughing quietly. Not really in control of her actions in this state, she turned away from the glass and knocked it out of Rush's hand. All the red wine ended up on the Archduke's perfectly white shirt, and the crystal hit the floor but did not break. Suddenly, sobering up a bit, the blue-eyed woman reached out to her husband and asked for forgiveness, and the man replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Touching the blonde man's chest with her palms, the girl said that he was all wet and needed to take it off. The Archduke agreed and said that he would change his clothes, but the blue-eyed girl said that she would do it herself. She suddenly began to unbutton his shirt herself, hastily clinging to the buttons with her fingers while her husband called her name. Catching her fragile hand by the wrist, Rush blushed and repeated that everything was completely fine. Syria blushed brightly and looked straight at her husband, freezing when she felt the touch of his strong hand. The blonde-haired man leaned towards the girl and intertwined their fingers, exhaling loudly, and this embarrassed her. He touched his thumb to his beloved's lower lip and asked her to tell him she didn't want it now, and he could stop. The Archduke gently stroked her face, causing the blue-eyed girl's heart to beat even faster in her chest. Looking at his face, she couldn't decide what to do, because it seemed like she had to refuse. Syria knew that it was better to reject him now, but she didn't have the strength. Her lips were drawn to each other along with their hearts. Merging into a hot kiss over and over again, and not wanting to break it, they both breathed heavily and moaned. Not receiving a refusal, Rush, whose mind was clouded by alcohol, grabbed his wife by the waist and sat her down on the table. Feeling the man's cheeky kisses on her cheek and neck, the blue-eyed girl exhaled loudly and pressed her palms against his chest. The blonde-haired man exhaled loudly into his beloved's lips, feeling the touch of her fingers, which inflamed him even more. Rush pulled back a little, and not hiding his hoarse voice and tension, asked if she was doing this on purpose. Hastily removing her hand, the girl blushed brightly and said that it was not at all on purpose. They touched foreheads, breathing heavily, and Syria muttered that his shirt was wet, which was why her touch felt that way. The blue-eyed girl waved her hand slightly, and the bottle of wine standing on the table shook and fell down. The young people were immediately distracted, came to their senses a little, and turned around to the noise and ringing. The glass shattered when it hit the floor, and the expensive bright red wine spilled, running across the tiles. With his head down and his hands resting on the table, Rush sighed and said that he would no longer drink with her. Syria asked if it was because of the spilled drink, and the blonde man whispered almost into her very lips that it was not at all. He openly said that he had never had such a strong desire to get the approval of their marriage from the imperial family as he did now. A few days later, soft snowflakes dusted the roofs and spires as discussions took place in the Archduke's office. Syria folded her hands together, smiling brightly when she learned that the knights had agreed to go with her to pacify the monsters on the Cornez plain. Lenin explained that, in principle, this did not require their consent. On the contrary, these fighters should thank her for this opportunity. Blue-Eyed replied that she was also grateful to the knights, and that she had many things in her plans that needed to be checked there. She thought that if they cleared these lands, they could secure the passage to the cave with magic crystals. The girl pressed her hand to her lips with a bright smile and thought about how perfect this plan was. Catching Rush's gaze once more, Syria turned and asked her husband why he was staring at her like that. He removed his hand from his chin and calmly stated that he was not staring at anything, but simply looking. The man asked why she was reacting like that, and the girl pressed her palms against her skirt and said sullenly that there was no point in denying it. She pouted, thinking that he had been staring at her ever since she entered the office. Rush rubbed his chin with his hand, calmly apologizing and saying that he must have just been captivated by her beauty. Syria and Lennon both stared at the gentleman in surprise, not expecting such an expression of emotion in private. The assistant leaned towards the lady, whispering what had happened between the two of them yesterday, and the girl, blushing, whispered that nothing of the sort. Getting up from the sofa, the blue-eyed girl firmly decided that she would never get drunk like that again. The Archduke asked in surprise where she was going, and his wife, puffing, replied that she would begin preparing for her expedition. Turning around, the flushed girl demanded that he stop staring at her and say that he would be better off helping the knights with their preparations. When the door closed behind the lady, Lennon immediately turned to Rush, asking if he could find out what happened yesterday, but the man interrupted him, refusing. Soon, Syria went to explore the planes she had received, walking through the snowy land, and Abigail immediately caught up and called out to her. After saluting, the girl said that it was an honor for her to accompany her mistress, and the blue-eyed girl, with a soft smile, replied that she was also glad about it. The girl said that on the map the plane looks small, but in reality it feels simply enormous. Turning around, Abigail became more serious than before, asking Syria to be very careful, because the knight said that people did not dare to come here because of the monsters. She wanted to start explaining something else, but suddenly another knight ran up to them, calling her ladyship. The girls turned around and froze when they heard that monsters had been spotted nearby. As the boy folded in half, breathing heavily and trying to collect his thoughts, Syria approached him, asking how many there were and in what direction. He explained that here, behind the hill, they surrounded the carriage and attacked some travelers from ambush. The unbridled monsters, who had not encountered resistance for a long time, surrounded the carriage from all sides. The pink-haired lady sitting in the carriage screamed loudly, asking someone for help. The monster's huge paw rested on the carriage window and smashed it to get the desired prey. As the monster surrounded the captured girl, growling in rage, she screamed shrilly, wanting to break free. Several knights of the House of Burke arrived in time and cut down several monsters at once in order to free the girl. Syria somehow managed to catch the falling stranger and abruptly sat down on the ground, holding her in her arms. The girl with pink hair screamed and asked for help and to get her out of here, and the blue-eyed girl tried to calm her down. The blue-eyed girl wanted to stroke the stranger's cheek to calm her down, but she noticed a lot of demonic energy on it that appeared from the touch of the monsters. Abigail, who had dealt with the monsters, called the lady and asked if she was okay. Hugging the lady, Syria said that she was not hurt, but that this girl was attacked by animals. The dark-haired woman asked if the lady would cleanse the demonic energy, and she was already leaning over the stranger, saying that she could not leave her like this. She thought about what she should concentrate on, raising her palm above the pink-haired lady's forehead. Suddenly, the demonic energy disappeared, although the blue-eyed girl barely had time to start, and she froze in surprise. The lady replied that the girl was fine now, and then asked what the other knights were doing, and Abigail replied that they were going around the plains to finish off the remaining monsters, and her husband had gone north. Syria said in fear that it was the most dangerous there, but the dark-haired girl asked her not to worry, because Rush was the biggest danger here. Picking up her boot after the strange sensation, Evie called out to her mistress and said that she had never seen the ground turn black like that, and Syria muttered that something needed to be done. Carefully lowering the lady to the ground, the blue-eyed one bent down and placed her hands on the ground, confident that with this necklace her divine power had become many times more powerful. She realized that she could clear even such a large area, and exhaled, sifting the entire earth with light energy. Calling upon the holy saints, Abigail screamed, informing her mistress that everything around them had been cleared of the incomprehensible blackness. Touching her fingers to the necklace, Syria was convinced that it was this necklace that, in the right hands, had cleansed Laurel's estate. Lifting the ornament, she realized that this was the very reason why Lena always carried it with her in the original story. Frowning, the girl silently began to think about whether it was possible to call someone who relied on an extraneous object a saint. On their return to the Burke estate, Lennon met them and cried out admiringly that her ladyship and Mistress Abigail must be very tired. Looking away, the man said that he even cried when he learned that everyone had returned safe and sound, and the dark-haired girl said sarcastically that it gave her goosebumps. The blonde-haired man retorted that he was only glad that the mistress of the house had returned, and the blue-eyed woman folded her arms across her chest, asking if he was acting like that because she had personally removed half of the demonic energy. Lennon sniffed loudly and turned away, and Sirius said with a grin that he wasn't even denying anything. The assistant said that it was truly amazing, because now not even a week would pass before the roads there would be used again, and the blue-eyed girl replied that it took some effort to achieve this. On the plains, the girl wanted to try to remove all the demonic energy at once, but she knew that if she hurried, there might be some mishaps. She looked out the window, thoughtful and even tired, and Lennon asked hesitantly if she would go to her quarters. Turning around, Sirius said that if she had no more urgent and important matters, then she, of course, wanted to rest. Blue Eyes suddenly hit her forehead, crashing into someone who was walking in front of her, but Rush gently caught her by the waist, saying that he finally found her. The girl called his name, rubbing her forehead with her palm, and the man asked if she had a minute to discuss an urgent matter. Looking up and at her husband, she suddenly blushed brightly, although she was sure that in a week she would be able to calm down and forget about all the previous events. But as soon as he appeared opposite, Syria remembered how passionately they kissed and how he confessed his desire. Rush leaned down closer and said that he remembered how his wife had gone blank the last time he looked at her for more than a few moments. Making the girl blush, the Archduke said with a smile that she herself was now staring at him. Lennon and Abigail reacted differently emotionally to the unexpected family squabble that was revealed to them. The blonde man looked at his wife with pleasure and said that she could simply admit that she was enchanted by his beauty. Syria, not wanting to listen to any more embarrassing words, said that if this was his urgent question, then she would better go and turned around, but Rush caught her by the shoulder, promising not to tease her anymore. Gently stroking the girl's waist with his large palms, the man repeated that this was indeed important. When the blue-eyed girl asked what was the matter, the fair-haired man took out an envelope from his inside pocket, smiling and saying that it came from the imperial palace. The Archduke solemnly announced that their marriage had finally been legalized in the palace by the ruler himself. When the servants who came to their master's office at his request learned of this news, everyone reacted very positively. Rush carefully read every word of the letter given to him from the imperial palace. Bastian noted that the approval was given incredibly quickly. Usually it takes at least a year to approve marriages of high-ranking nobles. Lennon suggested that the emperor had given his consent so quickly to avoid incurring the wrath of the House of Burke, and the red-haired girl asked him to speak of His Majesty more respectfully. The fair-haired man asked Miss Suzette if it was not important in the Burke lands to speak respectfully only of his lordship and lady, and she agreed. Lennon said he knew what the Archduke would do next, because he had witnessed Rush break the news to Her Grace the previous evening. Then he asked his wife if she liked the idea that next month they could go to their estate, which was located in the capital. Bastian asked about this in surprise, and Suzette said that the gentleman had never traveled anywhere in winter in his life, and refused to come even at the direct refusal of the emperor, justifying this by attacks by monsters. The servants immediately gathered in a dark circle and began to discuss the renovation of the estate, cleaning and retraining of the servants. Turning around, Suzette asked when they wished to go there, and the Archduke rubbed his forehead, saying he did not know. He added that he was not sure whether he would go, and Lennon cried out in surprise, saying that he had heard him with his own ears talking about the planned trip. Rush explained that this was only his wish, but Syria reacted very strangely to receiving approval for this marriage. She was upset and even seemed a little scared as she echoed his words of approval of the marriage. The servants, who knew the lady and her attitude towards her husband, stood around in surprise, looking at the fair-haired man while he was gloomily pondering this. Meanwhile, Abigail, holding a roast turkey thigh in her hand, found her friend and asked the lady why she was so sad. Syria, who was squatting, quietly greeted the dark-haired girl and asked what she was eating, and the girl replied that she had stolen some food from the kitchen. Sitting down next to the blue-eyed girl, the knight said that there was now a festive atmosphere throughout the entire estate due to the official recognition of this marriage. The Archduchess, sinking into her knees, confirmed that she was indeed married now, but Abigail asked her to share her troubling thoughts. Wrapping herself in a cloak, as if in a cocoon, the girl quietly said that she was simply afraid of marriage, because since yesterday, their union had ceased to be temporary. Syria added that she did not expect such a quick agreement and thought that she had a whole year, and Ibi asked in confusion why she was afraid of marriage. The dark-haired girl suddenly asked the lady if she still couldn't get that scoundrel out of her head. Blue-eyed muttered that she was thinking about him, but not in a romantic context, but remembering the horror that happened at her wedding. She whispered that she was probably afraid that in the future, Rush might do the same as Callus did, preferring the saint. Suddenly rising with determination, Abigail asked the lady to wait for her here for a little while. When she drew her blade and declared that she needed to quickly cut Marquis Hannet's throat, the blue-eyed woman grabbed her around the waist and asked her not to do it. The dark-haired girl asked not to stop her, and the Archduchess explained that if she killed someone, she would never be released from prison. Understanding everything, Ebby muttered that this was why Syria avoided her husband, and the girl asked if this was too predictable. She exhaled and said that Rush should have realized this, because he was surprisingly good at reading her mind. Lennon then suggested that the couple have another wedding, adding that the capital could host such a celebration that the imperial family itself would envy their intelligence. The girl mentally panicked and touched her necklace with her fingers, thinking about what would happen when Lena returned to their world. Despite her efforts, the main plot remained unchanged, and all attempts to influence it were in vain. Blue Eyes thought with fear about what would happen to her if the man she married went to St. Lena, and whether she would be able to survive that again. Standing up, the girl muttered that she wasn't sure of anything right now, but thanked Abigail for listening and decided to think it over again. Suddenly, feeling a wide, strong hand on her shoulder, Syria turned around and was surprised to see Rush in front of her. She swallowed slightly, thinking about what he had heard, and hesitantly asked what her husband was doing here. Stretching out his hands to her, the fair-haired man calmly explained that he was again in great confusion. Putting his hand to his chest, the man desperately asked what he had done that was so terrible that he had managed to upset and disturb her. He explained that even when Hannet had raised the whole estate on its ears because of the saint, the girl did not stop coming here every day and checking the glacier. Rush added that the same thing was happening now, asking again what he had done wrong, and the blue-eyed girl looked at him with a little surprise. The blonde asked to at least share with him the reason so that he could beg for help, but the girl lowered her head, asking who he took her for. Covering her face with her hand, Syria said she was simply stunned by how quickly the Emperor's permission for their marriage came. The man asked what the difference would be if they received it in a year, and the blue-eyed girl replied that the difference was simply huge. Unable to look at him and clutching her shoulder, the girl thought that in a year Lena would return to their world, and Rush would immediately marry her. Answering her husband's question about the reasons, she suddenly screamed, saying that their marriage was only temporary and they would have to get divorced. The fair-haired man asked, incomprehensibly, why they should part, and suddenly, with a completely broken look, suggested whether she needed this in order to return to the scoundrel Hannet. Syria asked irritably why he had brought up Callus, and Rush threw up his hands, saying that they no longer had any reason to break up. He asked her to stop considering their marriage temporary, because he didn't need anyone else as much as he needed her, and the blue-eyed girl folded her arms across her chest, asking if it was because of her status as stern. Overwhelmed with emotion and fear, the girl said how convenient it was, since his precious home needed her strength, adding that she would be more diligent in fulfilling her duties in the future. Shouting at his wife, the fair-haired man declared that she knew perfectly well what he meant when he said this. The blue-eyed woman objected that she did not understand anything at all, and asked if he had really forgotten how they got married, saying that all this time he had lived with a sense of duty. Rush frowned and asked if she would leave when she thought she had paid, and Syria shouted that slaves who had paid their debt were free to go wherever they wished. Taking her hand in his own and pressing it to his lips, the fair-haired man asked where she could find a master who would be so concerned about the emotions of a slave. The man insisted that his wife's feelings were important to him, and not just important, but his top priority. Pushing his hands away from her, the blushing girl turned away and asked him to stop. She froze and opened her wide blue eyes when she heard Rush suggest that he feared the same ending to the relationship as with the Marquis of Hannet. The fair-haired man reminded her that the saint had disappeared, and when Syria objected that she could return at any moment, he asked if she was really worried that her husband might fall in love with Lena. He exhaled loudly and covered his face with his hand, and the blue-eyed girl thought that her husband was probably angry, because the girl continued to talk about divorce even after the Emperor approved the marriage. Rush said that he was not the Marquis of Callus, and the blue-eyed girl quietly asked for forgiveness, but he stated that he did not need constant apologies, but she herself. The blonde man said that it didn't matter that she was stern and had been engaged to another man in her life. What was important was that she remained herself. Syria froze and blushed when the Archduke asked who he was to her, who she considered him to be. The girl thought that for her, he was the hero of a novel, whose love for the main character was stronger than anything in the world, and who tied the knot with the saint, and not with the villain. Putting his hand on his chest, the man asked her not to think of anything unnecessary, but to look at the person standing in front of her right now. When he said that her heart was important to him, the blue-eyed girl involuntarily remembered how they flirted with each other and joked. A thought came into her head about how he took care of her and saved her every single day, was there every time she needed help. With her wet eyes wide open and tears rolling down her cheeks, the girl said in a lost voice that she didn't know what she felt for him. When Rush took her face in his hands, Syria sobbed and quickly muttered that she definitely didn't hate him. The fair-haired man declared that this was enough for him for now, and leaned down, touching his lips to his wife's lips. She squeezed his hands softly and responded to such a nice and warm kiss as the tears dried on her flushed cheeks. Breaking away and stroking the girl's cold cheeks, the man affectionately noted that she was frozen. The blue-eyed girl exhaled, calming down, and whispered that she had simply been outside for a long time. Rush said that he would be very worried if Syria got sick, and therefore they should go somewhere warmer, and kissed her again when the girl agreed. A little later, they settled into their bathroom, climbing into the hot jacuzzi fully clothed so as not to embarrass each other right away. Brushing the hair from her face, the man said that she had that expression again and asked her not to say that she was thinking about that bastard Callus Hannett again. When Rush stroked the velvety skin on her neck with his fingers and pulled the girl closer to him for a kiss, but she whispered for him to wait. Without hiding his desire, the fair-haired man asked why, since he had already told her to tell him right away if she didn't want anything like that between them. Looking at her brightly reddened cheeks, the man added that it would not be possible to slip away like last time, because he would not stop. Pressing herself closer to his body, Syria stroked his hair and whispered that her reluctance was impossible, because she was now his wife. As they merged into a kiss, the blue-eyed girl thought about the fact that her doubts had not gone away, and she was still tormented by thoughts that Lena would return and change everything. Only now, everything had faded into the background, because she felt only the warmth of the Archduke, the heat of his body and soft lips. The girl looked into his bright red eyes, full of desire, and began to burn with it herself, trying to breathe evenly. Syria rested her forehead against his, and thought that Rush Burke, who had never been in that story, was now only here and only with her. Kissing him softly on the forehead, and then on the temple, the blue-eyed girl realized that the moment had come to admit a few simple things. Now the fair-haired man was not just a hero of a novel, distant from her, strict, gloomy, and inaccessible, but a husband who was going to make her his completely. Kissing the man again, the girl mentally agreed that he was the only person who understood her and cherished her more than anything in the world. A few days later, Syria arrived at the Burke estate in the capital, immediately amazed by its scale and beauty, and enthusiastically said that she had not been to the city for ages, and everything here was completely different from the Burke lands. Clenching her fists in glee, she said that there was no bone-chilling wind here at any time of year, and that spring was like spring. And Bastian smiled, asking if she really thought so. The girl said that every street here was majestic and dazzling, but when she entered the estate, she asked a little hesitantly why it seemed so deserted. Looking around, the blue-eyed woman said that there was practically nothing here, saying that it looked like thieves had been here, and Ebby immediately expressed her readiness to find and kill the culprit, but the lady shook her head. The butler explained that His Grace spent most of his time at his estate, so the residents in the capital looked a little abandoned, but the Archduchess could take this opportunity to decorate it as she saw fit. Bastian barely had time to ask the lady not to take this too seriously, but Syria had already gone ahead, happily saying that she had nothing else to do anyway. Stretching out his hands to her, the man desperately asked the girl to take her time and calmly discuss everything with her husband in a home environment, and she slowly agreed. Blue-eyed looked up at the shining chandelier, muttering that Rush wouldn't be here for a few more days anyway. As they rode in the carriage to the capital, the Archduke said that his wife should go to the estate, and he would come as soon as possible because the Emperor had urgent business, and Syria gently replied that she could wait. Taking her hand in his, the man tenderly kissed the back of her fragile palm and said that he was very ashamed to send his wife away alone. Remembering this, the girl blushed and hugged herself by the shoulders, thinking about the fact that Rush had been acting very strangely lately. Remembering their first night after that argument at the glacier, the blue-eyed girl exhaled, thinking that from that moment on he began to touch her lightly without any warning. Bastian interrupted the flow of indecent thoughts by asking if the lady was okay, and she quickly replied that everything was fine, she was just daydreaming. Turning and stepping forward, Syria said that she wanted to take care of the decor in the hall first. She suddenly stopped, noticing a portrait of a family of 3 on the wall, in which the man looked like her husband. The butler confirmed that the painting depicted the former Archduke, and the blue-eyed woman recognized the little boy as his illegitimate son Mitchell. Involuntarily recalling the family of Marquis Kelladon, in whose general portrait the little daughter was missing, the girl thought with regret about how similar these situations were. After asking Bastian to take down the painting, Syria said she wanted to hang in its place the one Martha sent from Laurel's estate. They both immediately imagined how nice it would look to depict the estate that the Archduke truly loved, which, moreover, would protect him from unnecessary thoughts. Rush was busy with matters of state importance until the evening, and Lenin, a little disheveled from the amount of work, said that the Archduke had done a good job and created a stir, to which he replied that he was constantly doing this in the capital. When the assistant suggested leaving through the back gate to avoid the angry nobles, and the gentleman asked if that was too much, he reminded him of everything he had done a couple of hours ago, pointing randomly at the map. The subordinate said that the Archduke had recalled all the knights who had helped fight the monsters, and Rush calmly replied that he had originally sent them there because the Emperor had insisted. The fair-haired man asked if this was done because the lands of the Kelladons were nearby to the west. Almost on the verge of hysteria, Lenin added, unable to understand why the gentleman refused to accept Duke Howard's help in the fight against the monsters, and the man replied that the aristocrat was a friend of the Kelladons. The assistant said that he would be infinitely upset if the gentleman continued in the same spirit, and Rush calmly asked him to continue picking on him tomorrow, because at night a married man has other things to do. Turning to his subordinate with a soft blush and a smile, the blonde-haired man reminded him that he had only recently gotten married. As soon as the Archduke came out of his office into the corridor, he was surrounded by angry nobles who did not understand the reasons for the abrupt changes. Catching up with the gentleman, who was calmly walking through this whole crowd, Lenin asked why he hadn't done anything yet. He explained that he was talking about wedding rings, because he thought that the gentleman would comb all the jewelry stores in the capital when he received approval. Rush muttered that everything has its time and looked at his hand, wondering about the real importance and seriousness of this decoration. He suddenly remembered how a few months ago he had held Syria in his arms and wanted to do anything to save her from death. Raising his head and looking at the setting sun, the blond man thoughtfully said that it was still too early. The next morning, despite the bright sun, it was raining outside, pleasantly tapping on the roof and windows of the estate. The blue-eyed girl thought sleepily that, regardless of the weather, she felt strangely not cold at all, but rather very warm. She looked up with a smile at the half-naked Rush, who was gently hugging her and stroking her hair, when she heard a quiet good morning wish. Closing her eyes and turning pink, the girl whispered that she had a feeling that this had happened before. The blond man said he didn't remember ever waking up like that with her and touched his wife's knee with his palm, immediately moving to her thigh. When Syria tried to object sheepishly, the man asked her to stay with him because he so wanted to remember every inch of her body and put his hand under the skirt of her nightgown. Blue-eyed whispered desperately that they had a lot of work, and Rush, kissing her neck, asked what they were talking about. The girl hastily muttered that she needed to finish decorating the estate, meet with Begonia to pick out an outfit for the audience with the Emperor, and go to the high church. Feeling another kiss on her neck, Syria took her husband's face in her hands and asked him to stop, reminding him that he would also be busy today. He said with a not very pleased expression that she had an audience with His Majesty, and they did not have time for such a thing. Not really considering it a problem, Rush leaned towards her, showering her face with kisses, and said that it was not a problem, and there was plenty of time, because His Majesty was a very understanding man. Blushing brightly from her husband's pleasant assertiveness, the girl remembered that in the novel, Emperor Auburn IV was described as a very good-natured man. His 2 sons then literally became Lena's slaves, because, like all the other characters, they immediately fell head over heels in love with her. Distracting her from unnecessary nonsense, the blond man moved down with kisses to her neck and collarbones, whispering to his wife to allow it. Moving away a little, Rush gently stroked her cheek and asked her to consider how long he had waited for these moments. Syria obediently fell onto the bed, unable to fight his attractive and domineering nature, which was surprisingly mixed with a tender attitude. Intertwining her fingers with his and turning her head to the side, the blue-eyed girl froze, like a doe in front of a wolf, and thought that there was no way she could resist him. Later, she rubbed her neck, covered by the collar of her dress, and thought with embarrassment that she should not have agreed. After an indecent morning awakening, she had to choose clothes from those that covered her neck, so as not to expose the details of their personal life to people. Blue-Eyed walked forward through the church and could not remember Rush behaving like this in the novel. Syria couldn't stop thinking about it even in the holy place, even though she had an important mission planned for the Supreme Church of the capital today. This place was different from others, in that it had an archive of those predictions that had appeared over the last several thousand years and were carefully stored here. When she, as Sterna, had the right to become acquainted with them, asked if there was a new prophecy, the priest presented her with a scroll, adding that it had appeared last winter. Syria realized that it had appeared on her wedding day, when the young man added that it had happened on a night when a snowstorm had raged across the empire. Opening the scroll, the blue-eyed girl swallowed nervously at the thought that this prophecy could be connected to her future. The text stated that when the holy relic of the 5 stars was found and returned to its rightful owner, the evil would finally be stopped. The girl opened her eyes in fear, touching her necklace with her fingers, and wondering if it could be that very relic of the 5 stars. She couldn't stop wondering at a loss what it meant, but suddenly a familiar voice called out to her. A middle-aged man with green eyes greeted the lady, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked if she remembered him. Syria agreed, because standing before her was Duke Dietrich, a pious man who was mentioned in the novel and was a follower and assistant of Saint Lena. According to the original story, he helped her find her place in the capital's high society, and by the end of the novel, he had replaced her father figure. When the Duke expressed regret that he was not at the girl's wedding, she realized that he was only trying to anger her by evoking negative memories. She replied that such words flattered her, but the priest suddenly distracted her, wanting to remind her about the open scroll. Having thrust it into the hands of the servant of God, the blue-eyed one quickly found herself and declared that she had come here to pray to the gods in front of the emblem of Sterna. Noticing the silent, friendly, but tense communication, the young man hurried to take the prediction away so as not to disturb them. Syria said she had stayed in the Burke home for so long that she wanted to see the stern emblem for herself as soon as possible, and then added that she wanted to finish the prayer. Stepping forward, the girl thought that prayer was the first excuse that came to her mind at that moment. The stern emblem, taming the entire room with a long, dark green cloth, really looked stunning and impressive. The girl ran her fingers over her necklace and thought that if the gods were real, she would definitely ask what would happen next. Suddenly, the decoration lit up with a bright glow and rose into the air, while the blue-eyed girl muttered in fear that she had done absolutely nothing. The necklace seemed to react to the stern emblem, so Syria pulled it off and moved closer, deciding to check for sure what it meant. A bright light and a sharp gust of wind simultaneously filled the entire space of the church, as if breaking out of its stone walls. Hearing the sound of the blow, the girl turned around and was surprised to notice that Duke Dietrich was lying unconscious on the cold floor. Running up to him, the blue-eyed girl began to shake the man by the shoulders and ask him to wake up, when suddenly that same demonic energy began to come out of his mouth. Later, on the street, Lennon said he heard that the Duke had suddenly and without reason fainted. He said with concern that if he could have imagined such a thing, he would have definitely gone with the lady inside the temple. Looking at the priest scurrying back and forth, Syria couldn't understand what had happened, because the necklace had come to life as soon as she stood in front of the emblem. Lavushka wondered if this could be a warning that the evil mentioned in the prophecy was precisely her. The Archduchess immediately remembered that Duke Dietrich had lost consciousness. He was as brightly and tightly entangled in demonic energy as Saint Lena herself had once been, on the day of Amos's death. Folding her arms across her chest, the blue-eyed girl shook her head and decided that it didn't matter, because such thoughts only justified her actions. Syria stroked her ornament and thought that if the god wanted to return it to Lena, she should simply find a similar holy relic and give it to her. Turning to the assistant, the lady said that she wanted to secretly obtain the sacred relic, and Lennon asked why secretly. He replied that it could be obtained on the black market, but that such a place would hardly suit her, since there was illegal trade and strange goods there. The blue-eyed woman asked with a smile if he was afraid that the lady would buy herself something too fancy. She added that he shouldn't worry, because she, as a respectable Sterna, wouldn't take anything except the relic, and the blonde waved his hands. He explained that this particular black market was known for selling strong and healthy men as slaves. When they got there, disguised and, like all the other aristocratic clients, covered in translucent white masks, Syria was shocked. The lady, who had hidden her hair in a black wig, said with disgust that it was too much, and that she could not understand whether she was in a black market or a slave market. Ibi asked her mistress not to worry, because no one would recognize her because of her new, completely untypical black hair color. Syria let out a relaxed breath, asking if she had imagined that everyone was staring at them, but the knight nervously said that it was something else. The girl said that their escort stood out a little, and Rush asked without much enthusiasm if it was really his fault. The blue-eyed girl exhaled loudly, muttering that this was precisely why she asked to let her go alone, but her husband asked how it was possible to come to such a place alone. Leaning towards his wife, he said with a smile that he was even glad of his stubbornness, and the girl replied that he was a good man, but his presence could ruin the whole plan. Pulling him towards her by the hand, Syria suddenly practically pressed her cheek to his face and loudly asked her dear one to be careful. Turning around immediately and looking at the reaction of those around her, she thought that this was enough for people to stop considering the blonde man a slave. The girl suddenly felt the gentle touch of Rush's warm fingers on her cheek, which had crawled under the white, translucent chintz fabric. Leaning forward, the Archduke kissed her with pleasure, causing her eyes to open wide and blush brightly from the unexpectedness of such an act. As if succumbing to a surge of adrenaline, the man decided to cross the line of generally accepted norms and was not afraid to deepen the kiss, penetrating her mouth with his tongue. Pulling away with a loud bang, Rush kissed his wife on the cheek, smiling brightly at her confusion. The blonde pulled away, saying that he thought that Syria quite wanted this kiss. While those around them stared at them in surprise, the blue-eyed one said that she did not want this in front of so many people, and the Archduke objected that it seemed to him that the plan was for them to prove that they were married. He turned and noticed with a smile that all attention now seemed to be focused on the ignorant Sir Elliot, who had also come with them. The girl nodded and agreed with her husband, who leaned towards her and whispered that, to be honest, it was he who needed to be realized. Rush added that they sell knights who were caught trying to escape from an expedition to hunt monsters or second-level sorcerers, and all the ladies look at the young man as just such a person. Syria muttered that Elliot didn't seem to realize it at all because he was surprised, and the blonde added that that was what made him charming. Abigail said firmly that she would not allow the lady's plan to be ruined, and she smiled brightly, calling her accompanying knight amazing. Walking towards her fair-haired colleague, she loudly asked how he was feeling, and when Elliot clarified what it was about, the girl exhaled, mentally asking him for forgiveness for the following words. Evie took as much air as she could into her lungs, and wanting to make sure that all the ladies present could hear, suddenly declared that he was impotent. The knight was immediately dumbfounded by the horror and impudence of the false insult, and then, stuttering several times, asked what she was saying. The dark-haired woman, continuing to raise the volume of her voice, declared that his impotence could be cured by some sacred relic sold in this market. The women who had previously planned to buy the young man heard this and immediately went their separate ways as soon as they understood the essence of Evie's words. Rush muttered quietly that it was very effective, and Syria hissed that her knight had done it very harshly. Watching everything that was happening from above, a man who looked exactly like the fair-haired Archduke shook his glass of wine, muttering that he had indeed deigned to please them with his presence. Looking at the dark-haired girl standing next to him, he added that this gentleman even brought his wife with him. The shaman, who was dressed in a black cloak, approached and said that they wanted to acquire a sacred relic, since they had discussed it at the church 2 weeks ago. Continuing to enjoy his drink, the man said that he couldn't believe how someone like the Archduke would agree to go to an illegal auction for the sake of his dear sister. Without tiring of looking at the notorious Sterna, he declared that if the Burke house had belonged to him from the very beginning, none of this would have happened. When Mr. Mitchell heard from the shaman that all the sorcerers were in position, he sipped his wine with a sly, bright smile. The blond man drawled that on his signal, they would have to attack and kill everyone, but be sure to leave the girl alive. A little later, on the black market, traders and buyers were in full swing searching for the necessary things among jewelry and other valuables. The host of the event said that, despite the fact that the auction is known for the slave trade, many sacred relics will be on display today. Looking at the blue stone necklace the man was showing off, Syria noted with boredom that it radiated divine power, while Rush folded his arms across his chest and asked if she would buy it. Blue-Eyed replied that this was not enough, thinking that such a conductor of energy would not be able to lead Lena, and thought that she still could not understand the prophecy. Propping her chin on her hand, the girl mentally thought that the saint was so obsessed with her necklace that it was as if the gods themselves had told her about it. She decided that she had to obtain the relic with the most powerful divine power, no matter how much it cost, and then secretly sell it at auction and send it to Lena. Opening a box made of expensive wood, The auctioneer solemnly announced that here was the item they had all been waiting for so long. He lifted the lid and explained that the tiara, sparkling with numerous diamonds and precious stones, belonged to a princess from the fallen kingdom and was found in the palace. Thinking that this was the one, Syria almost knocked over her chair as she quickly jumped up and screamed, raising the bidding sign above her head. Abigail, holding many boxes of purchased sacred relics, asked if the lady had said that one decoration would be enough for them. She added that the Archduchess seemed to have bought up almost everything that was at auction, and the blue-eyed girl replied that she wanted to assess the wealth of the Burke house for herself. Joyfully thinking that this should be enough to deceive fate itself, Syria asked her knight where Rush was, and she said that he had left. Waving her hand at Abigail, the girl said with a smile that she would go for her husband and asked him to take care of these purchases. The blue-eyed woman found her husband in the crowd 10 minutes later and quickly headed towards him, hugging him tightly from behind. She said he walked too fast, and the blonde man smiled, turning to face his wife. The girl froze when she felt a different, more dangerous and frightening energy from the very familiar-looking man when he simply leaned closer. Feeling his breath on her lips, Syria extended her hand, clad in a lace glove, and said that he was not Rush. They were still standing together in the middle of a crowd of people, but now the blue-eyed girl was sure that she was seeing a complete stranger in front of her. She involuntarily recalled the boy's face from that family portrait of the previous Archduke, and feeling the cold sweat on her back, she thought that the brothers were very similar to each other. Mitchell looked up with a predatory smile and noted that his half-brother must have told his wife about him. Hearing the screams, Syria turned around and saw many mercenaries and sorcerers attacking ordinary and defenseless nobles. The fair-haired man suddenly turned her face towards him, clutching her chin with his fingers and saying that he had heard that Syria Burke was a charming bitch, and apparently the rumors were not lying. Looking at her not just with interest, but rather predatory and insane, Mitchell hissed that having met the girl in person, the desire to steal her only increased. The blue-eyed girl froze, listening to these nasty words, when the man added that she was very graceful, and that was why the title of Stern meant a star. Mitchell leaned forward sharply, without a twinge of conscience, wanting to touch his lips to the lips of another man's wife, and Syria felt how her whole being resisted these vile attempts. She lunged, grabbed him by the shoulders, and bit into his earlobe, ready to defend her honor in every possible way. Moving away, the girl looked at him angrily with blood on her lips, while Mitchell recoiled in surprise and screamed loudly. The man pushed the blue-eyed woman to the floor with great force, calling her a crazy witch and asking if she had really gone crazy. Breathing heavily from the blow and rising on her elbows, Syria spat out that he was the only one who had gone crazy here, insulting him as a scumbag. As Mitchell cried out, asking how she dared to talk to him like that, Abigail appeared from behind, jumping out of the crowd and swinging her sword at him. She wounded him by cutting the tip of her weapon along his spine to prevent him from harming his mistress. The man fell to the floor with a scream, and the blue-eyed girl rose from the floor, calling her knight by name. The dark-haired girl lowered a heavy boot onto the bastard's neck and pointed the tip at him, calling him a vile creature and asking how he dared to behave like that. Dressed in a blue dress and a blonde wig, Lennon appeared behind them and screamed loudly, clutching his head in his hands. He immediately began to run quickly around the Archduchess, calling her highness and in a panic examining her for damage. The assistant grabbed Syria by the shoulders and shook her lightly, shouting that he was finished and would die now, but she objected that this would not happen now. Lennon's wig fell off as he shook his head and said the girl only thought everything was fine. Mitchell, still lying on the floor and pinned under Abigail's foot, asked in surprise how long the assistant had been there and when he had managed to show up. The blue-eyed girl smirked, folding her arms across her chest and calling him a moron, explaining that Lennon had been there from the very beginning of everything. The girl stepped towards him, defeated and angry, and said that one would have to be insane to spend such a fortune on a black market auction. Wiping Mitchell's blood from the corner of her lips with her hand, Syria smiled brightly and added that he had fallen into their trap from the very beginning. 2 weeks ago, standing in the hall of the estate, Lennon pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said this was their chance. He spread his hands and explained that the house where the auction was being held was in fact, they suspected, run by Mitchell, the bastard son of the previous Archduke. Blue Eyes asked in surprise if he really owned a black market auction house, and Lennon replied that that was the only way all the sorcerers and shamans could walk around there so calmly. Exhaling, Rush nodded and said that he had called the sorcerers to save the Laurel estate from this very house. All three realized that those shamans were directly connected to Mitchell, and this fact explained the attack on Syria. The man said that his brother's subordinates had posed as slaves at the auction so that they could be bought and easily enter the estate, and the girl asked in surprise what they were talking about. Rush said that Mitchell was clearly determined to attack the Burke house, so they had to think of a way to stop him, so they started keeping an eye on the auction house. He remembered how they worked endlessly on it, and added that his brother must have noticed, because one day he disappeared, and they had to wait for the next opportunity. Syria couldn't help but remember how loudly Lennon had asked her if she was really going to the auction house right on the doorstep of the high church. Rush nodded and said that they had managed to convince the spies that House Burke intended to buy something on the black market, but that his wife should stay home, since he himself would be able to obtain the desired relic. Touching her jewelry, the blue-eyed girl said that Mitchell wanted her necklace, and he would most likely show up at the house if she was there. The fair-haired man wanted to reason with his wife, but she added that it was important to her, and she wanted to know why the necklace was so valuable that sorcerers were sent for it. Looking at his half-brother, Rush thought that perhaps he shouldn't have taken his wife to such a dangerous place. Elliot reported that they had surrounded everyone in the East Wing, identified the slavers, and detained them. When the Archduke asked about their main objective, the commander of the Knights said that they had captured Mitchell alive and pointed at him. Putting his club to the bastard's face, Rush greeted him and asked how it was that it had taken them so long to search. The blond man saw his brother's face and turned around, asking if he had always looked so much like him, and Elliot replied that Mitchell had close ties to sorcerers, so it could have been some kind of trick. Having examined the blood on his brother's face and wounded ear, the Archduke asked what had happened to him, whether a dog had bitten him. Lennon nervously tapped his index fingers together and called out to the gentleman, explaining that Mitchell had been bitten by his wife. When Rush asked why the girl did it, his assistant swallowed and said that he tried to touch her lips. Hearing this, the Archduke quickly rose to his feet and kicked the bastard right in the face, not intending to stand on ceremony with such a thing. The blond man pinned his half-brother to the floor with his foot and ordered him to immediately tell him everything that had happened. He looked like a hellish fury, burning with anger, and added in a hoarse voice that he had better not leave out a single detail. Much later after the incident, Syria was sitting in her bedroom, tidying up her face, removing all the makeup she had applied. She jumped up in fright from surprise when her husband burst into the chambers and called the girl by name. Running up to his wife and placing his hands on her shoulders, Rush called out to all the gods and said that he had asked the blue-eyed woman not to go there with him. Syria said that if he was worried about what happened, he should know that it was nothing, because Mitchell never had time to touch her, but the man objected that this was not true. He sternly asked her if she knew how worried he was, but the girl unexpectedly gently took his face in her hands and gently touched his cheek and temple with her lips. Rush froze and widened his eyes, feeling how the anger disappeared instantly, smoothed out and destroyed by just one innocent touch of Syria's lips. Moving away, the blue-eyed woman kindly asked her husband not to be angry with her, because everything had gone quite well. She didn't have time to finish her thought, because the man pounced on her with a deep kiss, forcing her to moan into his lips in surprise and harshness. When the blond man lifted her up and sat her on the table, sliding his hand under the hem of her robe and stroking her thigh, the girl blushed brightly and asked him to talk about everything first. Moving down a little lower in front of her, Rush squeezed her thigh with his palm and left several hot kisses on her pale skin. Moving away, he, all heated and impatient, asked why she had started everything herself, and now was asking him to wait and talk. Taking his face in her hands, the girl moved him away from her legs and raised him higher, asking if Mitchell was alive now, and the blonde answered that for now, yes. Syria got down from the table to the floor and asked him to tell her why his half-brother needed the necklace when he found out. The man exhaled, asking a little discontentedly if, after what had happened, she was still interested in the history of the necklace and why others needed it. When the blue-eyed girl responded with consent, Rush gently stroked her rosy cheek and asked where she got so much recklessness from. Gently brushing the silky hair from her face, the Archduke asked his wife not to complicate his task of protecting her. He suddenly exhaled loudly and asked softly if Syria knew that he still sometimes cried in his sleep. The fair-haired man added that sometimes his wife even asks for her life to be spared, without waking up from her sleep. The man said that when this happens, he feels pathetic because he can't do anything to help and get rid of this nightmare. He asked what it was that frightened her in her sleep, and the girl looked away, turning her head, and whispered that there was nothing important about it at all. Suddenly deciding to open up to her husband, the blue-eyed girl lowered her head and quietly said that it was all about the prophecy, which said that she would die young. The cause of her death will be that the man she was torturing cut her throat, and she died a miserable death. Syria exhaled loudly, because this truth, even incomplete, was not easy for her, and whispered that he did not need to worry about it, but Rush asked what happened to him. He asked excitedly why he had allowed her to die in this prophecy, and the blue-eyed girl replied that in this possible future he was not her husband. The fair-haired man, seeing how upset and depressed she was, confidently said that in that case, this prophecy was simply not true. The girl stated that until recently, everything had gone as it said, because during the wedding that man almost killed her, and the Archduke clarified whether it was the Marquis of Hanet who was being talked about. Rush put his hands on his hips and asked if he had just stood there like a fool while all this happened, and the blue-eyed girl whispered that he hadn't been paying attention to her. When the man persisted in trying to find out what his behavior in the prophecy was connected to, Syria gave in and revealed that he was married to Saint Lena. The blonde man froze, his red eyes widening in surprise and looking at the girl in shock, because he couldn't believe what he heard. Having sat his wife down on the bed, the man stood in front of her and asked if it was because of his marriage to a saint that he simply stood and watched Stern die. And his wife said that she tried to influence the prophecy, and much changed in the end. The Archduke's heart was pierced by an unpleasant pain when his beloved muttered that sometimes she still feared the ending that was in the prophecy. He suddenly exhaled silently and threw his hands behind his back and began to unfasten the chain on which the gold ring hung. Holding the jewelry out to his wife in his palm, Rush quietly asked if she knew what it was, and Syria replied in confusion that it was a ring from the House of Burke. Throwing it off the chain, the fair-haired man said that from now on it would be in her custody, and the blue-eyed woman asked in surprise why he gave it away. The man exhaled as she accepted the symbol of his archduchy and told his wife to press the ring's center stone 3 times. When she obediently did this, a sharp, incomprehensible tip suddenly burst out of the ring, quite causing unpleasant sensations. Rush sat down next to his wife on the bed and explained that there was a deadly poison on the tip of this blade, and the girl screamed in surprise, turning her hand away from the ring. Squeezing her palm with his warm fingers, the man said that if she ever noticed that he was planning to betray her, as the prophecy said, she would have to use him. Pulling her hand, and along with it the tip, to his neck, the fair-haired man sternly declared that she would have to kill him. He explained that Syria was still afraid of him, and therefore no matter how much he swore allegiance, this was the only possible way out. Blue Eyes looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he had gone so far when Rush had expressed hope that his life was worth enough to mean something. Having closed the ring, the husband pulled the girl towards him and embraced her with his large arms, gently squeezing her in an embrace, and said that tonight she needed to get a good night's sleep. Lying on her husband's shoulder, the blue-eyed girl could not understand why he treated her fears with such gentleness and understanding. A couple of days later, a tired Lenin said he had no more strength and vowed to personally punch Mitchell in the mouth the next time they met, and Syria put her arm around his shoulder, telling him he could do whatever he wanted. She immediately pointed to the decorated table, on which stood many plates with food, and added that first he needed to eat, and the assistant thanked the lady for her concern. Watching the fair-haired man eat, the Archduchess suddenly asked what his last name was, since, judging by his manners, he was from an aristocratic family. Lenin explained that it had been many years since his home and family were destroyed, and he had only survived thanks to his lordship. Syria hastened to assure him that she had not planned to remind him of the bad times. She was simply curious, since she had never asked herself such questions, and he replied that he was born in Mula. He added that this island in the south was unlikely to interest the lady because there was nothing there, and besides, it was very far away. Interrupting these thoughts, Lenin suddenly said that this cooked lobster was simply delicious, and he even had tears of joy in his eyes. Blue-Eyed softly said that he was exaggerating, and the man objected that when the lady was nearby, even his faith in the gods became stronger, and Ibi listened to this with jealousy. Without looking up from his food, the fair-haired man asked if the Archduchess remembered Dietrich, who had lost consciousness in the church, and she quietly answered in the affirmative. Her eyes widened in surprise when the assistant told her that the same duke had spent several days in bed and then never came to church again. The girl propped her chin on her fist and thought that this man was incredibly short-sighted and would go back there as if nothing had happened when nothing had happened. But Lenin said that was not important at all. Without listening to him, Syria thought that from the original novel, she only remembered that Dietrich once almost kissed Lena's foot. She remembered that he even made a castle in a port city near the capital, and then gave it to the saint, when suddenly the fair-haired man said that perhaps for all these reasons he sold his brand new castle. Blue Eyes dropped her head from her hand when Lennon added that his lordship had thought it an excellent offer and had purchased it. He smiled awkwardly when the girl asked again if she had heard correctly and why Dietrich had sold his castle to Rush in the first place. The assistant, clasping his hands together, asked if it was not for the best that his lordship was buying up everything that could theoretically end up in the hands of the Saint and the Marquis of Hanet, and Syria cried out that that was no reason to buy an entire castle. At the same time, at the Callis estate, the servants tried to approach the master from at least some side and help him come to his senses. Turning to the approaching servant, the fair-haired man asked what had happened, and he replied that the eldest son of the Keeladin family had sent him a letter. The Marquis moved away from the window and ordered that this message be burned, and that the servants of this house were no longer to be admitted to his estate. When the assistant tried to object, Hanet said that Cassius Keladin should be grateful that they had simply cut off contact with each other. As he walked forward, the young man remembered how he had learned of the deed of his half-brother Syria when he had shouted, asking what had happened to Archduke Burke, since he had suddenly started a duel right during the banquet. It was then that the servant told him about the rumors, and from that moment on, the fair-haired man lamented the fact that his ex-fiancée never told him about what happened. Callis thought that the blue-eyed girl did not want to show him her weakness, so he only modestly remained on her side. But in the end, the girl told everything to someone completely different from him. He clutched his hair with his hand and stroked his forehead, thinking about how she could only tell this story to Rush. As he was about to fall, the servant ran up to him, but the Marquis asked how things were going with the gift for Syria, and he replied that everything was going according to plan, but for now, the master needed to rest. The assistant said that if he didn't rest for a long time, something might happen to him, but Callis replied that he didn't care anymore. Looking at the portrait of the girl hanging in his office, the blonde thought that he didn't want to marry anyone else except Syria. Sometime later, the newlyweds, Rush and his wife, were walking through the art gallery together, discussing art and creativity. Distracting the girl from looking at the painting, the Archduke muttered with a smile that perhaps he should have bought her a gallery instead of that castle. The blue-eyed girl asked in surprise what he was saying, and the man explained what he had said by saying that he had only just now noticed how fascinated she was by painting. Walking in step with her husband, Syria said that of course she would look at the paintings, since they were in an art gallery. She immediately said that since he had brought up the subject, they should discuss why he had acquired Duke Dietrich's castle, and the blonde man replied that it was supposed to be a surprise. Sterna muttered that such surprises would definitely give her a heart attack when the Archduke was suddenly called. The young man said that he had seen his lordship from afar and asked for forgiveness for having addressed him so suddenly, and Rush muttered half-heartedly that they had not seen each other for a long time. Before them stood Sire Bellegarde, the second prince of House Bellegarde, who in the original novel fell in love with Lena and fought Rush for her. Stepping forward, the dark-haired man placed his hand on his chest and told the Archduchess that they had not seen each other for a very long time. He asked if he remembered correctly that their last meeting took place during a tea ceremony hosted by his mother. The prince added that she was looking forward to the girl visiting the palace again, and Syria asked if he meant Empress Ekazel. The girl laughed nervously, thinking that he was talking nonsense, because in the novel, everyone knew that Sterna and the Empress were not on good terms. After Syria, the daughter of Marquis Keladin, dared to buy the jewel that the woman had her eye on, she even refused to be in the same room with her. The prince began to invite him and her ladyship to visit the castle, but the blue-eyed one quickly said that she had a lot of things to do, since she had only recently received her new title. As she left the meeting place, the girl waved her hand to the prince and asked him to forgive her, advising His Highness to discuss all issues with Rush. Preoccupied with the idea of having as little contact with the characters in the novel as possible, Syria did not notice the girl walking towards her, and they collided with each other. Immediately catching the unfamiliar lady by the hand, the blue-eyed woman quickly asked for forgiveness for her carelessness. She saw a pretty girl with pink hair in front of her and asked if she was hurt, and then remembered that it was her who had saved her from the attack of monsters on the plains. When the blue-eyed woman said that she had not recognized it, the lady blushed deeply and said that she was incredibly glad that her ladyship remembered that moment. Remembering that she had not had time to introduce herself, the pink-haired beauty said that her name was Marceline Paulbus and that she was the wife of Duke Paulbus. Syria said that she had not been able to find out how the girl's recovery was going, and she explained that she was almost unharmed, unlike the broken carriage. Marceline said that she was still afraid to remember that day, and the Archduchess replied that she was glad to know of her good health. The girl asked how she could thank the lady, but the blue-eyed girl assured her that it was completely unnecessary. She took the rescued Duchess by the hands and said that she was happy just to meet her again. Both girls squealed, inspired by such a meeting and conversation, looking like little girls from the outside. Smiling softly, Saria thought that Duchess Palbus herself was a valuable prize, because to get to the Cornez Plain, it was necessary to cross her lands, which the Duke had fenced off from the outside world to protect against monsters. She immediately smiled brightly, thinking that now, by a lucky coincidence, the rescue of his wife would open this path for the Knights of House Burke. Remembering her husband, Saria looked back at him and noted with a smile that he seemed busy, standing surrounded by a dozen aristocrats wanting his attention. It was immediately obvious from Rush that he was the main character, ideal, and even if you judge him objectively, apart from the whole plot, simply an amazing man. Involuntarily remembering his strong embrace and tender lips, the blue-eyed girl put her hand to her chest, unable to look away. After observing this, Marceline gently remarked that the Archduchess seemed to be very close to her husband. When Saria asked what this meant, the girl explained that the lady looked at her husband with eyes full of love. She froze in place, looking at Rush, who caught her surprised and even frightened look and thought, could she really be in love with him? The girl couldn't help but blush brightly, being sure that such an assumption was simply ridiculous. Lennon said the same thing when, a few days later, everyone was marching into the dungeons of the High Church. Walking behind the others, the deputy folded his arms across his chest, saying with annoyance that a week had passed and the detained Mitchell had not moved since then. He added that at first he was even absolutely sure of his death, and Saria, remembering the sword blow from Abigail, asked if his injury was really that serious. The fair-haired man said that not at all, because they had made every effort to bring him to his senses. Lennon said they fixed everything except the ear, and when the blue-eyed girl shouted that there was absolutely nothing shameful about that bite, he asked for forgiveness and promised not to mention that incident again. Descending the wet steps, the Archduchess suddenly slipped and would have certainly fallen if not for the strong arms of her husband, who immediately caught her. Looking over Saria for damage, Rush asked excitedly if she was hurt, still holding her tightly in his arms. The blue-eyed girl blushed brightly, going over all the recent events in her head, and realized that the fair-haired man was really looking at her with undisguised love. Thinking that the words of the silly Duchess had embarrassed her then and were now the cause of her embarrassment, the girl stood up, holding on to her husband, and thanked him. Elliot noticed that even in the dungeon of the High Church itself, it was dark and slippery, as Lennon used his key to open the heavy lock hanging on the door. Walking towards the dungeons, the Archduke's assistant noticed that this was precisely what fascinated and frightened him about him. The series was led to Mitchell's cell, who was bound hand and foot and lying lifeless on the cold floor. The blue-eyed girl looked at him, reminding him that they needed to say hello, since they hadn't seen each other for so long. Immediately folding her arms across her chest, the girl responded to his gaze and thought that their current opponent was so terribly similar to Rush that it gave her goosebumps. The girl asked if it was true that he had not moved since he went to prison, and Lennon confirmed this, saying that they had even poured water on him and shaken him, but it was no use. Thinking that at this rate she would not be able to ask the Burke bastard about the necklace, the blue-eyed girl turned around and asked the assistant if he had brought what she asked for. The blonde man said that if we were talking about the Sterna emblem, then it was standing a little further away and pointed in the right direction. As he brought it closer and placed it in front of the camera, Saria asked if it was hard to beg for it. Lennon shook his head, explaining that they were allowed to take it whenever they needed it. Looking at the men, the Archduchess asked if they could go out, as it would not take long, and the assistant asked what she was going to do. Looking around at all the skeptical faces, the blue-eyed girl said that she thought Mitchell would wake up when Sterna's magical power awakened him. Looking at the man lying in the cell, she thought that if her guess was correct, there would be another explosion when she brought the necklace to the emblem. Pulling her ornament from her neck as the boys walked away from the long hall, she thought that she didn't know if it would release as much holy power, but it would be enough to at least awaken Mitchell. Muttering that it was time for them to begin, the girl raised the necklace straight to the emblem, which began to glow with bright yellow rays again. Rush, Elliot and Lennon all turned around at the same time when they heard what sounded like a very destructive explosion coming from the abandoned room. The Archduke was the first to return to the dungeon hall. He called out his wife's name and ran up to her, asking if she was okay. Looking back at the bastard, who had begun to writhe in convulsions and was all ablaze with dark strands of demonic energy, She whispered that something strange had happened to him. Crouching down, Syria realized that the black smoke coming from his mouth was identical to the one that came from Duke Dietrich in the high church on the day they met. Rush walked over to his wife, and they both began to watch Mitchell's strange behavior as he continued to tremble in convulsions while lying on the stone floor. Later, the Archduchess decided to test her theory and went to the Supreme Church again, immediately noticing Lena's former mentor at the altar, who asked the saint to return, because many in this world were waiting for her. With her hands on her hips, Syria decided to play on the element of surprise and asked the Viscount if he was really praying. Blue-Eyed smiled a little like a fox and said that many devoted believers come here to pray for the return of Saint Lena. The girl assumed that Ison must be one of them, and he swallowed a little nervously, not understanding what to expect from the new Archduchess. Walking forward, she asked him with a smile if he felt hurt after losing his role as her mentor, but the man replied that it was just funny. The Viscount said in a hostile tone that even if the lady wanted to tell him something, she must respect the sanctity of this place, and you went ahead, explaining that you had also come to pray. Syria walked up to the emblem and took her necklace, saying that she was still stern after all. When the girl took off the strangely shaped decoration, took it in her hand and extended it towards the emblem, the Viscount noted that it all looked very strange. He barely had time to finish his thought, because he was knocked off his feet by the strongest divine power, capable of expelling all demonic energy from anyone. Blue-Eyed ran up to the man, watching as black and red essence, similar to the one that left the body of Duke Dietrich and the bastard Mitchell, came out of his mouth. Looking at it, the Archduchess realized that the necklace's power only affected those who were under Lena's influence. Meanwhile, Lennon and Elliot gave the knights instructions to check and search the room they were all in. The Archduke's assistant ordered the soldiers to catch anyone who tried to escape, but not to kill them, and they agreed. Elliot put his hands on his hips and said that they were all just rats, and the blonde man said that if it weren't for the lady, they would never have found out about the real villain base. He added with a quiet laugh that he was shocked when she started screaming and demanding to be taken to the sorcerers, holding the necklace in front of her. The Archduchess had intimidated them all so skillfully that they begged for mercy in exchange for anything, and eventually revealed the location of the base. Clearing his throat into his fist, Lennon said she was so amazing that it sometimes even scared him, but he was interrupted by a knight who called the gentleman because they had to see something. The fighter took them a little further and explained that it was probably just a wooden chest, but they did not dare touch it because they immediately understood what it looked like. Elliot sighed loudly, and the Archduke's aide said that it looked like a chest from the Emerald Sea, like the one in Laurel's estate. Handing the papers to Lennon, the knight bowed and said that all these documents were lying next to the wooden chest. The fair-haired man read that they had failed to extract the stigmata from the bones sealed in the Burke house, and the knight commander asked if that was really what they called the circlet. Lennon continued reading, saying that while they prayed to return the stigmata of the bones that had been taken from them, they would keep the rest of the Burke memorandum in those demonic shadows. Both young men first looked at each other, and then looked at the mysterious chest, muttering in confusion about what demonic shadows were. A little later, Mitchell, already in his true form, woke up in a dungeon from a cold drop falling on his neck from the ceiling, and was surprised to realize that he was tied to a chair. In front of them were the newlyweds, the Burkeys. Rush noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Syria, who was sitting next to him, looked very bored. His stepbrother looked at him with such confidence, as if he held all the cards, and smiled like a predator, reminding him that they had a lot to discuss. The young man swallowed nervously, as if he didn't remember where he had ended up and how, looking around the steel bars of the cell. Looking at the two people waiting for him to explain, Mitchell thought that the last thing he remembered was putting himself into suspended animation. Suddenly, seeing the chest lying on the Archduchess's lap, he jumped up, causing the chair to creak, and shouted, asking where they got it from. Grabbing his stepbrother by his brown hair and yanking it hard, Rush asked him how dare he look away while they were talking. Leaning towards Mitchell and smiling, the blond man asked if he was distracted from all this by the chest they had found hidden under the boxes in his hideout. The bastard growled softly when his brother said that he thought he had allied himself with the sorcerers because he was out of his mind, but his subordinate mages told them something far more interesting. Getting closer to his enemy's face, Rush squeezed his hair harder and growled that Mitchell's mother and he himself were sorcerers. The man added that he also had information that in order to use magic, he needed to have pure blood. But the former Archduke, his father, was not a sorcerer at all. As if this gave him complete freedom of action, The fair-haired man concluded with a smile that Mitchell had never been a bastard of the House of Burke. Looking at him with undisguised hatred, Rush asked what the sorcerer wanted in his house, since he had not been too lazy to bother with magical disguise. Shaitan replied that the Archduke simply could not have learned this from his people, because they would never have betrayed their master, and he calmly replied that he had figured all this out in the same way he had learned about the house that belonged to him, in which the auction was taking place. Upon hearing that he had been betrayed by the mages he had hired to infiltrate Laurel's estate, Mitchell shouted that they would never have surrendered so easily to the enemy. He knew for sure that he had cast many memory-affecting magic spells on them to prevent such an incident from happening, and he could hardly understand how the enemy had managed to get past them. Taking his hand away from him, the fair-haired man said that he didn't need to worry about it now, and if he wanted to stay at least healthy, he had to answer all the questions. Mitchell sat up in surprise when Rush said that the notes he had stolen contained only a brief description of the hoop and where it was kept, asking why he had gone to such lengths to hide them. The brown-haired man lowered his head, looking at the records, and muttered in disbelief, unable to understand how the Archduke was able to disarm his spells. He leaned forward and insulted Rush as a useless idiot and began to say that he simply could not have done it. Hearing this, Syria rose from her seat and moved forward angrily, but her husband asked her to stay behind because this sorcerer was dangerous. Remembering Sterna's magical abilities, Mitchell jerked forward, screaming loudly that the spell removal was her doing. Asking how, the brown-haired man screamed that she simply couldn't do it because the stars had turned away from Stern, and they should have remained completely powerless. Grabbing him by the hair again and turning him to face him, Rush growled that if he dared to look at his wife one more time, he would personally gouge out his eyes. When Mitchell spat out that he was very much like his dad in this regard, the Archduke's face fell, and he asked what it all meant. His opponent explained with a nasty grin that he was madly obsessed with his wife, and that his father, the former Archduke Burke, was exactly the same. Shaitan asked if the failed brother was interested in how his mother managed to bring her son into the house, and what kind of person he was in the first place who gave them the chance to get into the family. Smiling wickedly, Mitchell declared that the former Archduke had gone mad, was simply obsessed with his wife, and had an unreasonable belief that she could run away from him at any moment. The anxiety got to such an extent that he turned to a sorcerer to ask for a spell that would keep his wife by his side. When Rush looked at the traitor in disbelief, he declared that this was the pure truth, and there was no point in him lying to the Archduke any longer. Mitchell said that Burke would soon experience his own personal hell, and like his father, who gave the sorcerer his memorandum out of obsession, he would give everything to possess Stern. Asking her husband not to listen to all this talk, Syria said that she needed to talk to the magician herself, but he objected, saying that it was very dangerous. Assuring him that Abigail would be there, the blue-eyed woman said that she would make sure that his fears did not come true and asked her husband for trust. Later, Syria, Eby, and Mitchell, tied to a chair, found themselves in a larger room where the girl could let her power run wild and where she brought the Stern emblem. She knew that demonic shadows were an important concept in the novel that Lena learned about in the second half of the story, so there was no way the sorcerer could have known about them. The dark-haired man raised his head and asked why he should answer her questions, and the blue-eyed woman calmly noted that she was not going to chat with him for long. Pointing to the emblem, the girl said that he seemed to have forgotten how she could use her divine power against him. When she used her energy, and the roar was heard even in the corridor, Rush ordered the door to be opened immediately, and Abigail held it back and advised the lady to hurry. Syria again demanded an explanation from Mitchell, saying that he probably knew Lena and asking why he needed the hoop, but the guy threw his head back, muttering that he didn't know anything. Blue Eyes froze in surprise when he suddenly shouted that he had to offer it to his moon, his only moon. She asked quietly and hesitantly, trying to figure out if she had heard wrong, and Mitchell said that the hoop had originally been intended for her. When the dark-haired man said that the whole world was created for the moon, the girl squeezed the hoop in her hands, realizing that she had never heard anything like it. Syria was suddenly stunned when the thought came to her that Mitchell had never appeared in the novel and simply could not have known who Lena was. She wondered if the saint from the novel could have known him secretly, if he was so obsessed with this decoration and also dealt with demonic shadows. Blue Eyes suddenly felt nauseous and dizzy, mentally wondering why Mitchell and the other sorcerers had fallen under the influence of the Rim, like Duke Dietrich and Viscount Ison. Staggering, Syria realized that she had used too much divine energy in a short period of time, and then completely lost consciousness, falling backwards. She found herself in a nightmare world, running forward as the voice from above echoed every word Mitchell said. The girl ran forward in fear from his silhouette, when the voice hissed that this whole world and everything in it was created for the moon. The blue-eyed girl again saw the strange, long-haired silhouette that she had seen before in her nightmares, who said that she, Luna, should not have left him alone. She suddenly seemed to hear the sound of glass again, like on that very night, and her eyes were blinded by the bright light of the headlights of the car that had hit her in her past life. Screaming, Syria opened her eyes, but realized that she was still alive and lying in a warm bed, while her body burned from the horror of the nightmare she had experienced. Rising up on the bed and slightly moving the blanket, the blue-eyed girl realized that at the moment of Mitchell's interrogation, she had simply lost consciousness. And this, apparently, was possible if you overdid it with divine power. Rush, looking rather rumpled and tired, approached his wife's bed and called her by name. The girl turned to him and asked how long she had been unconscious, and the man sat down on a chair near her bed. He replied with a loud sigh that Syria had slept for 4 days and had not woken up once during that entire time. The blue-eyed girl nervously clutched the blanket with her fingers, looked away, and whispered that she didn't know about such a side effect of using her power. The blond man covered his face with his hand and rubbed it several times, dejectedly reminding him that his wife had promised not to make him worry. The girl froze, feeling the emptiness on her collarbones instead of a necklace, when her husband muttered that she asked him to trust her in her plan. She looked down, realizing that she no longer felt the usual weight of the jewelry on her skin, and asked where it had gone. Rush looked up at her and said that he had already believed her once, but now he would not allow himself to be put in danger. Taking his hands away from his face, the man said that was why he broke that damn necklace, and his wife looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a thing. Explaining his actions, the fair-haired man remembered that while she was sleeping, he thought about how he would live if his wife never woke up. The Archduke stated that the last days spent at her bedside were unbearable, and every breath became an excruciating ordeal. Syria felt a wave of guilt wash over her and lowered her head, quietly asking him for forgiveness, but Rush asked why she didn't try to convince him. The man said that it would have been much better to let him in on his plans rather than lie that he would remain safe no matter what. The blonde man asked why she had asked him to leave that room, and the blue-eyed woman replied that she had done so out of fear of how the power of the necklace would affect her husband. The Archduke dropped from his chair, knelt down on one knee in front of her bed, and protested that she had allowed Abigail to remain close. The blue-eyed woman froze, feeling all the resentment and misunderstanding of the man when he asked why Syria was sure that nothing would happen to the knight. Lowering her head, the girl admitted that she knew this because Abigail had nothing to do with the very prediction they were discussing. Syria couldn't help but remember Saint Lena and how she used this ornament in her magic, but there was no such effect. It was not Sterna herself who succumbed to this effect, but all those who were in one way or another connected with the saint in the original novel, such as Duke Dietrich and Viscount Ison. Rush asked how he was connected to the prophecy, and then clarified whether it was because in that damn manuscript he was the saint's husband, and the blue-eyed girl froze, her mouth open. Receiving no answer, the man rose from the floor and declared that his wife needed rest, but she called his name and grabbed his wrist. She quickly started chattering, asked for forgiveness, and said that she just couldn't get what was written there out of her head, because she had this feeling that all this would really happen and she would die. The girl thought that she had no right to offend others because of the pain and fear that had accumulated from her past life, but that is exactly what she did. The blonde man froze as she held his hand tightly and breathed heavily, no longer able to fight back her tears, and called his name again. Looking down and letting cold, salty tears fall like a stream, Syria swallowed quietly and said that she was incredibly sorry that her husband had to worry so much. Sitting back down on the bed, Rush sighed and declared that she was very strange, and he had expected her to apologize as usual. The Archduke took his beloved's face in his hands and sternly declared that it was time to put an end to this prediction, and then asked if she could tell what period of time it covered. Blue-eyed, taking a deep breath, said that it would end, but not under the circumstances they liked. The fair-haired man asked his wife to stop mentioning that he would become the saint's husband, since he had absolutely no intention of breaking his marriage vow. He said he just wanted to know when it would all be over, and when they would reach the point where this nightmare would end. The girl seemed to see him looking at her with love and asking if she would agree to share with him their common, unclouded future. Continuing to cry, but now feeling a blush on her cheeks, Rusha asked in confusion why he was so kind to her. Taking his wife's face in his warm palms, the The Archduke pressed his forehead to hers and whispered that he was doing all this because he loved her. Gently stroking her chin, the fair-haired man, as if again and again convincing the girl of the truth of these words, repeated that he loved her. Suddenly, allowing herself to feel what she had previously feared, Syria almost stopped crying and quietly whispered that she felt the same. She touched his cheek with her palm, confessing that she also loved the man, and pressed her lips to his lips in a tender kiss. As they both fell onto the bed, the blue-eyed girl quietly laughed and cursed, finding herself under Rush. The girl wanted to get up, but the Archduke buried his nose in her neck and whispered, asking her to remain in this position for just a moment. Syria blushed brightly from head to toe, quietly squeezing out the question of why he wanted this. Raising himself up a little, but still remaining on top, the blonde muttered that she kept forgetting the fact that they were newlyweds. Not wanting to listen to any more objections, the man lowered his kisses to her chiseled collarbones and neck, showering them with warm touches of his lips. The girl first asked him to wait, but then she herself gave in under the pressure of hot touches and hugged her husband around the neck, breathing heavily. In the morning, waking up and looking at the nightstand near the bed, Syria was surprised to notice her necklace on it, which Rush seemed to have broken. She looked at him with slight confusion, but smiled at the fact that her husband had not done this. Much later, when the blue-eyed one in the high church thanked the priest for providing the emblem, he replied that there were several of them, and therefore nothing would happen if they loaned one to Stern. Having wished the Archduchess a peaceful stay in their monastery, the priest bowed and went on with his business. Turning back to the altar, the girl thought that it might be because she had used all of her divine power, but she actually felt a little better despite losing consciousness. She made a clear decision that she had to be more careful in the future so that Rush would never look at her with such a tired and lost look again. As Syria pulled the necklace off her neck, she thought he had every right to be angry, but he still returned the necklace. Walking closer to the emblem and squeezing it in her hand, the girl mentally expressed the hope that she would be able to repay him for all his kindness in the future, when suddenly the Archduke himself called out to her. She turned around, asking what he was doing there, and the man calmly replied that he had come to take her home, since it turned out that she was not yet at the estate. Blue Eyes didn't manage to remove the necklace from the Stern emblem in time, and so it began to glow brightly with divine energy. Realizing what to expect now, the girl screamed in panic and rushed forward to protect herself from the impact of the rays of magic. Syria ran towards him as fast as she could, asking him on the go if he was okay, since Rush was still standing on his feet, unlike the previous people who had been affected by this force. Grabbing her husband by the hand, the blue-eyed girl looked at him, asking whether it was necessary to call a doctor, or better yet, a priest. But Rush, surprised by such a reaction, asked the girl to calm down. The man claimed he was fine, but the girl shook his arm, screaming that he couldn't be fine because he had been hit by a divine force. As his wife pulled him forward, the fair-haired man asked in surprise why he should be affected by divine power if he was a beast, and Syria muttered that he must have just been confused. The blue-eyed woman gradually walked closer, almost breaking into a run, and Rush asked in confusion where his wife was rushing off to in such a hurry. The girl stopped and turned to her husband, whom she was still holding tightly by the wrist, and shouted that, of course, she wanted to take him to the doctor as soon as possible. The Burke family doctor smiled nervously and declared that, with all due respect, His Serene Highness the Archduke was in perfect health. Syria asked why, looking lost, and Rush, sitting in the chair, said with a slight grin that her words were hurting him a lot. The Archduke turned to the doctor and said that he could go free, and the blue-eyed girl grabbed his cheeks, muttering that it was impossible because he, of all people, should definitely not be okay. The blonde man asked if she thought so because he was one of those who was bound to be affected by the divine power of this necklace. The girl thought hard about whether she could have been mistaken because Duke Dietrich and Viscount Ison, who were somehow close to St. Lena, gently kissing his wife on the cheek, Rush whispered to her if she would continue to touch him. Syria felt the touch of his lips on her neck and pulled away, asking him to let her go for a second, and the Archduke answered in confusion that she had started it. Blue-eyed wondered why she had never once thought that this world was different from the one written in the novel, because her Rush, unlike the main character of the original story, exchanged barely a couple of words with Lena. Taking his face in her hands again, the girl asked if he had ever had contact with the saint, and the man replied that he had no reason to touch her. Syria shook her head and stroked his cheeks, then clarified that she was not talking about physical contact, but about normal conversations. The blonde man said that one day, when they passed each other and barely collided, his hand literally began to bleed. Blue Eyes froze when she heard this and wondered if there was something wrong with Lena's divine power, since it was enough to just touch it to cause such damage. The girl thought that the necklace had no effect on Ibi either, and that she had never met the saint, and perhaps Rush was indeed right. The Archduke wrapped his strong arm around his wife's waist and pressed her to his strong chest, kissed her on the neck, and asked if she would continue to think about Lena. When the girl tried to object, the blonde man easily, quickly, but gently pulled the belt on her waist and asked her not to push him away. When the thing fell to the floor along with the defense of the series, the man kissed her hard and advised her to forget about everything unnecessary and concentrate only on him. In the morning, her husband carefully combed her damp hair after the shower and asked with concern if she was feeling better. When the blonde-haired man said that she looked pale, the blue-eyed one remembered last night and muttered that someone had kept her awake. Rush chuckled softly and admitted that he was guilty, which is why he decided to comb her hair. The girl said that he could leave the matter to Suzette, but the Archduke looked down and exhaled, saying that she and Bastian had gone to the Laurel estate. When Syria turned around a little surprised, the man explained that it was there that the fate of the sorcerer Mitchell would be decided. Remembering the whole history of this estate and the servants, the blue-eyed girl mentally decided that besides Rush, there were other people who needed to stop what this young man had started. The girl turned back to the mirror and asked if they should go there too, since he had something to tell Mitchell, for example, about the former Archduke. The blonde man stated that he wanted nothing to do with him, because no words would change the fact that his father was a scoundrel who, for some reason, ended up turning away from his family out of selfishness. Once again, stroking his wife's silky hair with his fingers, he assured her that he was not like the former Archduke and that she was more important to him than anyone else. Softly inhaling the scent of her hair as he twirled it around his fingers, Rush bowed before his wife and said that they had no further reason to think about it. They almost kissed, but suddenly Lenin's voice was heard behind the door, shouting for Mrs. Syria and asking if she was in her chambers. The Archduke swore obscenely, and the blue-eyed woman soothingly patted her husband on the shoulder, asking him not to be rude even despite the awkwardness of the moment. Knocking on the door, the assistant loudly announced that a letter had arrived at the estate a couple of minutes ago, with news about the lands she had inherited from her aunt. Lenin said that they had discovered a cave with crystals, and Syria raised her fist in a victory gesture because she had been waiting for these results for a long time. Later, in the office, the assistant pointed to the map and said that the cave was discovered near the territory of Duke Paulbus. The fair-haired man added that without the help of this aristocrat, it would have been much more difficult for them to find the cave, and the blue-eyed girl thought about these words. Lenin said that the Duke even allowed us to stay at his villa for the duration of the expedition, and the Archduchess replied that this was a very valuable offer. The assistant wondered why the Paulbas house, which had never been so friendly with others, was now providing them with such assistance. Syria thought with a smile that in the novel the Duke was famous for his loyalty to his wife, and when she was killed by monsters, he began to wear only pink things in memory of her. Blossoming with the thought of how well everything had come together, the girl thought that it was very opportune that she had become friends with Paulbus's wife, and not with him himself. Leaning towards the lady, Lenin covered his sweat with his hand, asking her not to misunderstand him, and was clearly about to ask some interesting question. He asked if she was friends with the divine powers, because otherwise it was impossible to know about the crystal cave, and the girl threw her hair back and replied that she had simply thought it all out in her head. When the assistant collected the papers from the table, the blue-eyed girl asked if he needed anything. She said she wanted to give the boy some of what she had found in the cave, since he had helped her search despite his busy schedule, and Lenin cried out in admiration. Syria hid her face in her hands when the blonde man said that his lordship was already paying him so much, so he didn't need such payment. The girl asked if perhaps he wanted something other than money, and he thought about it, muttering into his fist. He slyly declared that he wanted to receive forgiveness from the lady for one mistake that he was going to make in the future. Blue-Eyed said with displeasure that she would not cover for a fan if he killed someone, and Lenin replied that none of that counted. Having agreed, the Archduchess asked if her service was really worth more than money, and the fair-haired man said that it was not even up for discussion. Pleasantly surprising Syria, Lenin said that her service was not only more important, it was more valuable to him than any treasure.